We. Oh, up so early. Oh my gracious. What is it, 1 p.m.? Oh, who wakes up at 1 p.m.? Not me. Actually, I normally do. Ooh, whoa. Coffee. Coffee. Whoa, Olivia. Let me try to not strain my voice. Olivia, hello. Olivia, Maria, Nico. I hope you're doing good. Hi, Sandy. Good morning. Good morning. Alchemic, working on some school stuff. Nice. Nice. Getting some stuff done. How are you doing, Alchemic? Rosera, hello. Hiya. Defo Finn, what's up? You ready for some Pokemon? Some new Pokemon. Cafe!
Yeah, boy!
Ah! Thank you so much for the sub!
How is it 15 months already?
I don't know how it's 15 months. I wouldn't have believed you if you told me. Cafe, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. It's a huge help. Enjoy your beautiful squirrely emotes. Some sweet squirrely emotes. Hi, Cafe. We're playing the new Pokemon game. It's called Pokemon. It's true. We're playing the new spicy Pokemon game. I'm excited. Oh, yeah. We barely bit into it last night. We didn't even make it to the mystery gift. But, Caffey, how are you doing today? I hope you are well. Now, wait a second. Oh, Sandy, it's evening for you now? What? It's already evening? Poor Sandy. This is why we don't see you during my normal stream time. I understand. Can we just abolish time zones? Can we all move to the same place on Earth, or like the same general area? That's what I say that we do. Pixel Perfect, what's up? How are you doing? Good afternoon. I woke up a tiny bit early today, but I also couldn't sleep very well, so my apologies. Where is my pizza Kenny? It's in the kitchen. I haven't dug too much into it, but it's pretty good. I got Papa John's today, and it was, it's not bad. It's pretty tasty. It's not as garlicky as Domino's, so I don't know how to feel. About it. I like the crust better, and it comes with a jalapeno and free, what's it called? Free garlic sauce. Delicious. Oof, last night after stream, I fell asleep so hard I woke up with Cookie Run open. Oh, that's awesome. I somehow stayed up super late. It was very obnoxious. I couldn't sleep. It might have been the G Fuel that we had last night. I'm not sure. Maybe. I don't love Papa John's here, but hopefully it's good where you live. Yeah, it's pretty good. Those who can't handle garlic are weak. Well, they're weaker vampires. Either one. I'm not sure. Forgetful Phone, sir. How are you doing? What's up, Forgetful Phone? You know what? I could never forget you, even though you're a little bit forgetful. Lupus, how are you doing? How are you enjoying the game? I'm actually just gonna pause this music. We're gonna crack into this game right now. I want to play this game right now, gosh darn it. How have you been enjoying it, Lupus? As I said, we just barely dipped into this game. I only took a little peek-see at this game. I will admit, I was a little nervous for this game, but you've been having fun so far? Oh, so you're playing it too, Tiny Turtle Duck, and you're enjoying it? That's good to hear, because, I've been checking loads of information about it, but I still haven't even unlocked the mystery gift yet. We need to hurry up and get there. I don't like the climbing mechanics. Can that be my one complaint? The climbing mechanics are a little, I don't know. It's just not as good as Breath of the Wild. I think that they nerfed the climbing system. It just doesn't feel the same. It feels more slippery. Is that just me? Has anybody noticed that? It's just a mystery gift. Yeah. The mystery gift that's in most Pokemon games. Like for pre-ordering, you get some heavy balls. 2 more hours of work, then you can dig into this game. Nice. Pixel Perfect. Awesome. Awesome. We can take a peek at the game together until you finally get off and you can dig into the game. Yes, yes, yes. We just finished like the main tutorial, and now we just need to do like our first missions. Professor Lavatory. By the way, I am now done with the story, okay? I am so over it. I realized last night that we were like focusing too much on the story, and I saw how long other people had played it, and I was like, okay, I'm done. I want to get into the actual game portion. So I'm not gonna be like indulging too much in the story. All right, I'm over it. You're gonna lurk and leave the stream on. Awesome sauce, Lupus. Enjoy the game. Enjoy the game. I'm trying to. The music is so like ambient. I'm trying to like. What's a loud noise that's in this game? I think that's probably loud enough, right? Just tell me if you can't hear anything, like, properly. What's up, Urgran? Urgran, how are you doing? What's up? Welcome. Welcome to the new Pokemon game. Look at this little one. What do you want? Look at them. They're thinking. They're thinking. They're a smart baby. Oh, you're so smart. You deserve to be captured. You're so clever. You're such a clever boy. I'm gonna put you in this ball. Look at all the levels up that you get. Oh, and y'all can see all of the level ups now. Nice. This is definitely the right corner. Kim's here. Hi, Kim. Oi, oi, oi. Kim, that emote is so cute. How are you doing? It's a little bit earlier than normal. We're playing early. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. And it shows if they learn a new move. Yeah, you can truly just level them up by catching Pokemon. This game is super focused on Pokemon capture, and I flippin' love it. Okay, I think that Pokemon's on the move. Look at them, they're escaping. Little rascal. Oh, do I need to like weaken these? Because they seem kind of powerful. Look, they're thinking. Excuse me? Excuse me, I'd like to capture all of y'all. Can I get all 3 of y'all? Oh, too short. Oh, the bird's on the move. Okay, hang on. We gotta sneak up a little bit closer. Number that you've caught without being spotted. Ooh. Completing missions. It's true. Oi, oi. I've been well. You've been busy with art? Nice. I've made a couple of doodles recently. I've been enjoying some doodling. I've been trying to draw more, like I said. I wanna do a little bit more doodly art. I was listening to some music the other day, and it inspired me to draw some dark, scary, gothic art. Oh, there we go. I hit him. Nice, nice, nice. Ashley Rose, thank you for the corgis. I appreciate it. Ashley, how are you doing? I was thinking about adding more sounds, but I wanted to start the stream fast. Oh, but I did get a couple of new soundboard things. Just in case any of y'all do anything suspicious. I'm keeping an eye on y'all, all right? I've been watching you from the cams this entire time. What? I was actually coloring an art piece as well, which barely happens, but I'm glad that the 2 people that I drew liked the art piece. Ooh. Nice. Doing some a colored art piece. Yeah, see, I'm always just doodling. But now I've got like a bunch of sketches. Medicinal leak. I think that's a sound effect from Breath of the Wild. That sounds like the Breath of the Wild pickup item. Yeah, I need to color some of my sketches. I did draw one cookie. I drew a cookie from Cookie Run. Can you guess which one? I'll give you a hint. It's the one with the simplest design. But I was on the cams and I didn't see you, Earl. Oh, what? Kestrel Bun Buns? Listen here. I think that they're suspicious. Vote them out. Vote them out. There you go. There's some references from like 2020. Ginger Brave, I would never waste my time drawing Ginger Brave. Try to run, will you? Try to run, try to hide. Not a chance. Come back here, wait a second. Oh, he bobbed. He bobbed and weaved. Did you see him? Lemonberry, how are you doing? What's up? Yeah. I had to go to bed, and I didn't get to... Oh, my gosh, Savvy. Are you using the cursed bat? The cursed bat? I haven't removed that yet. I forgot that was still on the BTTV. Don't do that. Don't do that. Nobody wants to see that bat. It's so janky. It's missing a frame. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. No. Die. No. Also, die. How are you doing? You said you said some sweet things whenever you came in, and I didn't even say a word. Divey. How are you Ooh, I see a Wurmple. Wurmple. By the way, if you want berries off the tree, throw your Pokemon at the tree. Pokemon will shook it down. Nice. Okay, so if I wanted to do that, I just gotta switch to my Pokemon balls. Yeah, let's chuck an animal at this tree. But I'm not gonna throw Oshawott. We'll throw Bidoof. Get him. Oh, and it auto picks them up. That is convenient. Look at that. You don't even have to pick up the items off the ground anymore. Wow. They're really innovating. This game is very innovative. I can't believe it. Who's going to bed? Who's leaving? Oh, are you leaving, Olivia? Oh, yes, you are. You got to go to the doctor's. You'll be back later. Okay, I hope that it goes well. I don't know if it's a checkup or something like that. Maybe you're getting a vaccine. I hope that it goes good. We'll see you later, Olivia. You're doing good. You're all here for Pokemon. Unlike yesterday when I fell asleep like a scrub. That's not like a scrub. When did you fall asleep, Dai? Could you inform me of the hour that Dai slept? And I will inform you of how scrubly an hour it is to fall asleep. I'm pretty sure that it was like 4 in the morning or something. You also went to bed like a scrub. Oh, what, Linz? You've got work to do. You got work to do. You guys, y'all put impossible standards on yourself, and I am not here for it. I am not here for it. Y'all aren't, listen, you don't have to be a degenerate gamers, okay? What? You get leveled up for throwing Pokemon at trees? What an innovation. More innovations. Yeah, and guess what I'm still not doing? Hey, listen, it's not your fault that this game's incredible. It's not your fault that this is such an engaging gaming experience, okay? Am I supposed to mine with my Pokemon as well? Get it. Yeah, Bidoof! Tumblestones, nice. All right, so the solution to everything is throw your Pokemon at it. You find a tough Pokemon, throw your Pokemon at it. You find a tree full of treasure, throw your Pokemon at it. Ooh, I bet you I have the, I bet you that I already have the recipe that I need for crafting Pokeballs. What does it take to craft these suckers? Can I not see? Pokemon up to level 10 will obey me. Nice. Yeah, especially because you need to craft Pokeball. Yes, I do, because we need to catch all the Pokemon. There we go. Let's chuck them. Yeah, I think that it's Apricorn and maybe it's not medicinal. It's not medicinal. I think it's Apricorn. Oh, yeah. Apricorn and Tumblestone. All right. Colm, how are you doing? Your delivery is delayed until tomorrow. That sucks. Drifloom. Oh, snap. Oh, it saw me. They're looking at me. Can y'all ignore me? Is that because it's nighttime? It gets dangerous around here at night. You wouldn't want your children snatched by a Drifloom, would you? Okay, we're gonna catch one of those. Let's let them forget about our presence, okay? Go away! No, I'm hidden. Look, I'm hidden up on this rock. You can't see me. See? See how you can't see me? Oh my god, they're aggressive. That pizza is aggressive. Okay, what if I... Oh, they dodge? Hey now. Hey now, that's playing dirty. Ooh. Where could I be? I'm nowhere at all. Okay, maybe I should weaken them a little bit. Here. All right, let's beat them up a little bit. It's actually kind of creepy. I know, they're finally making Drifloon as frightening as they should be. Okay, they're level 3. I should be able to beat up these fools. Let's tackle that balloon. If you can do that. What? You can't do that. I think that they might be ghost type. Oh dear. Oh dear. Kenny being bad at type matchups has already begun. Okay, they're weakening. Aqua Jet them. Blast them. Oh yeah, they've got the battle system makes it so that you can like have multiple attacks before they can attack. Or chuck that Pokeball. It is kind of weird that you can't just throw it. I wish that you could just like hold the trigger and catch it in battle. Hey, we got one. We got the creep. Do the creep. Do the creep. Number caught 1 out of 1. Nice. That's a good score. Kenny, bad type matchups. No way. I do not believe it. Excuse me. Excuse me, die. Do I sense sarcasm? Do I sense rudeness? Hey, where are they? Can we just catch it? Oh wait. I just decided to battle it instead. I accidentally decided something. Kareem, you're doing a hi-bye as you're at work. Ooh. We'll see you whenever you're done with work. Good luck with the rest of your day. Good luck with the rest of your day. Thanks for saying hi. All right. Look, see, now I know what I'm doing. That's what I'm talking about. Drifloon is looking around. Wow, you better look out for this, Buster. You better look out for getting caught. So we're looking for tasty Pokemon. What kind of taste rating would we give to Drifloon? Very kind of rubbery, not the tastiest. Thinking that Drifloon might be D tier eating. I would say the only things that are worse are maybe rock Pokemon, like, Geodude. Geodude is probably the grossest. Like an overcooked shrimp, but it's literally a balloon, Alchemic. It's not an insult to say that a balloon would not taste good. Shoosh. Where's my health? That's something that I didn't understand earlier. Is it just based on the things on your screen? Like... Also, I love that they attack you. This is very exciting. You can press X so that you can set it to Pokemon during the battle. Oh, okay, sweet. Thank you, Mediocre Pigeon. That's what I was hoping that you could do. That is way cooler. It even has a little dollop of frosting on top. I guess so. Does it look good? Maybe it tastes like a blueberry. Maybe it's a purple blueberry. It's true. Fine Pine's here. Yo, good morning, my friend. What is up? Good morning. Don't you dare kill my Oshawott. What did you say? You said you can press X. Oh, I see. Oh, you don't get to aim it though. I guess that it's automatic. When the edges of your screen go red, you are hurt. That's what I thought. I thought that they just had like a little window dressing on there to tell you that you were hurting. We got another one, and we got some grit dust. We get some true grit now. Are we having the eating Pokemon conversation again? Of course we are. Did you look at the title? Did you look at the title of the stream before you clicked on it? Lens. Oh, wait. We're not supposed to throw a Pokeball at it. We're supposed to throw a Pokemon at it. Wait. Let's throw out Bidoof is our workhorse. Bidoof is the workhorse. Lens only reads wikis. What? Cookie Run wiki? Listen, I read the Cookie Run wiki. Wiki, not licky. I do not read the... Ooh. We cannot fight this. We cannot fight that. Oh my god, look at it. Ooh. Sneak up. Gonna sneak up and have it. It even made a scary sound. No. Big baby, do you ever get the feeling that you're not alone in a room? Oh, what? Is that A-Star? A-Star, how are you doing? What's up? Are you planning on getting this game, mister? Hey there, mister. Ooh, that looks like one of those epic Pokemon that will kill you and you have to use bombs on them or something. I'm staying in these bushes. You love some Magikarp tacos? Ooh, fish tacos. Magikarp. What is the nearest equivalent of Magikarp? I'm guessing it's not like salmon because it can be in freshwater. So maybe it's like, I feel like it's like cod. Is it just like a cod fish? Yeah, there you go. Okay, Fine Pine and I are right on that. We're right on the same, yeah, it's either a carp. I don't know what carp tastes like. Who has eaten carp? Ooh, tuna. Tuna. Listen, I know that it's called magic carp. Haha, very funny. But what does carp taste like? I'm doing good, I hope you're doing well. You're wrapped up in Cookie Run? Shaking my head. I can't imagine being wrapped up in Cookie Run. There's no way that I'm gonna upgrade my update my my Cookie Run while we're playing this game. Not a chance. I see another horsey, one that we can actually catch. It's too bad that my Oshawot's looking kind of weak. Let's see. If I potentially wanted to heal my Oshawott, I would use a potion. It's exactly like the normal potion, except for it looks fancier, okay? It's the same thing, but even better. Okay, let's be kind of sneaky. Sneak up on pretty horse. All right. You caught Ponyta unaware. Surprise. Surprise. Get Aqua Jet. That might kill it. Ooh, it didn't. Nice, nice, nice. They're too stunned to move. Nice. Get him. Carp tastes like Magikarp, but I haven't had either one. That doesn't help. You're referencing something that I've never had before. Ooh, we got one. Nice. I don't think that you can ride any of the Pokemon that you pick up. I don't think that you can fly on any of the Pokemon that you pick up. I don't think that you can do anything with them. Yo, Zelda Bits! Thank you for the sub! Can we get some hype in the chat, Zelda?
I can't believe we're nearing a year. That's crazy. I love y'all in this community so much. Aww. Thanks for bringing all these awesome people together, Kenny.
Zelda, thank you so much for the support. Oh my goodness. A pillar of the community. Zelda, how are you doing today? Have you seen any of this new Pokemon game? Oops, I just threw a Pokeball. I meant to attack them. Oh, I just found out that you can catch them without it. Oi, 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 oi. It's almost a year. Zelda, you mean that I met you almost a year ago? I can't believe it. I can't believe it's been so long. It's been so long. Hang on, can we just... Oh! Little horsey. Little horsey, little horsey. You don't stand a chance, you poor little fire horse. We're gonna Aqua Jet you. I saw that I was getting some experience from... Oh wait, I don't have to do that. I can just do this. Boom! You haven't seen any of this game? You're on lunch at work. It's been crazy busy. Glad to be on lunch and here. Nice! Awesome sauce! Enjoy your lunch. What's for lunch? I'm starving. Just kidding. What is for lunch? Nice, nice, nice. Getting some work done. I know it's on a Friday. I'm sorry. I wish that they released this game on Friday, so that I could. There you go. Good job, Oshawott. So that I could play this on Saturday. But I'll play it on Saturday as well. I'm thinking that this week we're probably gonna play this game on Saturday. We'll do FNAF on Sunday, maybe. We'll see. Not sure if I'll have the wherewithal for that. I want to catch some of these horses. Pizza, so classy. What? Who needs a classy lunch at work? Since when are we judging each other for what we eat? Shaking my head. People that judge people for what they eat. I am not okay with those people. All right, let me just check a Pokeball. I want to catch some more. I had some pizza earlier. Listen, we're pizza buddies, okay? Little graphical errors going on. Very, very good. Nice, nice, nice. Hey, yo, 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 yo. I'm a green leaf. How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. It said move mastered. Oh, snap. Big baby. Another big baby. Green leaf. How are you doing? Can we swim? I bet we can. Just really slowly. Okay, this isn't deep enough to swim. Ooh, you can switch Pokeballs on the go. Nice. Or you can switch from Pokeball to Pokemon on the go. Bam! I don't think I caught him unaware. I should have snuck up on him. Pizza party! Just hear me out. The graphics on this game. Yeah. I pointed this out immediately. Look at the anti-aliasing on this game. Look at how the edges are super sharp and pixelated. Do you see this? They definitely focused on making this game run smooth. I have not had any frame issues on this game yet. So what I'm guessing is that they really wanted it to be extremely smooth and yeah, handheld mode. I feel like they wanted it to be super smooth and work well in handheld mode. So, I mean, I'm okay with that, but yeah, on a 2K screen, it's a little sussy. I just wanted to grab this, a Vivichoke. Is your starter about to outlevel you? I can only go up to level 10. Yeah, I won't be able to control them. They'll be out of control in a minute. But I'm gonna head back with all of my stuff. We'll do some crafting. And we'll send in our expedition information, and then I'm sure I'll level up like once. Okay, it's over there. Let's just start rotating our way back. You have completed your quote-unquote pizza? It looks like you only level the Pokemon that you throw at the tree, I guess? Garlic sauce is top-tier dipping for pizza. It's true. That is, yes. I just got a Papa John's pizza, and they come with free garlic sauce. I can't believe that the reviews on the website were so bad. And I'm like, do y'all not know that this is just fast food pizza? Like, what do people expect? What do people expect from pizza? They're like, excuse me, this is not Italian. This is not a fine Italian dish. This is fast food pizza. You're paying like $7 for a pizza. What's wrong with you? Calm down. Papa John's is the best for that and only that. Yeah, I do like the crust though. I like the crust. It's kind of like, I don't know. It's more doughy, if that makes sense. It's like kind of squishy. It's really tasty. That doesn't sound like a good thing. Squishy dough, but it is really tasty. But it's not as garlicky. It's not as garlicky as Domino's. I think from the pizza that I've had today, I'm sticking with Domino's. Cause I want that garlic crust, man. I can't, and it's got the little chunks of garlic. It's so tasty. Yeah, I'm with you, A-Star. I just wanted to try it out. I might try a Pizza Hut pizza soon. Their sauce isn't too sweet or bitter. I find that their sauce tastes a little bit bitter to me. The crust is too chewy. See, I like the chewy crust. That's the only thing that I like about Papa John's. Why do we all disagree? Ooh, nice. We almost caught 3 of everything, except for Bidoof. Pizza Hut always makes you feel sick no matter what. See, this is what I'm worried about. I might get sick off this Papa John's. Get sick off this Papa John's and have some pain while on stream. Oh ho, so it seems like you made some new observations. Most illuminating. Look at this. Yeah, we got some, what? Boy. Hey! What?
An anonymous
what? Anonymous? What is that? Who anonymously gave a sub to my friend Clicky? What? Thank you. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Anonymous, you are... I don't know what you're up to. Thank you so much. Nice. Oh, looks like we leveled up, baby. Look at that. You've made progress on these reports and tasks. All right, we got to go back. We earned a star. Raise your hand, Anonymous. Who did it? Who gifted a sub to Clicky? Some kind bean. Some kind bean. Those ears. I do not recall them. What is it? What are you saying, Toshi? Oh yeah, we got a Wurmple for this guy over here, right? Yeah, it was this guy, right? That wanted a Wurmple so that he could level it up. Excuse me, Beauregard. Have you got a Wurmple you could give me? Yeah, dude, I caught one just for you. Here you go. Are you sure you want to give it to me? Yeah, it's worthless. Don't worry. You really brought me one. You must be as good as the rumors say. There's already rumors? There's already rumors around? This thing is cute. Look at his butt face. Adorable. Butt face caterpillar. So many of these Pokemon are extra adorable. So he's trying to level it up into a butterfly. All right. I wish that we could tell if it's the same Anon or a new one. Yeah, we need like Anon numbers. Oh, we're supposed to name it. Let's see. Bugene, Beautifred, or what? Beauticia? Is that how you say that? Or is that Beauticia? I don't know. What do you think? Bugene? I like this. I like Bugene. Like Patricia? Okay, so it's Butricia. No, but there's no R in there. Beautissa? Beautissa? Beauticia? I don't know, because there's no R in there. Beautifred. Isha? Okay, so it's Beauticia. You like Bugene? Me too, Savvy. That's probably the best name for it, right? Because his name is... I forget. His name is Beauregard. We could have Bugene. Anawonon. Anawonon is the Anon that gifts Clicky. Listen, that specifically is the one anonymous person that keeps gifting Clicky a subscription. It's true. That is the most cursed thing I've seen all day. What did Callie do? Did Callie send you cursed sketches? What's going on here? All right, we're cracking in. Let's get our stars. I'm ready to command some powerful Pokemon. Mommy? Wait, what? Oh, am I not talking to you? It's on Discord? What the heck did you do? Ew. Callie, that looks like on first glance, I don't even want to say what that looks like. I can't even tell you what that looks like, but that looks like some... Never mind. Okay, that's disgusting. I think we all know what it looks like. Man, I haven't played Pokemon since the OG. You literally only know the first 151. Ooh, well, there's some very adorable new Pokemon. I've played, this is the other reason that I want to get the mystery gifts, because I have saves in Sword and Shield and also in Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, so I know that they're going to give me some nice items. I think that they're all just like beautifying items. Also, we're allowed to make heavy balls now. It's, I don't actually know what those do yet. Moy, good morning. Hey, it's good to see you. Oi. Moy. How are you doing? That's a stranger fall out of the sky. Natural talent. Lynn's out here like, yeah, I'd eat that. Excuse me. LOL, it's not that bad looking. It looks like, listen, after you finish the food, Calico, I'll tell you what it looks like. That is messed up. That is messed up. They can catch heavy Pokemon? I mean, that makes sense. I just wasn't sure if they're like, if they just catch big ones. Is that what's going on here? That's a new idea. I don't think that there's a Pokeball like that, right? Or is there a Pokeball like that? I don't remember. So, Kenny, my girl. All right, see, like I said, we're skipping all this story bull crap. I want to play some Pokemon, you know what I'm saying? I don't care about these characters. We got Pom-Pom Hat, crazy-looking professor guy. Then we got a generic, I'm the male equivalent of you. Excuse me, I don't need no men. I would like to go into the forest and catch some Pokemon. Thank you very much. I'm not a human person. I'm a Pokemon person. Why do you think that I'm so good at catching them? Huh? I'm not doing too good? Oh, no. Tomorrow will be better. Came here to chill for a little bit. Oh, dear. Moy. I hope that today gets a little bit better. But if it doesn't, then there's always tomorrow. Moy. Much love. Could we please put some hearts in the chat for Moy? Having a kind of crummy day. I wish you the best, you sweet bean. The heavy balls have been in the game for a little while. Unless they change them in the game. Yeah, well, they have more use in this game, that's for sure. But they never. So the reason that I was interested now that's different is because in Let's Go or Let's Go Pikachu, they had bigger versions of the Pokemon and smaller versions of the Pokemon, but there was no value in throwing a heavy ball at them versus anything else. So that's why I thought it was an interesting adjustment. Because it looks like maybe heavy balls are for those giant creatures that we find, but that's not what it was like in Let's Go Pikachu. So that's interesting. Here's our crafting station. Okay, heavy balls. A ball that is too heavy to fly high or far, but it's highly effective. Okay, so it does work different. It says that it's heavy, meaning that its arc is going to be different, and you have to be close. And it says... Oh, wait. I switched to Pokeball. Heavy ball. It says it's highly effective if you manage to hit an unsuspecting Pokemon. So it is... They did change it. And it's black, tumblestone, and apricorn. Apricorn, just like everything else. How many of these can we make? 28? Let's do it. We're making maximum. That's much neater? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Aw, look at all the hearts for Moy. That's so sweet. Aw. So many hearts in the chat. Look at all these sweet beans. All of y'all are lovely. You can craft a revival, medicinal leeks, and a Vivichoke. Okay, so Vivichokes are absolutely pog. They give you, is this just a normal revive? It says it's half Pokemon HP. All right. And then this is an Oron Berry and medicinal leek. We could make a lot of these. And it healed my Pokemon all the way. I know that they don't, they're not going to always work like that, but I think that it restored like 64 health or something. Let's get a few of these. Oh, he wants to battle. You want to battle my Oshawott, Sonny? Okay, yeah, I think that we're just doing like a test battle with a trainer. I'm just skipping through. I don't know what he's saying. Man, this isn't even the same game. I know. This is one of the biggest changes in all of Pokemon history. I would say that this is the biggest game changer since Pokemon Go. I know, Pikachu's in this game. So cute. We need Pikachu on our team. For at least a little while, okay? I'm a sucker for Pikachu. They're an adorable baby. All right, Oshawott versus Pikachu. Not a very good matchup here. not very good at all. Very, very bad. Extremely bad. We need to switch for Shinx? I mean, Shinx would be better than nothing. Because we've got, what, a bird Pokemon? We can't have any of that. Okay, so I need to click down. Yeah, let's trade for Shinx. I don't really have anything to fight Pikachu with. The only thing that I can do is just match the type. And I think, ooh, they're lower level than Pikachu as well. Oh no. There's no way that we're gonna win. Oh boy. Literally a Weasel in the party? Oh, I thought that Weasel is water type. Are they not water type? What type is Weasel? Oh, I guess Bidoof would be good against electric, wouldn't it? Weasel, yeah, Weasel is water. That's not good. Did Pikachu get a free hit there? Yeah, this game has speed mechanics that allow you to attack like multiple times. It's not turn-based. You don't get like the same amount of turns or anything. It's not, oh, this Pokemon attack, that Pokemon attack. Instead, you can also change stances so that you can attack quicker or you can attack heavier. It's very cool. It's a big overhaul to the fighting system as well. Okay, paralyzing me. I see how it is. Scott B, what's up? Hey! How are you doing, Scott? Welcome, welcome. Oh, never mind. Don't listen to me. No worries, Tiny Turtle. No worries. Hee hee. One big tooth. I can't help but see one large marshmallow in his mouth. Get that marshmallow out of your mouth. Where are your teeth? You're on your lunch break. Hey, Scott's free. Hooray! Free for at least a little while. We're playing the new Pokemon game. Scott, how is today going for you? I hope it's going good. Weekend's almost here. I hope that you have some free time coming up. He's playing Trouble Bunny. Trouble Bunny. Is this game meeting your expectations? Don't know yet. So far, it's really good. So far, I'm liking it. I really love the completionist aspect and how the Pokedex is working. I've always thought that it was strange and simplistic the way that the Pokedex worked, where it's just like, catch your Pokemon and you win. Whoa! Now, can y'all see why I haven't memorized this chart? Huh? Now, I know that some of y'all have memorized this. But can you see why I don't understand this chart yet? Okay, it's complicated as heck. This is ridiculous. It's not bad. Look at it. Look at the grid. How many things are there? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. 18 times 9 is how many you have to memorize. It's very intuitive. No, it's not. No, it is not. The Ghost, Steel, Dragon, Dark, Fairy, all of those don't make any sense. They make no sense whatsoever. They're just completely random decisions that they made. Completely random decisions. Especially Dragon. Dragon doesn't make any sense at all. What's the difference between circles and triangles? Well, they're different shapes, you silly. The triangle has three sides, and its circle is supposed to be smooth, baby. Smooth like my brain. Who is this? Who is this? She looks very powerful. How do I get that outfit that you're wearing, madam? Excuse me, ma'am. Could I ask you where you shop for your tailoring? Mommy? Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? I want mommy, I want milk, I want to be held, I want to be comforted. Oh no, mommy! All right, let's get out of here. Run away. I'm ignoring you, Die. Just kidding, that chart is dumb. Thank you, Calico. I can always trust Calico to be cynical. Lovely do. All right, we beat him up. Beat him up. Wait a second. We need to grab some missions and let's get the hey out of here. Let's get the hey, hoo hoo ha ha. I wonder what Starly would like. Good question, ma'am. Ma'am, do you have questions about Pokemon? If so, I have answers. Pokemon are terrifying creatures. Oh, you have to complete Starly? Is that what's going on? Are you my mummy? No, I'm not your mummy. The completed Pokedex entry. What is that gonna involve? For Starly, you have to... Oh, you can switch, you can... Oh, look! They get a little bit more, Oh, wait. Look at that. They lose a little bit more hair whenever they're male. They live a more stressful lifestyle, the poor male Starlies. How do I... Oh, I switch, let's see. Number caught, so you have to catch more without being spotted, have to defeat some of them, and we have to get different forms? But it has a check mark next to that. It says 2 check mark. Huh. I don't say. But we're not done with it? Nah, they don't live as long, so they bald faster. Oh no, bald birds. Cynical kitties? You could literally change your name to that, Callie, and it would be pretty rad. You're not that cynical. I was just teasing. Oh, Awkward, you're popping in before you go to sleep. Get some rest. Awkward, it's good to see you, but I understand. I understand you need to get some rest. You've been working so hard. Don't work too hard now. Gotta make that money, baby. Gotta make that money. Money. You know, we do what we gotta do to survive. But we'll see you later, Awkward. I hope that you sleep well and you have no dreams or good dreams. Either one. Either one's fine with me. You can choose which one you want. So, do I think that I've unlocked mystery gifts, right? That's what this is, right? Internet connection. Connect or disconnect. Okay, let's see if we got any mystery gifts. Connect me up to the internet. Beep boop beep boop beep boop beep boop. You're off till Tuesday, so you can chill at least. Hey, nice. I'll be playing this game tomorrow. You actually love your job? You stayed up to go to work early because you're not used to early shifts? You stayed up to go to... Oh, so you just didn't go to bed. I see. I see. I've done that before. The clothing gift is for pre-ordering, I'm pretty sure. I was wondering when we were going to get this. We can also get some heavy balls. The music sounds like some Wii Shop music. I like it. We get a fancy kimono, fancy bottoms, and a baneful fox mask. Ooh, nice. All right, now nobody steal my code. All right. Attention! If your battery runs out while you're receiving a gift code or password, blah 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 blah. Okay, I just gotta enter this code right here, and I gotta press send fast enough that nobody can steal my code. That's how you do it. Yeah, give me my code. Hang on, I'll give you your code. All right, this is your code. All right, just type it in exactly as you see me typing it in. And if you can beat me to it, you get to steal my Pokeballs. All right, just keep up with me. Keep up with me. Just gonna add it, you know, 2 at a time. 2 at a time. All right, we're almost done, you guys. We're almost done. All right. All right, you guys, we're almost done. Just go ahead and all right, let's see who gets it. Let's see who gets it. Oh, I got it. Nice. I told you nobody would get it. Nobody was fast enough. Nobody was fast enough. Thank you. Please hold your applause.
Guess what we got? We got a small gift. One small gift could change your life. And that's exactly what happened to the Earl of Suds on January 28th.
I need to stop finding new Twitch streamers I want to support. See, that's my problem. Did I tell you, Zelda, that my Twitch bill was like $100 last month? Oof. Oh, so we can try out our new clothes. Let's put on some. You like small gifts? Wink, wink. Oh, I see. Wait a second. I know who you are. Hey, I freaking love your art so much. Hi. What's up, Nick? I remember whenever I remember even your old username. Your art is so adorable. Do you stream on Twitch? That would be super cool. I'd love to see a Nicktoons. Oh, wait. Whoops. I just walked into somebody else's house. I am sorry. I'd love to see a VR avatar of your character. That would be super cool. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. Okay, we need to go back. I forget which one's our house. Not often, but you're becoming more active. Ooh, let me give you a follow. I don't think that I'm followed. Let me see. I don't want to miss a stream when it happens. Beep, boop, beep. Yeah, I do see streams. Should have looked it up. Should have checked it. All right, sweet. There we go. Easy peasy. Maybe you'll see that very soon. I see. Nice. I would love to catch a stream because I love your art. Streaming artwork creation is so satisfying. I agree. I've done a little bit of doodling, but you guys know that I'm no good. But it's fun. You can't wear this kind of item with your hairstyle the way that it is. So I need a... What am I supposed to do then? Take this hat off? Can't... Oh, it's just the mask. Let's put on our fancy This is fancy. This is this is a fancy outfit. I mean, it doesn't look bad. So what do I need to do to my hair? What's going on here? I don't got. Okay, hang on. Have I got some new shoes? Just little sandals. Hey, doodles are good. Oh, I drew an Oshawott a while ago. I did not remember that. What? Thank you. I love your energy. Oh, thank you very much. That's very nice of you. Yeah. This is super cool to have you pop into my chat. This is like seeing a little this is like seeing a celebrity to me. Cool. You guys, I've been following Nicktoons on Instagram for like 2-3 years or something. And now they're hanging out with us. How do I change my hair? Maybe I need to go to a hairstylist or something? Let's see. She's the clothes person. She has a special parcel with my name on it. Modern jacket, modern trouser, modern shoe. What a precious gift. I wonder how we change our hair. Maybe there is somebody specific for that. We got a merchant. I sent you it. You sent what? Oh, the doodle? Let me see. What does this doodle look like? Oh, I could draw that much better now. I could draw Oshawott way better. We should do a Pokemon doodling stream sometime soon. Pokemon doodling stream coming soon. Robbie, what's up? Welcome. How are you doing? We're in this town and the music is so relaxing that it's putting me to sleep. Need more coffee. Okay, so there is no option for hair here, right? You could put on colored contacts. Ooh, wait a second. Can I have purple eyes? Ooh, I like this. How do I... dang it. I wanted to zoom in and see it. Brown ultramarine. Ooh, that looks good. Okay, I just want to go through these colors. Oh, red might be the coolest one. I might stick with red. There's so many of them. Oh my gosh. I wish that there were some white ones. That would be spooky as heck. Yeah, Nick! Hey! Thank you for the sub! Ah! You're not allowed to sub. Unacceptable. Thank you so much for the sub, Nicktoons. It's too cool. Oi. I super appreciate it. Thank you so much. I am a full-time streamer. So I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your support. I did see, oh yeah, I also saw that you had started doing, I saw that you started doing some emotes. Very interesting. Interessante. Ooh, okay, I think we're ready to get out of here. Let's go back into the wildlands. I kind of wish that I could get rid of my bandana, but I don't know how to do it. We're just gonna leave it alone. I gotta go. I got to go back into the wild. Let's catch some Pokemon. We've already made, I think that also at this base camp you can make stuff. Rosera, thank you for the 100 bits. Choo-choo? Question mark? Ooh, all right. So we've only unlocked one area at the moment. Boo! All right, I'm just gonna skip past your dialogue. I still like his design a lot. Very cool. Oh, I kind of like how you said interessante. Interessante. I know a little bit of Spanish. Okay. Buen provecho. A handsome merchant man. Yes, he's come to sell his wares. He's trying to sell me on his items. Listen, buddy. I'm out here to catch Pokemon, take names, pick up apricorns on the ground. I don't know what this guy's doing out here. So one of our missions is to catch a bunch of Starly that are unawares that we are there. So let's try to catch a couple of these. Catch him by surprise. But I'd buy his goods. Oh my goodness. Guy, I don't even know what you mean by that. He looked at his friend being captured and he's like, what? Ooh, all right. I think that they were aware of my presence though, because they saw their, ooh, look at the baby, it's sleeping. All right, let me switch to first person view so that we can take a peek. Aww. It's sleeping. How close can we get without waking it up? I don't want to disturb its sleep. That's so cute. Can we just leave it alone? Or should we? Wait a second. I think that we might have to catch it. I think we have to catch it for science. I'm sorry. Let's try. Oh, I thought that I got a heavy ball for my... Here. Oh, does it get to keep sleeping? Nice. Unless it... Oh, it got out. He doesn't seem that mad. He doesn't seem angry. He just seems playful. That's why they were like, be careful of him. But look, he just wants to play. So you just jumped at me trying to say hello. All right. We're just gonna give him a little, you know, just a couple of love taps. Oh, and I can switch my attack modes now. I saw that. So there's agile mode that makes them attack faster. Let's see, how do I do this? There's strong style and there's agile style. I definitely want to be agile. I don't want to hurt him that much. Never mind, he might die. Okay, good. And I think I might have time to attack him again. Where's the... Oh, here's the action order. So right now we're what? We're on equal footing, I guess? We're going just as fast as one another? Oh, you said he's one of your favorites? He's pretty... Oh, dear. He's pretty dead. He's pretty dead. But look, 1 out of 1 defeated. We did it. We successfully did the mission. But I kind of feel bad about it. Let's go talk to this person on the bridge. What are you up to, you rascal? They've got a Munchlax. Oh, are we not allowed through here? What's the big idea? There's many strong Pokemon. I'm at the rank. All right, I'm allowed to pass. Nice, Metroidvanian. You have to get your first key to go through here. Sorry, you need the Wave Blaster. You're so happy to make it to the stream? At work right now. Hey, but this makes it all bearable. Ooh. Getting to watch an adorable Pokemon game. Huzzah! Nice. Oh, yeah. Getting some work done. Gotta make that money. Gotta make that money. Chilling, playing the new Pokemon game. Oh, yeah. My, new face in the village. It's me. See, now that's a fancy kimono, and also she's got a little birthmark, so pretty, and a cool little hair tie. It's nice to have you here, Nick. How do you get a Pokemon on your team? Is there a very big box? That's a good question, Dai. We should try it. Oh wait, I just accidentally said I wasn't confident. I lack confidence. Did she just say how uninspiring? Oh, I have to defeat her in battle to get through here. She reminds you of Lupus for sure. Oh, yes. This is big Lupus vibes. And also using Munchlax. Mm-hmm. Yep. I can feel it. I can see Lupus here. What a cutie. Look at him, though. Bidoof gonna beat up Munchlax? What are you? I know that you're a Pokemon, but past that, I'm not sure. Let's just try rolling them. I think oh, that's not good. They're just normal type. All right, we should switch to our water Pokemon. They're gonna destroy my Bidoof. Bidoof. Swap them out. Put out our starter. Wash them away, Oshawott. I want to see my Oshawott do something with its with the little shell on the front of its body. Okay, I just attacked it using a normal attack. Now, what if I... Oh, I can't do... Oh, I think that move's maybe not mastered. I can only set that for the top? Yeah, it looks like only certain moves you're allowed to do that, so maybe I haven't mastered this yet. Doesn't look like it's like it does all of the moves. I don't think that it's just like a big... Well, I get to attack twice now? Watch Swap may die. Yeah, I get to attack twice because I'm faster. Nice! Swords dance? Yeah! Oh no! Oh no! Our Pokemon is broken! I killed it. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry that I let it die. Alright? It won't happen again, I promise. Put that seal out there. Oh no! But I'm not sure how it works. Da baby? We could just name it Da baby. That would be acceptable to me. Yay, we beat them. I think, unless there's more. All right, there's just one. Well, maybe not that OP. I didn't think that normal against normal was good, is it? I need a fighting type to beat up. He says, Mon. You really aren't one of the usual galaxy buffoons. If you could defeat my partner. Excuse me. Buffoons. So I guess we get to go to the dangerous area now. So there's parts of the Vivichokes are for revives. Nice. So I love the expressions. Your ARC phone is beeping. God is calling. Will you answer? Jesus is on the line. Let's answer the phone. Is that the strange thin what? Thingamy? My, that's some curious sort of map. Is that one of the Team Galaxy inventions I keep hearing about? You're still a buffoon, just not a typical one. Yeah, you're not like the typical buffoons. You're just you're an abnormal buffoon. Would you rather be a typical buffoon or an abnormal buffoon? That's the question. Also, that mountain is still looking weird in the background. I still don't like that. Why does it look like that? Why does it look like somebody just scribbled in MS Paint and made the mountain look like that? It looks like just a big crack in glass. I will never get over that. Yeah, it's a static crack. That's what it looks like. There's a cool spinning, swirling cloud, and then there's just a static crack that's just sitting there. That's what evil looks like. Evil looks like MS Paint. I mean, I'd agree. Evil looks like JPEG compression.
Do I look like I know what a goddamn JPEG is? I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog.
Starly's over there. I'm just gonna ignore you. I'm busy. I'm grabbing items. You've never seen a galaxy baboon before? Well, they're just like a normal baboon, but they're kind of purple. They have little dots all over their body. Really pretty. Get him, Oshawott. Oh, he knew. Cricketot. Let's get Cricketot.
A little baby.
Everything looks like MS Paint to me. I'm watching on 160p. Yay mobile. What? Sounds like yay connection. Cricketot. You fool. You let your guard down for 10 seconds and now I'm gonna... Baby. Hooray! We got a new baby. New baby. Karate chop. Cricketot. Karate chop. Yeah, let's check our box, like Dai mentioned. How do we switch out Pokemon? Summary. Okay, so you can move them around in here. So they're not in your satchel. That would be kind of weird. Maybe, let's see, lost and found. Check on items you or other people have lost. Like maybe if you leave an item in the wilds, then they just drop it for you. I might not have unlocked whatever that is. Is it in here? Okay, so here's Drifloom. Yeah, I'm not sure how you switch out your Pokemon right now. But I just unlocked some more over here. A request with my Max's Lost Satchel. Okay, so we've been on Aspiration Hill, Horseshoe Plains. They really make it kind of subtle what is unlocked. I wonder how big I'm guessing that this is all of, like, the first map. Okay, well. We could talk to this fine gentleman over here. Oh, wait. Ah, dang it. We need to catch more Starlies. Somebody wants the Starly entry done.
Oh, hello. Who there, mind helping a guy out? I'm after some cherry berries, you know them? The shiny red ones. They grow on some trees around here, but I don't have any Pokemon that can reach them for me. That's where you come in, friend.
Yes. I've already got cherry berries, my guy. I think, probably. Is his name Bjorn? Ah, Bjorn the bear. What a fine fellow. Take your cherry berries. Do I get a small reward? Trees that bear berries. 15 Pokeballs for that? Nice. I'll help you out whenever you want, Bjorn. Ooh. Geodude. Wish I had those heavy balls, but I don't know where they are. I thought that we just got a ball of mud. Were they carrying that? Why do Geodudes keep a ball of mud on them, Mom? I don't know, honey. Nobody knows. Nobody knows why Geodudes do what they do. Mom? Mom, why is our Geodude growling at me? Oh, he just attacked me. Back off, Buster. I'm trying to catch your friend over here. Nice. Catching Pokemon while getting smacked by a rock man.
Get out of here.
See you later, Buster. Music seems like the best way to know that you're in a battle. I think that the little black edges on the screen mean that I'm injured. Wow. Just grabbing some... What is this? Why, there's a little statue over here. Oh, I might die. Hang on. Oshawott, get him! Wait, I thought Oshawott fainted. Did they revive? When did this happen? I think that they may have healed me. Hey, Tayaki-san, how are you doing? Alchemic, how did you know that Tayaki was here? How did you know that? Wait a second. You mind reader. Alchemic, don't tell me that you were looking at that chat again. Kaboom! You saw him in chat? What? Did I miss a message? Wait a second. Why is my chat? Oh, I see it on one of them. Okay, my chat has been all messed up for like 4 days now, and I'm so frustrated by it. I see it now. I just had to refresh. I had missing. Happy Friday. Yeah. Oh no. Listen. I didn't see Alchemic say, "Oh Bjorn, get bonked, son," or "Happy Friday." I didn't get, or Haya. I didn't see any of those, or the "She healed you." I missed all of those messages because it keeps disconnecting me, and it's on my little like client, and it's also on the website. They keep saying, "Welcome back to the chat." It's like I have ESPN or something. What? Also, hi, Elfie. I see you. Looks like my chat's working now. I'm still blaming those animated emotes. It's got to be those. Oh, wait. This is leveled up. This one's leveled up, and I don't have... Oh, I actually do have an electric Pokemon. Got Shinx. But I'm guessing that this is a kind of strong bird. He hasn't seen that movie? Oh, it's a quote from Mean Girls. Oh, I've never seen this show. It looks like I'm next. Oh boy. That is frustrating. It is. Yeah, I don't really know how to deal with it. I'm guessing Twitch will figure itself out. Dang, my Shinx. I think up here on this mountain, it's getting dangerous.
It's getting dangerous, everybody.
Let's see, we've got 2 Starlies. That's too bad. We got 2 of the same bird. All right, little baby bird versus mama bird. All right, let's give him the old aerial ace quick attack. So maybe agile style does work for all the moves. I'm not sure. Elfie. How are you doing today? Good evening, right? Isn't it evening for you? We can have secret conversations without Kenny now. Twitch, new feature, private chat. You can chat with other people inside of a streamer's chat without them knowing. Very exciting stuff. Oh, I thought that was a person. It looked like a little man. Oh, wait. Hang on, Buster. That's a deer? That's running off. It attacked me and ran away. Shaking my head. Let's go find another one. Can we die from falling off a mountain? Hey, that's pretty sweet. We should probably continue the story so that we can get, his name is Weird Ear, I think. Weird Ear and Basculusk or something. Basculin. It's all the Pokemon that we get for movement. So there's a glider, there's a jet ski, and there's a deer that you can ride on. You doing all right? Watched a movie with your mom, and you're very chill. Nice. What movie did y'all watch? I've been watching a fair bit of Del Toro movies. Recently, I watched Pan's Labyrinth for the first time. I watched the new movie Nightmare Alley in theaters. And I also just watched The Shape of Water with a friend. I still need to watch, I think that there's one more popular one that he made. He made Hellboy 2. Your Track Heights. Pacific Rim. Ew, yucky. I don't want to watch Pacific Rim if I don't have to. Ooh, Cricketat's Papa. That's only a troublemaker here to disturb the peace with its racket. Delele whoop! It's good, Pacific Rim? I thought that it was bad. I had all of my friends that watched it back whenever it was released said that it was dumb. That it was just a Transformers ripoff. But I heard that it was bad. Maybe it's good. Maybe I trusted them too much. Alpha Pokemon. Pokemon whose eyes glow red are called Alpha. Okay, so that is... we did see an alpha, it's not Ponyta, it's called Rapidash. So we saw an alpha Rapidash. Alpha Pokemon are larger. They may have moves that are rare to their species, and they're difficult to catch. Why don't you just watch it and make your own opinion? I mean, I will. But you have to, but I have, like, filters that I run through with my movies so that I don't watch a lot of bad movies. I'm very picky. I've only got so much time. See, I don't know how to switch out my Pokemon. Maybe you can only do that at that big box thing. I'm kind of scared to fight this thing. I don't think I'm all leveled up yet. Hey there. Excuse me, sir. You have a beautiful mustache. Would you mind if I... Oh, dear. Whoop! You're so powerful. Alright, first alpha Pokemon. Go, Oshawott! So we battle them immediately. Press the Y button during a battle to check the action order of all of them battling. Shows the order. Based on the speed stat, can be affected by certain moves and items. Alright. It's filled with wicked might. Aerial Ace, please don't kill my Oshawott in 2 hits, you monster. It's level 12. It's lower level than me, and it's going to kill me immediately. Oh, look at that. If I attack it with Aqua Jet, I get to attack it twice. A critical hit. Lucky. Can I... So... Does using items affect the order? What if I wanted to heal them? Would that count as a move? I'm guessing I would. You have the same reaction whenever people approach you. You go da la 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 whoop. That does sound like something that A-Star would say. Da la 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 whoop. So now I don't get 2 moves. My little guy's gonna die. My little guy's gonna die. Oshawott, I'm so sorry. It's alright, just rest in this Pokeball.
I'm sorry, little one.
Let's see, we got a level 12 Starly. Yes, it is. Linids. What is Linids? Is Linids a word in Finnish? Is that what y'all talking about? You watched Murder, She Wrote. Turns out there is indeed a movie. Always only seen the series. I don't think that I've ever seen the series. Y'all want to know what the Finnish word for pony? The Finnish word for pony is Linids. Did we win? It's might. Just rolls off the tongue. I'm so confused. You really are an impressive one. I got him. Linids Food Company. They make organic frozen pizza. Ew. Ew. Organic frozen pizza. Just kidding. That might be good. I could just never have frozen pizza because it always has milk.
Lactose intolerance?
What the heck is lactose? All I know is I'm allergic to milk. It's the great weird ear. This is the boy that we want. Does he just pick me? Does he just choose me?
He's like, you defeated an alpha Pokemon. Now you may ride on my back.
He looks upon you with kindness, Kine. Expression's so adorable. I'd say the great weird ear has taken a liking to you. That is fortunate. He is an esteemed Pokemon that can dash across the expanses of Hisui, while bearing a human on its back. He is a blessing to all of us. How much can he can he spawn multiple times? Can he have multiple forms? Also, hi Warlock, what's up? His face looks like a mix between a koala and a deer.
They're both leaf eaters.
Koalas can be awfully scary, though. I don't like the one cursed picture of a koala. I think there's only one of them, and it started the conspiracy of drop bears. We've got a drop bear and a deer. Hey, what's up, LSR Dragon? How are you doing? Are you playing the new game? What kind of milk do you get from footless crows? Lactose? Lactose? Is that what you're saying? Because they have no feet? They lactose? Alright, let's see if we can pull some Pokemon out of this box. You have to leave for a basketball game? Hopefully no fights today. You better keep those kids calm, Linz. Linz, you better keep those kids under control, alright? Keep them under control. Good luck with making sure that those kids don't pull each other's hair out. We will see you later. Updated entries. All of these got updated. What? Geodude, Kricketot, Weasel. Alright. Jolly good. Or teach them how to fight. Yeah, you could teach them how to win. Maybe teach them how to not get injured. Just so long as your team walks out of it scot-free, then you should be... It teleports me back to town. I didn't want to go back to town. Or live stream the fights and take bets. Good luck, Linids. Don't do this. Stop that. I don't know. The one freshman player was in a headlock last night. Oh my god. Linz. Do y'all have a bunch of crossover between the wrestling club and the basketball club? Teach them how to end the fight. I don't know what... I don't want to know what you mean. I don't even want to think about that, Calico. We should try on our modern clothes. Let's see what we look like. The next day. Rise and shine, Kenny. The boss wants you. Okay. Are we going to get a new star? I got to put on some modern clothes for this meeting. Modern. Oh. That's a pretty cool outfit. That looks way better than I thought. With some modern shoes. Yeah, I definitely like the new fun little press on R to zoom in. Cool. Look at those shoes. Oh, you just got back from playing this game. Nice. I'm guessing you're a lot further than I am. This is a whole outfit. I kind of wish that the, let's see, fancy bottoms. Oh, these are based on Growlithe? Fancy kimono for Growlithe. You can't wear this kind of item with your hairstyle that way. I still don't know where my modern shoes, so it's not this. Survey Corp sandal. Let's do the... You can just put on the normal sandals. I still don't get where the hair thing is. I don't know. Nice. You are slightly ahead of me? Oh, nice. Yeah, I didn't play too much last night. We only played a couple hours. Investigate, investigate. Maybe handy tips for team members. Don't want to be forgotten. Don't forget to save. Jug is for storing water. This is just an item box, so this does not hold Pokemon. I still do not know where Pokemon are. Organized satchel. Well, maybe they'll teach me later. They're still teaching me how to, like, travel quicker. They just gave me my vehicle. I mean Pokemon, sorry. Walks out with the exaggerated swagger of a Pokemon trainer. Look who's being punctual. Finally realizing that you're wasting almighty Sinnoh's precious time by bowing to a sham. What? Oh my god. There's 2 new characters. You have a small angry girl. There you go again, insisting on your false image of almighty Sinnoh as ruler of time. My people follow the true almighty Sinnoh, the font of all creation and ruler of space. Huh. You could have all the space in there and still not know what to do with it. Huh? Excuse me? Are you really suggesting that we make better use of... that you make better use of your time than we make of... vast Hisui space? This is so hard to read. Huh? Better than some. It's a miracle that you showed up on time, oh mighty leader of the Pearl Clan. I kind of want to be on his team. Me, get lost. In almighty Sinnoh's great gifts of the Pearl Clan are... What? Oh, me get lost? I don't think so. You can swap your Pokemon at any camp in the game. When you're out on the field, look at the NPC next to the professor wearing red robes. All right. Nice. Just gotta talk to the red robe friendo. I saw them walking about. I was curious. So I think we're gonna get to pick clans. Which one should we go to? Should we be on the Hot Guys team? Or the Angie Girls team? Maybe they will tell us more about the clans. Probably skipped it during the quote-unquote story. Yeah, I mean, they hide the important dialogue in normal conversational dialogue. There are some requests. Do you want to check it? Bothersome Bidoof. It seems a band of bothersome Bidoof keeps sneaking into the village and causing trouble. Talk to somebody in the security corps. All right. And then there's playing with Drifloon. It seems several people have spotted a Drifloon playing with one of the village children. Miki from Security Corps can tell you more about this. Uh-oh. A child playing with a Drifloon. Sounds like we're about to have one less kid in this village. Uh-oh. Sorry, your child has now been lost to the balloon Pokemon Drifloon. There's a person in Jubilife in an area called the Pokemon Pasture. What, somebody to switch my Pokemon? Who is this? Hello. Oh, splendid. You came along at a good time. I'm looking for a pickling stone. What? Is it a stone that acts exactly like what is it called? I can't remember the name. Vinegar? Is that what you soak cucumbers in to make pickles? I need pickling pots and heavy enough to put a nice firm pressure on the pickles while they're fermenting. Oh, it's to hold the pickles in the jar. All right. The Pokemon known for stealing children. Yes, Drifloon is known for stealing children. That's a fact. Still better than Mr. Mime, who's known for stealing moms. Look at this fancy man with his cool hair. What do you intend to do about that cleaver, Commander Kamado? He may be a descendant from the warrior of the almighty Sinnoh, but look at the mess he's causing. Yo, LSR, thank you so much for the sub! Yeah! Thank you so much, LSR. Holy moly, one of the OGs!
Happy to part of his community.
Thank you so much for being part of this community for 26 months. Sheesh. You're one of the, LSR is one of the only people that is still sticking around from that first month. A founder! Thank you so much, LSR, for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Not a lot of people stuck around from that long, but LSR is still here. Thank you so much. Poor Mr. Mime. What? Mr. Mime's just looking for love.
You do get right to the point.
Time wasted is lost.
Well, tell me, what would you have me do? Cleaver is the precious lord of the Pearl Clan.
That's my point. The clan can't intervene directly where the Lord of the Pearl Clan's concerned. If my people were to do something about it, our two clans might end up back at each other's throats. You may not be as active as you once were. That's all right, LSR. Life changes. You can't... Listen, it's been so long. What, 26 months? Yeah, I'm sure that you're doing stuff. Playing games, getting work done, doing whatever you're doing. No worries. Life comes first, of course. Life is, it's a mystery. Who knows what's going to happen next? I'm just happy to see you whenever I see you, my friend. Who then? Who would the Diamond Clan... what? Okay, so they're the Diamond Clan. She's the Pearl Clan. Life finds a way. No. None of that. I don't believe that I said that. Thought it, maybe. You might as well have said it, you fool. She's so angry. What happened? Why is she so mad? He's so cool. I think we're going to pick him. If we get to pick, I'm picking the cool guy instead of the angry girl. Aha, I hear from Mai that you earned Weird Ear's respect. Good to finally meet you, stranger from the rift. It is so hard to read this dialogue. I don't know why. I don't know if it's the writing or if it's the vocabulary, but it is really hard to read this stuff. If you came from beyond the space-time rift, could you be from the space where the almighty Sinnoh is said to reside? I'm Irida, leader of the Pearl Clan. Caution and foresight are my watchwords. See, watchwords? What does that mean? Who made up these phrases? Which is why I have trouble believing such a tale. Could you have really come through that rift?
I have a proposition. Why not send this one to study Cleaver before deciding what needs to be done?
You'd send the stranger who supposedly fell from the rift to study Cleaver? This newcomer with no experience? Says the leader with almost no experience. Ooh, look at that face. He's about to end this Pokemon trainer's whole career. And look at he's even got a cutout of his eyebrow. Sheesh, he's too cool. He kind of gives me some Dai vibes. You feeling some Dai vibes going on over here? Dai, can you put on makeup? Are you able to? Can you apply makeup? What? Is somebody leaving? Take care, Callie. Oh, Callie's leaving. I'll see y'all later after work. All right. We'll see you later, Callie. We will see you later. Good luck with you said that you're going to work? Nice. Make that money, friendo. We will see you later. All right. I'm just skipping along. We need to go study the god. Oh, and Rosera's leaving too. Ooh. You got to get going as well. All right. We'll see you later, Rosera. Enjoy your day. We will see you later.
I order you to study Cleaver and help us find out the truth of this situation.
You bet. I'm okay at costume makeup, but my day-to-day game is weak. Oh, what? I mean, day-to-day makeup's just if you want to wear it. I don't wear makeup on the daily. But that's just me. I put it on for D&D. That's about it. D&D and streams. Report to the captain in her office to learn more about your next mission. All right. They're going to teach us to deal with... So alpha Pokemon have red eyes. We already dealt with one of those. And now they're going to teach me to fight legendaries, I guess? I guess that's what that is. That's the one that you have to throw, like, bombs at, and you have to dodge its attacks, and you have to weaken it, and then you can try to catch it, I think. Yes, let's get right to it. It's frenzied, okay. But as you're aware by now, Cleaver is a mighty thing, nigh invincible even. Bye-bye, the stealthiest crew member of the community. The sneaky community members. No. I'd like to be perfectly clear on this point. This mission will put you in extreme danger. Do you believe that you can handle it? Not particularly. Very well, then let's go over the particulars. The Diamond and Pearl clans... See, this could have covered it for me. The Diamond and Pearl clans revere their nobles because they were believed that the Pokemon served the almighty Sinnoh. They leave offerings to express their gratitude to these Pokemon in locations that they call the noble seats. So perhaps a good starting point in our research would be to come to find out offerings that they normally leave. Okay, so I just need to figure out what offerings they leave, and then I can just copy them. Kinney, we need to speak with you. Oh wait, no, that was my... Listen, that rift in space-time seems like it connects to this world to a whole other world. That world might be where the almighty Sinnoh itself resides. The true almighty Sinnoh, that is. If I have to say Sinnoh one more time. The one that rules over time. So if you fell through the space-time rift, that might mean that you traveled through time. By Sinnoh's own power. Your stream just hiccuped? My chat just hiccuped. I'm so frustrated. Why? Why is it this way? What's the deal? I mean, I guess it's working, but it keeps saying welcome to the chat room, and then I miss stuff. Sinnoh. See, and that's not a highlighted message as on my screen either. This game is a Pokemon isekai. Yeah, it's another world. You're reborn in a world where Pokemon are real. Don't just study, Cleaver. Quell his frenzy. Well, you certainly caught us at a good time, young Adaman. We were just discussing our next steps regarding the whole Cleaver situation. Oh, you must be the Galaxy Team scholar that I've heard about. Good to meet you, Mr. Professor. Share some thoughts of that knowledge with me sometime. Now let me elaborate a little. I like his purple eyebrows. Alright, so the Lord of the Woods. Cleaver, the Lord of the Woods, is God of the Pearl Clan. I'm the best hope that they've got. There's a warden boy that'll help me. The child is crazy, it says. You're up to the challenge. I'm counting on you. Nice. Okay, so we need to go meet the child near the shrine. Wow, he just said his piece and vanished. They weren't wrong. You need to visit his abode. Let's go to the Green Tree Arena. All right, nice. Okay, to the Grand Tree Arena, speak with Leon, get information on Cleaver. So much talking, I know, for being an open world game. If that sounds like you, you'd be wise to lend me your ear for a moment. I love his chops. What do you want? You can carry around even more in that satchel of yours if you learn a trick of packing things in. Teach me. I like your initiative. The fee of $100 to expand my pockets? You made space to keep one more kind of item in your satchel. Sure, teach me some more, dude. $200? Absolutely. I got $4,000 for being born. I was born with $4,000 in a bank account. 300? I'll take it. Nice. Thanks, Breath of the Wild. Yay. Limited space. How much does it cost? 400 bucks? Can I just buy these in bulk? Oh my gosh, how many times can you do this? $500? I'm doing it. All right, what else do we need? Yeah, this is exactly like picking up the Corks. Your back literally went to go pick up Domino's because you were talking about pizza earlier. Funny thing is that I ordered online and I went to Pizza Hut to pick it up by mistake. You ordered it from Domino's and you went to Pizza Hut like, hey, I've got an order for I'm a Greenleaf. And they're like, no such order exists. You check your phone. Oh, wait, sorry. I bought it from Domino's. See you later, pizza scrubs. Now it's $1,000? No. That's too much. It's too much money. Literally, and the Pizza Hut guy was like, you're like, oh yeah, I didn't order it from y'all. I ordered it from my favorite pizza place. I wouldn't trust you guys with my pizza. Ha 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 ha. Walking out the door. All right, sir. Anvin. What do you need?
You there, you seem like someone who enjoys a bit of crafting. Do you think that you could help me out with something? I'd be very, very grateful if you tried to craft something using a special recipe that I came up with. So without further ado, here's the recipe.
What am I making for you, sir? For dolls. We need three pieces of wood. Please make me a Pokeshi doll. Pokeshi doll? Nerdavel, what's up? Hey, Nerdavel, welcome to the game. Welcome to the chat. How are you doing? And I'm Zombie Food. What's up? How are you two doing? It's good to see y'all. It's almost the weekend. It's almost the freaking weekend. We're nearly loose. When I worked at Domino's, we knew the local Pizza Hut number for situations like this. Also for prank callers that would ask for it. It really shut them up. You know, at my Domino's, they have this list on the wall of a bunch of people that they will not take orders from. And there's like a list of ones that they say, don't take orders from these numbers. And then there's another one that says, don't deliver pizza to these people after like 10 p.m. We've got two different like tiers of troublemakers. All right, if a Pokemon starts eyeing me, I'll fling an Oron berry. Okay, so we can distract them with a berry. That is a good idea. I haven't even tried that. It says berry helpful. Nice mission name. Very good. Look at that. We could chuck an Oron berry right at this guy. It says don't do it. I can't even try to catch him. Hang on. There we go. Why isn't it on the computer system rather than the wall? I don't know. Maybe they don't have computer money. Maybe they don't have that sweet computer money. Tay's here. All right. Just got home from work. Nice. Tay's loose. Tay has been loosed on the world. Everybody run. Everybody run and hide. Tay came home from work. I'm just kidding. We can't all afford computers, Die. Exactly. What do you think? Domino's is made out of money? Well, welcome, Tay. Are you off for the rest of the week? Or are you gonna be working during the weekend? Look, they got some pet Pokemon in here. You wouldn't mind if I took some of these, right? These look like Pokemon that I've caught. The pasture's home to the many Pokemon that you catch. Collect them here to change up your party. Do you have some Pokemon you'd like to leave here with me? You bet I do. Let's leave Starly here. I don't want to release him. I want to put him over here. I want to keep him as part of my collection. Let's see. Which one's the best? 5. Okay, let's get this one. So now we've got water, fire. Bidoof has a rock move. Starly has flying. Shinx has electric. And Buizel? The otter. Let's put Drifloon on our team. Or I could put Geodude. Maybe Geodude's better than Bidoof.
My collection of Pokémon. Don't mind if I just add you to my collection.
Bidoof is level 11. I feel like I would have a better time with Geodude. Me and Geodude get along a lot better. I'm looking at the side here, so they're both level 9, but the second one has more HP and more attack. I see that there's some like extra numbers next to each one of the stats. I'm guessing that is to simplify like understanding what good stats are. That's nice. I think that they're making it easier for everybody to understand those little stats that barely change in between Pokemon. I'd like to promise that I won't out, but I've already proven I can't be trusted. I'm sorry, I forgot Domino's is poor, and that's why they charged me 15 pounds for one pizza. 15 pounds of what? 15 pounds of flesh? How are things, good friend? Oh no, not this guy again. I certainly hope that you're putting that secret backstrike strategy that I taught to good use. Oh. I think that he taught me to sneak up behind Pokemon and throw a Pokeball at them. But I totally didn't listen. But he still paid me in super potions. What a deal. Oh, yes. Now we need to go expand our collection of Pokemon. Mission is the Frenzy of the... Oh, we can pick which camp to go to. I still don't know why I can't use the heavy balls yet. Or where they are. Need to switch up your Pokemon or items. So we can rest. We can see our Pokemon, and we can shop. They charge me 15 pounds of good jokes. You would be able to afford it, lad. Oh, what? That's because y'all give me all the good jokes. Of course. Of course, that's what you mean. Because I can harvest all the jokes from chat. This ball is too heavy to... Okay, so it just looks like this. The heavy ball's coloring makes it look like a inactive item. Look at it. This seems like a gross oversight. It looks like it's an item that, in fact, it is like kind of translucent. I'm confused. And we need some wood. I don't know how to get wood. Thrown items, healing items. Our satchel, we've only got... it got put in the item box. Okay, we did get them. Nice. Okay. They were just in our item box. I've got a really great mushroom recipe, see? I got a real good mushroom recipe, see? Oh, so you're that girl from the Survey Corps who fell from the sky, aren't you? Listen here for a moment. I need to tell you about this great cake lure recipe that I invented. I call it mushroom cake. I poured 20 years of the mushroom foraging know-how into coming up with this recipe, and I just know it's a winner. Problem is, folks around here aren't catching on my recipe's amazing potential. But you're the talk of the village. If people see you with mushroom cakes, famous as you are, I'm sure that they'd want to give it a go as well. Is this influencer? This guy's trying to... He's trying to use my my branding and my marketing. Hey, I'm not gonna post about your mushroom cakes on my Instagram. Okay, I've never tried your mushroom cakes. I don't know if they work. I don't wanna suggest a product to my viewership that I don't believe in. Okay. Sorry, man. I've got standards. Did somebody say mushroom? Mushroom gal, what's up? I did say mushroom. We were just... listen, we were just talking about you. We were just talking about that lovely cake that you baked recently. Mushroom Gal, how are you doing? We're on that fresh Pokemon grind. Spicy, delicious, fresh Pokemon grind. We need to get some items so that we can make more Pokeballs. Oh, cutie. I want to also practice my, not practice, but try out the heavy ball. Oh, I just noticed that little eyeball above my character. That must mean that I've been spotted. I've been spotted. Maybe that's what the eyeball means. You're lurking while working. Nice. Thank you for the lurkies. I appreciate it. They got their eye on you. It's true. I hope that today's been going good, Mushroom Gal. Excited for the weekend? You got any plans? Mushroom cake sounds suspicious, does it? Mushroom cake. You gotta be careful. I don't know what kind of mushrooms there are in here. Yeah, let's try using this. Oh yeah, we could also try throwing a berry, I guess, if we wanted to. Ooh. Easy enough to throw from that distance. Nice. Drifloon leveled up too. It does not have a distance, and the eyeball means that there's an aggro Pokemon that spotted you. Nice. Ooh, what's on top of that hill? Oh yeah, eventually you do get that glider Pokemon. But I don't think that it can, like, fly upward. I see a shiny thing on the cliff. I want it. But I don't think that we can get up there yet. I can't even jump. I haven't unlocked jumping yet. I only can roll, alright? Well, I won't be making any mushroom cakes. But any cake that you make is a mushroom cake. I don't think we can get up there, but I'm going to try. This feels like climbing up a Skyrim mountain with a horse. Hey, it's kind of working. What? I cannot believe that this is working. This game is janky as heck. What? 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 Oh, if you crouch, you could climb better. Still, I like the janky climbing. We got an iron chunk. Get some more of that. The jankier it is, the better. Ooh, blue. A blue mountain rock. Ooh, it's got stardust. A sky tumblestone. Ooh. Nice. Ooh. Are these special plants up here? Oh my god, those aren't plants. They'll look kind of like plants from afar. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey now, hey now. Hey now, hey now. Ooh. Lake Verity. Pretty. Breath of the Wild. I'm going to take a wild guess that all the tumblestones are for different types of Pokeballs. Yeah, that seems like a pretty good guess. I'm with you on that one. Yeah, each stone has got to be for crafting a Pokeball of some sort. Ooh, I recognize these little swirly grasses. They remind me of some Pokemon item from the past. See if we can sneak up on this guy. Oh my gosh, it is heavy. I doubt that you can catch one of these big boys by just tossing a Pokeball. Never freaking mind. You can get... It's level 41? Oh my gosh. Just catch a level 41 Pokemon? Okay, alright. I'll take it. Thanks a lot. That's definitely part of my team now. Luxray, nice. Crouching does make it easier. But unfortunately, it makes it look less janky. which is unacceptable. Borb. Okay, I think that we're going back. Starly can evolve. You mean the Starly that I have? Big boy. Oh no, that's an alpha. I don't think that we can fight that thing. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Too tough. Uh-oh. Pardon me. Pardon me, my good fellow. I did not mean to fall down here. I pressed the wrong button. Oh no. Oh no. No. No, don't look at me. Hello? Please walk away. It was pretty smooth. I gotta say, it was a good dive. It was a good dive. Fight him, Mushroom Gal. You just want me to die. You just want me to perish. He wants to munch on you. I know. He wants to eat me. He's an alpha Pokemon. He's too powerful. He's too powerful. He just wants a hug. Breezy, I'm not doing it. Breezy, no! You killed my Oshawott. I take no responsibility for this. I take zero responsibility. I'm running away. No hugs. No hugs. Let me up. Breezy, did you get this game? Have you been playing it? Seems like all of my Twitch friends are playing this game. Whenever I was going to raid somebody last night, there was like 2 people on my follow list that were not playing this game. Now my Oshawott's dead. So sad. Breezy, Breezy. Hope you're having a good day. We got to add our Luxray to the battle. Run away. Run away. You can't afford to? Well, I guess at least you've got more time to watch people play it and decide whether you want it or not. That's what I used to do all of the time. Ow! I would sometimes, I remember whenever I was a little bit younger, I would wait years for games so that they'd go on sale on Steam. I still do that with games. I have like a pretty long wish list of games that I'm just like, listen, I want this, but not that bad. Ooh. Just grabbing some crafting items. Good job, Borb. Those are Luxio. Oh, this is the second evolve. I see that can evolve button now. I see that. Yeah, this is the second one. Could you stop that? Listen here, Buster. What? I am going to die. I am. Oh no. I am. Well, I think that we need to go home. I think we need to go home. I am not feeling very well. Fall damage, fall damage. Oh no. Run away from bird. Ah! Okay, let's go swimming. This is dangerous. Get out of there, my dude. I'm trying. I don't know how to get home. I don't know where I came from. Where did I come from? Where did I go? I'm gonna swim. Hopefully there's no fish in this river. Did I just die? You can drown in this game? Oh no. No swimming. There's not even a stamina bar. You just try to swim and you die. Whoopee! Fast travel? You could just fast travel around? That seems cheap. I didn't know that you could just do that. Let's test that theory. You just magically fast travel straight here? Alright. I guess I'm okay with this. I could use a little rest. Thank you very much. I mean, it looks I mean, it looks fine. I'd like to, but you've been on the struggle bus financially for a few months now with no job prospects. Oof. And the economy's gotten worse, too. Oh boy. What a mess. How dare they compound problems upon problems. Financial problems upon financial problems. All of my investments are looking pretty rough recently, but at least I'm just gonna leave them alone. I'm not that scared. Let's rest until midday, I guess. Cell phone blessed by Arceus. Exactly. Arceus included a time-saving device within it that allows you to just teleport wherever you want. Let's see. I don't think that we can use this high-level Pokemon, though, because we can only control them up to level 20, I think. Pretty sure. Pretty sure that I'm too much of a noob. Where is that? 20 and below. All right. Yes, if you have investments, just leave them be. Indeed. Yeah, it just takes forever. It's just going to take a little while. But all of my investments are super duper long term anyhow. Super duper. I want to just leave them alone for 40 years. 40 years and never touch them. See what can't control means. That's a good experiment. Let's see what happens if you have an uncontrollable Pokemon on your team. What is Luxray going to do? Big baby. Cute. I never even thought to just like throw them. You could just wait. Can you let them play with one another? Two babies? Will they mention each other? I'm somewhat of a scientist myself. Oh no. They're so cute. The Luxray does not look happy. No, that's what he always looks like. He always looks like this. Also, I'm telling you, this would be so cool to have with that little Labo VR kit. They gotta do it. Also, hi, I'm sneaking a watch. Shh, we won't tell anybody, Zelda Bits. We won't tell anybody. Everybody keep it on the DL. Keep it on the DL. Can we just throw out our whole team? Oh, I didn't mean to hit you. They're talking. They're friends. Oh, Oshawtt's pulling off some tricks. He did his little shell flip. Look at him, trying to impress the other one. Oh my. They're all talking. Ooh, they're all so cute. So do they just pop back in a second? Also, Ahsoka, hi there. Ahsoka is here. Yep, they just pop in. Ahsoka, welcome to the chat.
Welcome to the world of Pokemon.
Welcome to the world of buck-toothed beavers. Excuse me, Buckies. There's actual music in this game. It's kicked in. Let's, I actually forgot. Let's go back up here, and we will craft all the items that we can. I think they've given up on Labo. Yeah, definitely. Definitely they're done with it, I think. 13. And can't make any of these. Need more apricorns. Yeah, it looks like apricorns are what I'm short on. That's funny. And that's in a tree. They look kind of reddish. I need to figure out what the apricorn trees look exactly like. Look at the little babies. And let's check our missions. Let's see if tasks with unreported data. Where are my missions at? Save really quick, I guess. You need to learn Zelda. Life's unfair and people are awful. Wait, what? What are you saying? I'm off at 5 and everyone here is out of steam. It's a manager nap party in the office. What? The managers are just snoozing? How come the managers get to snooze while everyone else lose? There's something in that tree just ahead. Yeah, that looks like Oron berries. Or something different. That don't even look like Oron berries. Either way, I have to go. If you're here in 45, I might stop back. Oh, I'll be here. Oh, I'll be here, all right. We'll see you in a little bit, Zelda. Good luck with the rest of your work. Try to stay awake. See, Oshawott can be evolved. We got Oron berries. We'll check some of these trees. It's still midday. Midday, all the logs are out. All the logs are walking around town. Hey, Kenny, do you know that you can evolve your Pokemon at any time? You don't have to do it at a specific level? What? You can? That's kind of lame. That does kind of suck. I don't like that. I don't like that. What is it, just so that you can change their form? Starly's ready to evolve. But I don't want to evolve Oshawott, so if I just ignore it, does that mean that they're going to be a weakling? I think that Oshawott's second form is pretty cute. It's their last form that I don't want. Because Oshawott turns into... What do they turn into? They're so cute. I wanna doodle another one. I wanna doodle. Let me see. Oshawott turns into... They turn into Dewott, which is kind of like a little punk looking kid that has big baggy pants and stands up on two legs. That's not so great. That evolve was pretty cool. I wasn't even paying attention. I'm sorry. So what if I wanted to evolve this right now? What do you mean that you can evolve at any time? Look, I can't evolve this. I can't evolve Pony. I can't evolve Drifloom. What do you mean I can evolve them whenever, at whatever level? I can't evolve any of these. I'm confused. Oh, nice. Okay, so that is a new entry. New entry. We got plenty of Pokeballs. We should try to catch some more Mon. Hey, we got him. I love the little fireworks that pop up. It's so satisfying. It goes do-whip. Oh no, they've been alerted. They've been alerted of our position. Yeah, too late. I think that once they reach a certain level, it's just a matter of evolving them in the menu instead of like after a battle. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's more convenient instead of having to press B a bunch of times. Everstone no more. I know. I'm glad to hear that. That is good news. Yeah, what do the apricorn trees look like? This guy's out here to warn me about the seals on the beach. You should have your Pokemon smash open sparkling rocks for you. You'll find tumblestones inside. Oh, I know, sir. I'm way ahead of you. I'm way ahead of you. So was I in the, like, evolved area over here? I also love that not all the Pokemon, run from you. Some of them are, like, okay with you. This must be the apricorn tree. Look at this QT. An absolute QT. Oh, yeah, you can target Pokemon. Okay, so he's uncatchable. I forgot that there was targeting. But yeah, he's uncatchable. Instead, I have to beat him up a little bit. Oh, is holding items even a thing? I'm questioning everything now. Yeah, you can hold and throw any old item that you want. Let's tackle them agilely. An agile tackle. That might kill him anyway. It doesn't. Attacks seem way weaker in this game, which I kind of like because it makes it easier to catch things. So far, it looks like Pokemon can be holding items when you catch them. Yeah, like Geodude was holding a mud ball. I think we've seen a couple more items too. Definitely been some held items. That one didn't have anything. Times that you've seen it use an agile style move. Okay. I'm guessing that Oshawott has a huge Pokedex entry since they're a starter. Pikachu! I want a Pikachu. Let me get a peek at you. Where's my... Oh, you can't catch them here. Yeah. I knew that. But... Entire Hisui region? Where... Do they not have a... Where are they? There they are, at the very top. This numbers caught, so we haven't caught any of those yet. Oh, I'm sorry. Time to seen it use slash, strong, agile. Oh man, it has to do 15 of the 2 different types of moves. All right. Oh, we'll see you later, LSR. Thanks for chilling with us, my friend. It was good to see you. I think I see a fancy plant over there. Fancy pants, fancy plants. Yeah, I think that I can just like... Yeah, I can just put any old item into my hand and just chuck them. Number caught 5, so you'll see other ones. Oh, what? You can catch more Oshawotts? Maybe that's to give you an opportunity to get a shiny one. Maybe they actually give you an opportunity in this game to get a shiny starter without having to grind the starting page. And I guess you could collect them all as well. I like it. Also, that means that we can probably keep it as an Oshawott instead of evolving it. Cricketana's like, oh, hell no, I'm out of here. Look at it. They move so silly. Before they were like, here, do 1,000 resets for a shiny starter. Exactly, and now you can just catch them? Hypothetically. This little boy is walking pretty strange. Nice! Alright! The tree is moving! What is up in that tree? Is there a Pokemon in this tree? We gotta knock it down. Hang on. Shake him down. Shake down that clown. A Burmy! Look at this little thing. He's just kind of floating there. All right, let's hit him with the swords. Chop him into bits. Oh, that's not an attack move. Hey, Eerie Coffee's here. Yo, look at the cute little baby. Did you draw that for this game? Aw, the Rowlet baby. I love them. They're so cute. As you can see, I didn't pick Rowlet, but that's adorable. I love them. Look at those goops. Have you been playing this game, Eerie Coffee? You've been getting into the... Oh, no. We murdered them. I just murdered a Pokemon. It was a new Pokemon, too. Okay, wait a second. We got a bat here. Let's try using a Pokemon that we can't control. I think I've played before where I had a Pokemon that I couldn't control. Sometimes they just ignore your suggestions, I'm pretty sure. They look pretty in control right now. I don't see what the problem is. Luxray won't obey. Okay, there you go. He will not obey me. Maybe we could just catch this Zubat right off the bat. No pun intended. I did. I made him last night. I want to make all of the others. Oh, look at the Oshawott. Why is he so chonky? How'd he get so chunky? What did he eat? What did you feed that ocelot? Luxray is loafing around, it says. He's ignoring me. How dare he? You need to go practice the violin, so I'm gonna be lurking. All right. Get your lurkies and violinies done. Sounds good. Ooh, why am I yawning? Oh, why am I yawning? What's going on? Look at that. We're only 666 meters away. Incredible. Too many Oron berries for that boy. He is stuffed. Somebody stuffed that ocelot. Hang on. Sneak up on this bat. Ooh, the music's kind of spooky. I like it. Bam! Noise. Give me some Oron berries. I can't even do my quick schmoves yet. Big tired. I am not big tired. It's just a yawn. It was only a yawn. Oh, that's a shiny! What the heck? What the heck? Shiny bat? Right? What, you can't see me behind here? Bruh. Give me a break. How do they see me behind this rock? I need to sneak over there. How do I do this? Oh. They can see behind rocks. That is so obnoxious. Get it! Get the shiny! I'm trying! Yeah! Nice! And we got a spoiled apricorn out of it. Is that a successful shiny get? Did we just get a shiny? Oh yeah, we can't get this guy. He's too powerful. What? What? Did I just get a shiny bat? What? Is that part of the book? Where is it? Where's that bat? just randomly saw a shiny. What are the rates for shinies in this game? Zubat. Oh, I haven't turned it in. I see. How did I just find a shiny? Are they easier to catch in this game? Are they not super rare? I'm so confused. How did we just run into it? A little veggie bat. Yeah, a little... I guess we just got ourselves a little artichoke boy. Got ourselves a little lettuce bat. We're just running away. We're running away. Shiny! I can't believe that we just got a shiny bat. I think shiny hunting in this game might be a lot of fun. Oh, nice. We can turn in everything. What do you think about the shiny that I found, sir? I see you've got 10 Pokemon. Care to report your findings? Absolutely. Look, yeah. It's even got an icon next to them. Noise. Pokemon caught on a backstrike. First time. Pokemon species, 10 or more. And total. Doesn't look like you get paid for shinies. Interesting. Lucky, yeah. I don't know what kind of rarity they have for shinies, but that's gotta be rare, right? I see. Most illuminating. Oh, look at that. And the entry is actually a shiny. So do they... I haven't caught another one. Since this is the first one that I ever caught, does that mean that their entry is now always going to be shiny? So what would you like to do now? I want to continue my excursion. Heal up, everybody. I could use a rest. And maybe I can... Yeah, until morning. That's pretty convenient. You could just pick the time of day as well. Because I'm pretty sure that they'll have, like, different Pokemon. I mean, Zubat wasn't here during the day. So let's see. We could replace our flying Pokemon with our bat. with Zubat. Poison and flying. We could replace the normal bird that we have. The boring bird. Just gonna keep... I just have to keep refreshing my chat all day because I keep missing messages. Very rude. Replace Luxray? Yeah, Luxray, I'll probably put the little BB. Put the little BB boy there. You're right. I forgot about that. Yeah, the Shinx. 4 to 18. Yeah, 18. That's a strong BB. Maybe that's why they didn't mind me catching a level 40, because we've already got our Pokemon up to level 20. Because you kind of get XP for everything. So, I'm kind of curious what it's like to level them up to level 100 in that case. There is fall damage. Go slide. They gave you a freebie? I don't know. Maybe level 40 doesn't mean anything in this game. It's like we got to go over to that big old tree. Ooh, Paris. Ah, the Paris Climate Accord. I did not mean to roll. I meant to sneak. Hey, you two. Hey, you two, listen. I can't go after either one of them. But I could try to kill them. They're, what, poison? So maybe rock. Crush them. Oh, they're level 12. Okay. Oh, no. No. Bad. Don't do that. Maybe. Fire. Hello, I'm doing my best impression of a lurky turkey in the background. Oi, Anaya, thank you for the lurkies. Much love, Anaya Falcon. I hope you're doing good today. We're playing that new sweet, spicy Pokemon game. Oh yeah. Let's try to go for. If I do agile, it doesn't really affect when they get to move. Poor Geodude, he got his life sucked out of him. Whoa! Paras is looking around, thinking, oh no, I should get out of here. But it was too late. I almost feel like if I have to attack them, I might as well kill them or defeat them. I feel like I might as well defeat them if I go into a battle mode. And I should try to catch them if I sneak up on them. I know I won't be able to do that all the time. Ooh, Luxray can, what is the little baby version named? Shinx. Shinx can evolve. I do like Shinx next evolve. It's great sometimes to watch lads send out a rock ground mon against a grass one. Like watching a little disaster. Listen, I still don't really understand how that works. Like, hey, Luxio, they're super cute and angry. All right, folks, I'm gonna head off for now. It was nice being back for a while, trying to make more time. Stop by a little bit more often, even if it's just for a few minutes. Nice. It's always nice to see you, A-Star, but no worries. If you're a busy being doing art, playing games, watching streams, I understand. We just gotta play more games that you enjoy. Force you to watch them. But yeah, well, we'll see you later, A-Star. It was nice to hang out for a bit. Enjoy the rest of your day, my friend. Enjoy editing Shrek into a bunch of images.
It's all you do recently. Hello, little one. Don't you dare.
Okay. Sick 'em. Burn them alive! I love their little googly eyes. They like made it actually have the texture of a googly eye. I wish that they had physics in them though. Number of times you've defeated with fire type, so using super effective attacks is a mission. Cricketot was like, I thought I heard something. I thought that I heard something. You did? You fool! You let your guard down. But you little one. Oh, I love that they look like they're wearing clothes. It looks like they have a little collar. Nice. Ooh, I see a big one over there. We fought an alpha version of this, right? They're so small in comparison. Oh yeah, he's doing the. This might be evolve number 2. Oh my god, there's another alpha over there. Ah! Cricketoon. Look at this strong boy. We could probably use fire against them, right? I think that they're probably way too powerful. Oh, you can see their level. Okay, level 30. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. My little level 16 horse is going to get stomped by that big old bug. I see a little Bidoof dam. Right? Probably. Did the Bidoofs do this? Hey, y'all are blocking up the river. Oh my gosh, the king of the Bidoofs. The king of the Bidoofs lives here. How leveled are they? I kind of want to battle an alpha Pokemon as soon as possible. We focus. 16? I think we could take on this guy. Let's see if we can catch an alpha. Bidoof is rock? This should be super effective. Water? You caught Bidoof or Bibarel? Alright, Bibarel. Have an Aqua Jet. Actually, I'm gonna do Agile Style. Quick attacks. Wash them away! Big hits. Oh my gosh. Oh, look at them. How are they so powerful? Alright, let's do some strong style moves. Big hits. Oh, it says it's not very effective. I thought that it said it's super effective, and I was like, this is working horribly. Oh no! Oshawott, no! Why do I keep putting the worst versions? Okay, let me see. Maybe Luxio? Is electric good against them? What are they? They're normal, right? I thought that they were normal. Maybe they changed type? What are you? My chat just refreshed twice. Nice. They're water type? It's like I picked the right one, but still gonna die. We can Thunder Shock them twice. Is this the one that just paralyzes them? No, it injures them. Nice. And it paralyzes them. Zappy, zappy. Now, I don't want to kill them, right? You just kept... Oh, my God. You just killed my friend. Let's put out Drifloom. Let's see if we can catch this sorry sucker. You gotta stop hurting my friends. Could use a heavy ball on this guy. But I think that it said unaware Pokemon are the best move, right? It's no good. They escaped. They're enraged. Their offensive stats were raised. Their defensive stats were raised. Oh, no. No! They can kill my balloon in one shot? Oh, my gosh. They got blasted. They got absolutely blasted. Put Geodude back out there. Geodude's gonna die in one hit, but at least I get to throw another Pokeball. Yahoo! I don't even know if you can catch them this way. Oh, okay. Alpha, nice. All right. And we get XP candy for that. You just pick up iron chunks? Yeah. right. Our first alpha. Also, I see that thing moving. What is this? It's a Pokemon under a rock? Oshawott is looking like he's on the edge. The edge of life. Ponyta, you do this. Oh, wait, it's probably a rock Pokemon. Oh, no. It is. It is. One step closer to the edge, and he's about to break. Can you just leave a battle? You can actually run away, but you do it in real time now. That's cool. Now, instead of clicking the button run away, you can actually just run away. And you only get away safely if you get away safely. I like it. Boom. Now remember, whenever you climb up mountains, you have to crouch. LSR taught me that. Yeah, let's start. This is called Moss Rock. Why do they call it Moss Rock, Grandma? The surface is covered with moss. Touching it feels good somehow. Somehow. I don't know why, but something about touching this moss just makes me feel better. Oh, Silcoon. And some dazzling honey that fell out of a tree, I guess. Hello. Hello. I don't think we need a heavy ball for this, but I just want to hear the sound effects, okay? Moist moss? Can we get a confirmation whether that moss was moist or not? I feel like I just want to sneak around all the time. Ooh, pretty butterfly. I guess that's Beautifly. That the evolve from Silcoon. I've never seen this one before, I don't think. I may have seen this in Pokemon Snap. Kaboom! Oh, what? But it was such a good throw. You want to attack me? Oh, snap. It's going to try to poison me. Ooh. Oh, it's got a homing attack. That's frightening. So you really, I'm loving in this game that it really does feel like you are in danger without your Pokemon. Like if your Pokemon's out there, then they're battling and they're defending you. But if you're out there with no Pokemon on the field, then they will directly attack you. That's cool. That's how I imagine that it would actually feel. But it is really strange to just have like Pokemon attack you. It's bizarre. Can't believe I actually want to be protected by my Pokemon now. Hey, nice. They're unaware. Independent Oreo. I'm enjoying the game so far. It's definitely kind of like a relaxed sort of game, I guess. I don't feel like it's too difficult. It's more like collecting Pokemon. Kind of like a collectathon or something. But it's pretty dang enjoyable. Very stylish. Very stylish. Cool systems. I just killed the Pokemon that I was trying to collect. Oh, what is the evolve of? Ooh, so Zubat turns into Golbat, and Golbat just stays green, I guess. I guess that they stay the same color because they're already the same color. These heavy balls coming in clutch. Nice. Yeah, should we evolve our shiny? Ooh. Buttery. And Psyduck? Is that Psyduck down there? Oh boy, Dice gonna love this. Just wait till Di hears this. Let's heal Oshawott really quick. Man, one potion restored that much health? Goodness. Blast! Hey, Stat-Im, what's up? How are you doing? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well on this fine Friday. A fine Friday indeed. Ooh, we're just trying out this this new Pokemon game. It's been pretty dang fun. Been playing for a few hours now. My coffee's as cold as the crypt. Not too bad though. Iron chunks were inside of the were inside that geodet. So what if we throw from above? What did I miss? Wrong button again. Sounds like music that I've heard before. Oh no, I tried to throw my Pokemon down there, not my Pokeball. Get Bunnery. They're adorable. Get Bunnery before Linz comes home. Ooh. Psyduck. Psyduck. Oh my. There's so many Pokemon that are like hiding in trees and rocks and stuff. It is really neat to know that even if I catch a Pokemon, there's still like more research to do for them. That's pretty cool. But it's not just like, oh, I caught a Geodude. Nice. Okay, now I'm done. All right, now the shading's looking a little weak. The shading's limitation is Geodude at night. That's when the game doesn't look good. Also, I should have gotten out of the way. We murked him. Number you've defeated of water types. Oh, nice. Get him. Yeah, we need apricorns. That is what we are short on. Another Bunnery. Oh, they spotted me. Come back here, you rascal. Battle! Defeat that bunny. Psyduck always looking unaware. La 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 la. Ah, they ran away. Is that because I threw it too far away? Look at this boy. What are you gonna do, huh? Huh? What are you gonna do to me? Ow! You blast me. Oh, there's a banana. Nana berry. I can't pick it up. Oh, I don't have the space for it. Go ahead, hit me. I dare you. Come on, do it. Come on, do it. He's mad now. I'm taunting him. Ooh, you missed me. You can't see me. I'm in the bushes. It homes. Okay, I'm running away. I did not know that it homed on you. It's a homing attack. Is that a shiny Zubat? Yeah, our first shiny. We caught our first shiny. We just randomly found it. We weren't even looking for one. Just randomly found a shiny Zubat. And I was like, why not? I'll take it. Bunny. What? What? What the heck was that? What hit me? Zubat got you? That was Zubat? He just shot me from that far away? I didn't even know that he was chasing me. Oh no, I don't think that you can. Are you gonna heal me up here, buddy? It's the cow. It's the cow kid. It's the cow. I'm Leon of the Pearl Clan. The Warden to Cleaver, Lord of the Woods. They got a little pickaxe behind here. Stinky Pete. Stinky Pete the Prospector. And you, I've already deduced that you've come here to meet Cleaver. Hang on, I gotta kind of slip into a little more of an accent. I've already deduced that you came here to meet Cleaver. I'm right, aren't I? Of course I am. I can see it so clearly. After all, the powerfully awesome Cleaver has come to be even more awesomely powerful. Perhaps that strange lightning the other day was the almighty Sinnoh's divine power.
but whatever it was, it struck my lord and left him imbued with an awesome might. So I must turn you away, even if it pains me. It's too dangerous for you to meet Cleaver right now.
I'll do anything.
Oh, such an earnest desire to meet the mighty Cleaver. I have to admit I'm struck by your passion. But, well, I'm afraid your passion is not the real issue here. I've been told in no uncertain terms by Iridia that I'm to let no one near Cleaver. I will fight you off myself if you insist. If you wish to avoid battle, withdraw now while you still can, or face the wrath of Goomy? What? What the heck is a Goomy? I'm gonna bow out. My Pokemon are too weak. I thought that you'd help me heal them. I thought you'd help me heal my Pokemon, you monster. Also, I remember that we ran into that magic Pokemon, but oh, Goomy. You're gonna have to face the wrath of my Goomy.
But they said, how do I get that Pokemon to ride on? Excuse me, Galaxy member, could you give me a little rest? Thank you. Just a little while. I guess that keeps the same time? Like the same time of day? Don't need item storage, but I am curious about... What noise? What Pokemon is that? I still don't quite know where missions are. There might not be a mission page. Is it in here? It says tasks with unreported data. Cries. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how to... Oh, there we are. Missions and requests. The Frenzy of the Lord of the Woods. So that's my main mission. Okay, it's right here. Find your way to the Grand Tree Arena. Then we gotta defeat Goomy. Starly, Shinx's ears. Mushroom cake, playing with Drifloon, bothersome Bidoof. Very helpful. So I still haven't gotten wood. I'm not exactly sure how to get that. Maybe you just throw a Pokemon at a normal tree? Let's try it. Give it a chop. Okay, never mind. Wood appears in overworld under trees. Really? I've just never seen it before. Maybe I ain't been paying attention. Hey, Jijo, what's up? Ooh, pretty music. Hiya, Jijo. How are you doing? Have you gotten to play any of this new Pokemon game? New Pokemon game? Everybody's playing it. Got a Zubat. That's the normal Zubat. I only catch shinies now. Sorry, I have no interest in your boring coloration. A bunch of parishes. A bunch of Paris. See some musha musha. I'm gonna pay attention underneath these trees a lot more. You like it? Nice. So you played it, or have you been watching it? If you've been playing it, which starter did you pick? I need more item space. Maybe I should go back to that guy and pay him $1,000. Balls of mud. Can I just drop balls of mud? Do I really need that? Oh, you can hit Pokemon with it to stun them. All right. A berry that you can feed to your Pokemon to cure drowsiness. That's what I need. A candy that's packed with energy. When consumed, it will grant a single Pokemon a small amount of XP points. Let's use that on Oshawott. Nice. Got a level out of that. Now I can pick a Musha Musha. Oh, you can see me? All the way from there? Shiny Glalie. Yeah. You won't believe what we caught, Shiny Glalie. You won't believe it when I tell you. But we did it. We already got a shiny. Oh, watch it. Watch it there. I'm just gonna roll away. I'm just gonna roll away. I kind of want to go beat up this cowboy. Oh yeah, we also got an alpha Pokemon that's not on our team. I'm guessing that they become like unenraged whenever you use them. Surely they're not that big and that strong. But maybe they're like a little bit buffed, like they're a little bit better. They're just a strong elite, you know? Shiny. Yeah, look, we got a shiny Zubat. Just randomly found it. Just out in the blue. Just out in the wild. I love that you can just throw down the Pokemons. Look, Oshawott will say hi. Speak to one another. Oshawott's doing some tricks, showing off. What about Lux? What do you think? They're so cute. They're even cuter than the bigger one. I love. Look at them. They're welcoming the new friend. The new strange friend. You look different than other Zubats that we've met. This Zubat is special. This Zubat not like the others. Alphas just have increased overall stats versus the normal ones. Yeah, that's what I thought. Is this wood? No, that ain't wood. Is this wood? No, of course not. Ooh, I see a bunny. I'd like some more of these bunnies. They're adorable. They look like they're wearing big woolly outfits. So cute. Nice. Get him. One. Nice. Got another bunny. Catch every bunny that we run into. Yeah, some of this music in this game I have definitely heard before in a compilation. Oh, we're back here. I've been here before. Oh my gosh. Twitch, please. It keeps refreshing my chat. Why is it broken? Twitch! I do not know what to do with you sometimes. It's been refreshing all day. It's been actually refreshing all week. I do not know what they did to Twitch, but it is frustrating. Yeah, broken. It does it, and it's also doing it on my stream chat in OBS, and also I have the chat open in a browser, and it happens, I guess, at the same time. Maybe it's my internet. But my internet hasn't had any other issues, and I don't have any, my bitrate looks good. So I don't get it. It is so weird. Maybe Windows 11 will fix it. I'll just keep saying that. Maybe Windows 11 will fix it. Oh no, I skinned my knee. Well, maybe Windows 11 will fix it. Oh no, I burned my bagel. Well, whenever I have Windows 11, maybe I won't burn my bagels anymore. You've had your chat window freeze, but not refresh. Oh, well, it's not refreshing. I'm just saying that it says, like, welcome to the chat room. Welcome to the chat room. Welcome to the chat room. Like, over and over. And I guess while it's, like, trying to refresh itself, I miss messages. Oh, you get that too? Oh, jeez. Yeah, I think a lot of people have been getting it recently. It is frustrating. Can Windows 11 fix our broken table? Of course. Come back here, you rascal. Come back here, you little rascal. You're so cute. I just want to pick you up. No. Hey, I have no issues. It is. It's Windows 11. It fixes everything. I knew it. I know it. Man, Windows 11 fixed my broken marriage. I can't believe it. I thought that we had what is it? It's not uncountable. What is it? It's in unconditional issues. What is it called? Irreconcilable. Irreconcilable. We had irreconcilable issues, and then Windows 11 came on, and all of our problems were solved. All right, little cow kid. Listen here, you little cowpoke. What the heck is even that? Daddy, chill. What is this thing? Goomy? Goomy? What the heck are you? You're just a little blob. I like it. It's weird as heck. Goomy! Kill Goomy! Murder Goomy. Goomy must die. It's not very effective. Uh-oh. It evolves into Goodra, one of the best dragon Pokemon. What? You mean this little ball of goop turns into a dragon? See, dreams do come true. Well, clearly water is not gonna do it. So maybe it's poison, so rock and ground should be good against it, right? Because you can bury poison. If you bury poison, then it makes it not hurt you. You just have to bury it in enough dirt, of course, because this all makes lots of sense. Well, didn't really remember that I had water moves. Let's electrocute it. You got water moves? Well, I've got electricity. What if I went zap zap on you? What if I strung it back? Get him. Get him. That's right, sick him. Not very effective. Why is everything that I use not effective? Ow. I feel like we can keep doing this though, right? Ooh, wait a second. I've got a dark move. I think that dark might be super effective against poison. Wait a second. I've heard of this. Also, I like the static battle camera. Very cool. Goomy's dragon type, but they've used water moves and poison moves, and they're a dragon type, and they're a goop. That is strange. Hey, level ups. Nice. I know that they can evolve. Ice, fairy, and dragon are effective against it. Okay. I don't have any of those. I like it. Look how dirty their knees are. In fact, their whole outfit's kind of dirty. They're all scuffed up. I have returned. My Twitch completely bugged out. See, everyone's having issues. Why is Twitch broken? Die, welcome back. My Twitch has been bugging out too. So if I miss anybody's messages, please don't hesitate to tell me. Upgrade to 11 and you'll be fine. I don't think so. I think that this is a Twitch issue, not a computer issue. I may have been defeated, but my point still stands. It's too dangerous to meet Cleaver now. The only welcome you'll get if you approach him is a flurry of devastating blows. Normally, I'd simply try to make an offering, a nice heaping of his two favorite foods, served up with respect by his loyal warden. That's me, of course. That's usually enough to please him and soothe him, even in the prickliest of moods. But even I, Cleaver's Lord Warden, can't get close enough to make an offering right now. Not with the way that Cleaver's rampaging and running amok. There's nothing that an outsider like you can do. The ancestors of Cleaver, Weird Ear, and the cohort drew on Almighty Sinnoh's... Oh my god. This is some Kingdom Hearts level dialogue. This is incredible. I didn't know that they could go this far, but Pokemon's done it. They've reached into that style of dialogue. Kingdom Hearts-esque. Yeah, I've been having funky loading issues as a viewer. Twitch! How dare you? Oh, the dark sacrament. The dark sacrament? Gosh. Mickey, what are you doing here? We have to defeat... See, I don't know anything in that game though, so I can't make up all these names. You say that Cleaver's grown even more powerful,
but I'm afraid that his strength poses a problem for us. If he was indeed struck by lightning, could all the bolts be sent from the false Sinnoh that the Diamond Clan bows to?
I thought that the name was Cleaver, not Cleaver. It makes more sense now. Hey, Minnie, thank you for the raid. What's up? Oi, oi, oi. Minnie, how was your... Oh, you were playing Unpacking. That game looks fun. That game looks fun. Minnie, it's good to see you. Hello, hello, hello. Oi, oi, oi. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Minnie. How was the game? It looks super cute. And I heard that it has like, that it's got like an interesting kind of story to it because of like the things that you unpack. It looks very satisfying. Ooh, 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 ooh. Thank you so much for choosing to come over here. We're playing the new Pokemon game. It is fun, but my PC's being dumb. My stream's being dumb as well. My stream's being dumb. I don't think it's my computer. But I'm having like chat issues where I can't see chat and people are like having to disconnect and reconnect. It's a mess. I do not know what's going on. Oh, you're getting encoding errors. Okay. Oh dear. That is not good. Like encoding the video? I'm confused. Oh no. Encoding audio? The game? Oh dear. Oh no. Darn. Well, maybe Windows is like letting all the PCs in the entire world just like go to crap on purpose so that they can so that they can force you to switch to Windows 11. That's what we're thinking. We think that it's a Windows 11 issue. I'm just teasing. But I hope that your stream went well besides that. It's good to see you, Fantasy Animal Vegan. Oi, 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 oi. Hiya. Hope you enjoyed Unpacking as long as it worked. Like in OBS, it ended up freezing everything for a minute. It's okay. You'll figure it out. Nice. Okay, good, good, good. If it's in the program, then you can do it. You can do it. If it's on Twitch's end, then nobody can do anything about it. We must save Cleaver from this frenzy. Every moment it continues, the danger grows. So this is an open world... This is an open world Pokemon game. And right now we are investigating a great godly Pokemon named Cleaver, who has been running amok. Normally worshipped by the locals, it has become enraged and has been, I don't know, I guess murdering people or something. And this is the leader of the clan that's supposed to take care of Cleaver or something, or worship him. And I'm also talking to the warden over here that looks like a little cowboy. This is the warden that's supposed to be watching over Cleaver. But clearly they're not doing their job because the Pokemon is rampaging and killing people. Could the outsider actually find a way to quell our Lord's frenzy? Maybe I can. Very well. Leon and I will gather food to please Cleaver in hopes that we might be able to get close enough to feed it. As for you, find a way to quell his frenzy, even if you must search every corner. Don't say that. You have heard about this game. Is one that I would enjoy, so I figured I'd come check it out. Oh, nice. Yeah, if there's an entry point for Pokemon because you didn't like Pokemon before, then yeah, this might be a good time to pop in. Might be a good game to try because it's open world and much more interesting. Food does make me less angry. Oh, it does. I might grab some more pizza in a second. I'm getting hungry. I'm getting hungry again. Ooh. Hungry. All right, so head to the base camp and report what we've learned to Professor. Okay, so we're gonna go back to the Professor. So we might as well grab a couple of Pokemon on the way back. The music's a little relaxing. A little concerningly relaxing. I mean, I like it, but also it's kind of like not helping me stay awake. I love the animations in the background. Where if they're too far away, they have like 3 frames in the animation. Oh God, I'm so sorry. Wait, what? What happened? Why are you so sorry? Kaboom! You were AFK and your cat stepped on your keyboard? What? Oh, I don't see, I don't see the message because Twitch isn't letting me see my chat right now. Ah! It's like Breath of the Wild and Let's Go Pikachu had a child. I'd say so. Let's go wild. No, 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 no. No, no going wild. Twitch chat gone wild. Yeah. No, 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 no. Oh, I'm trying to throw a dead Pokemon. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to throw around Geodude's corpse. I promise. Hey, Vonchik, what's up? How are you doing? Vonchik, we're checking out this game. We're checking out the sweet new Pokemon game. Oh. Get that bunny. Aw, it's so cute. I love how it looks like they're wearing pants. Look at that bunny in pants. We just gotta weaken them a little bit. There we go. Oh, you're playing as well? Nice. How far are you in the game? Do you already have your deer? I don't even have the deer yet. I'm as slow as can be. I'm as slow as molasses. I'm gonna catch a couple. We'll catch a couple more Pokemon and then we'll just teleport right back. They do look like they have pants. Yeah, they look like they've got some big floofy wool pants. It's adorable. All right, Oshawott will be able to kick out whoever's in this rock. Ah! Well, well, well. What do we have here? How far along am I? We're right now trying to figure out a way to defeat the first like big boss guy. I can't remember his name. What is it? What did we say his name was? Something Cleaver. So we're trying to figure out a way to quell Cleaver's anger. He's like the first real boss. He's not just an alpha Pokemon, he's a god. Oh, you're up to that as well? Well, we're in the same dang old spot. We're in the same spot. We're in the same boat. Another Geodude. Can you see how much I'm bouncing my legs by whenever my motion controls activate? My legs are bouncing. Maybe I can keep it alive if I do Agile? You're trying to figure out how to beat it? Yeah, I'm about to go back to the professor. I thought that we could snag some Pokemon. Wild Geodude became obscured. Can I still throw a Pokeball whenever they're obscured? Aha! Obscured or no, you are captured. Listen, you threw some mud on your face, and look, it was kind of hard to find you, but, you know, what's a little mud inside of a Pokeball? If you evolve to Dewott and then throw on some Swords Dance, you would be fine. What? Guy's trying to get me to transform my cute little baby into some big, ugly teenager? Yucky. Teenagers are the worst, Di. It's only one thing worse than a teenager. A child. Not our anime runner. I know, he's so cute. I can't get rid of his cute little style. Boom. We caught what? How did we catch you unaware? You just ran away from me. Come back here, bunny. It was caught unaware, so it's too stunned to move. That's interesting. Surprise attack means that you get to attack a couple times. Buneary's looking around. You won't have any time. Love that he takes his Shelly off and uses it to hit. Yeah, he uses it as a little prop. It is odd that it's not attached to his body. It definitely looks attached, but I suppose it's just Velcro. We can take it off whenever he wants. What if I threw this berry? Yeah, get that stinky berry. Aww. We fed it. Aha! Did we catch you unaware? Now I want to feed more. Come back. I think we might let this one go. Oh, you can actually still try to catch it? It's not like aggroed or anything. Oh, nice. I actually did catch it. You can catch it after it spots you. Is that bunny in the water? Oh my gosh, it's drowning. Don't let the bunny drown. Catch that. Psyduck! I saved them. Yeah, I saved the Psyduck too. Psyduck! Yeah! Di, you weren't here whenever I grabbed the first one. I think that your Twitch was messing up. But yeah, we got Psyduck. Oh, I can't get this mushroom. I'm out of pocket space. I've gotta go back to the city so that I can get some more pocket space. Don't look at me. Close your eyes. Just slip into sweet oblivion. Oh, Psyduck mad. Psyduck has attacked me many times now. Oh. Psyduck dangerous. Let's get out of here. You missed the infinite pocket space. Me too. Whoa, big boy. All right, we're gonna teleport back and waste a Pokeball. Splendid. Yeah, let's go to... well, we'll go home as well, I think. We could add Psyduck to the team. We don't have a Psychic Pokemon. You wouldn't evolve a Psyduck? They turn into Golduck, right? Golduck ugly. Golduck looks like oh, Golduck look like a, I don't know, some kind of cartoon duck. I don't like it. Psyduck looks like a, maybe like a plushie. That's what I think Psyduck looks like. So the difference is Psyduck is a plushy duck, and then Golduck looks like Mighty Ducks. He looks like if you gave him a hockey stick, he could maybe like be on the Mighty Ducks team. Like he looks like an edgelord cartoon for kids that are like, you know whenever kids turn 11 and then they get like super cool and they want to watch Mighty Ducks because it's got, violence and like cool lingo, kind of like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles of ABC. I want to see my Pokemon. Yeah, I mean, do you have endless... Oh, so there's pastures. Okay, and you have 8 of them. 8 pastures. I don't know if you can harvest the animals for their flesh yet. You can release them, but surely you can grind them up and make smoothies out of them, right? Like, you can do that in most of the previous games. Is Psyduck's level 15? Maybe we should try to look for good stats. So his special attack is 2. So it's 2 and 1 for those two. This is a 2 attack. This is 2 HP. I love these little stat things. I'm pretty confident that that's like been going on in the background of Pokemon this entire time, but they made it really hard to understand the numbers. I feel like Psyduck can replace Zubat, even though Zubat's super cool looking. I feel like this would be a better decision. Drifloon is ghost and flying. Oh, Psyduck is water. Psyduck isn't even a psychic. What? Psyduck is worthless. I didn't know that. I didn't know that Psyduck didn't have any use. What about our big boy? Whoa. Okay, yeah, I see there's a little angry icon. And it says it's got 3 speed, 3 defense, 3 attack, 2 wait, did I say 3? I meant 3 special defense. Yeah, nice and fancy. Did your chat bug when I said that? What did you say? Did you say? It did just bug again. Oh my gosh. You said, I don't see anything. Oh, you said, oh, Psyduck is a watermon, not a psychic. Oh. I see it now. Gosh darn it. I'm starting to get mad about this. I don't know why it's messing up. I don't even have my ad blocker on. But let's see. What could we use? The bunny's just normal. This is bug and flying. I don't think that we have a great... I think that we need another... We need to catch another type of Pokemon. A bug type? Kenny doesn't read. I'm telling you, it wasn't even there, Von Chick. And it says, welcome to the chat room. What? If I scroll up, I can just see it time and time again. Reloading. Welcome. And before I started my stream, this bug only makes it worse. Wait, what? The bug makes it worse? What do you mean? You don't want Cricketune on here? How does it only make it worse? At least it's got a grass type move. Look, now I can use grass type if I want to, of course. Jolly good. Oh, the chat bug. It makes you unable to read. Oh, yes. Not only do I choose not to read, but I also can't. Not Cricketune. I thought that you were just saying that the bug made my team worse. I thought you were saying, oh, lad's trying to build a team. But this bug's just making it worse. Look, your team's already weak, but this bug's making it worse. Let's do some crafting. Never, I totally want you to take the bug. No, yeah, well, I do never use bugs. We still can't make this because we haven't picked up any wood. Let's build as many potions as we can. You made 12 potions. As many of these bad boys as I can make. Maximum. Build maximum. Oh, it's back to apricorns still. But Cricketune is awful. Well, great, Di. Well, whenever we find a new Pokemon that you like better, then tell me. But not Psyduck, because Psyduck's just water. I thought Psyduck was special. I thought that Psyduck meant something. But instead I find out that Psyduck is just a crummy old water Pokemon. Imagine my disappointment. Alright, let's go over here. Mission time. Excuse-moi, sir.
Good to see you, Kenny.
Yeah. I'm doing some great research. You wouldn't believe what I found out. Cleaver is a dangerous Pokemon. We caught so many bunnies. 20 or more Pokemon caught in one report is like an achievement thing. Using Backstrike, caught for the first time. Alpha Pokemon cut. Nice. Caught, not cut. I did not cut any Pokemon today. Here's all the updated information in case you were wondering. Items carried. Yeah, so they can have, like, for example, Psyduck can have Ball of Mud or a medicinal leek. Also loves lots of different types of food. Now, we don't really know much about Geodude. Honestly, they just aren't very hungry in general. Hey, Dig TTV, how are you doing? What's up? Hope you're doing good, Dig. We're trying out this, well, I mean, should we really say that we're trying it out still? I am playing the new Pokemon game. It's not like you're about to wander into the world champion. Use Cricketune all you want. Yeah, there is no championship in this game. This is the least multiplayer focused Pokemon game of all time, from what I've heard.
Give me a moment. Blah, 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 blah.
So he's going to collect some information about which items I need to pick in, I guess. Yeah, we're already in the end game. Yep, we're in it. We're in this. We're already making it in. Oh, you're finding it really fun. Nice. You're playing it along with us. Cool beans. Oh, God. How am I yawning, dude? Yeah, we're in the end game. I can't believe it. We'll catch some final ones. Stop counting. I just turned. Listen, it's too bad that that I'm not using the bot that Dai made for me. If only I was using the bot that Dai made for me, then we could count it live. It's all coming together. We gotta feed them tea time balls. Are you sure, Professor? They're your own inventions. Why not call them Lavaton balls? Oh my, with that name, it'll sound like I'm the one being launched at our frenzied friend. In any case, we can rely on the Pearl Clan to gather the necessary foodstuffs, correct? Then you should hurry back to the Grand Tree Arena and tell the Pearl Clan of our brilliant idea. If you're off to Grand Tree Arena, best to set out from the Heights camp, eh? Great, they're teaching me that I can teleport to a faster camp, but what I want you to do is tell me how to ride on that big old deer. I want that deer. Would you like more space in your satchel? It's $1,000 to expand your pockets. Let's do it. How many times can I do it? You made more space for one kind of item in your pocket. Nice. I could have even more space for 1,500. I mean, I'll tell you what though. I do love that you can craft your own Pokeballs instead of just spending a ridiculous amount of money. Hey, could use Nightbot counter. That's true. That's true. True. Welcome to the chat room. Thank you, Twitch. You're only 1 star? Oh, I was only teasing, Dig. Actually, Alchemic was teasing you. I wasn't. I was just kind of going along with it. Yeah, I'm only 1 star as well. Ooh, what are you doing here, Simona? Here at the trading post, you can exchange merit points for items and trade Pokemon with others. Good for you to stop by. What is it that you need? Look at the baby. Togepi. Togepi on the flag. You can trade Pokemon. You can get items. What can you do for me? Ask not what your government can do for you. Ask what you can do for me. Me specifically, not the government. Ask not what the government can do for you. Ask if you can have a kiss from me. Linking cord. A string exuding a mysterious energy that makes you feel a strange sense of connection. What? A string? Its name is cord. It's in the name. You don't have to pretend like the world doesn't understand what this is. Huh. Oh, it must be a string of some sort. Let's call it a linking cord. I do see lots of evolve stones here. A protective item of some sort. It is extremely stiff and heavy. A special metallic coating that is simultaneously strong and flexible. I will use my bots to gather me boys. What? Chatbot master, not boy. There's some loud drilling and hammering in the apartment below. I don't know what's going on, but holy freaking cow, it's loud. I think that's me. Yeah. My, maybe they're putting together a bed or something. Goodness gracious. My neighbors are super loud too, but they normally aren't like making hammering sounds or anything. My neighbors up above, they have a bunch of kids. They have 4 kids in a tiny 2-bedroom apartment. And my room, I can hear them walking around right now. They stomp around. You don't see the maintenance manager's truck outside, so you have no idea what's going on. Maybe they accidentally smacked a hole in the drywall and they're having to replace it themselves. It's gotta be what it is, right? That has to be it. I mean, it seems unlikely, but it has to be that.
Listen here, Survey Corps kid. I saw the darndest thing. I was scouring the heartwood for crops that we could grow in the fields here when I saw it. This Pokemon called Cherim changed its appearance before my very eyes. It was in the evening. The light was getting dim. All of a sudden, Cherim's petals closed right up, and it looked nothing but a little flower bud. Wow, I thought, I just witnessed the miracle of evolution. But the next morning when I went to check on that Cherim, it was right back to full bloom. Why would it bloom to just close back up? Is that how evolution works? Or was the change I saw something different? When you finish Cherim's Pokedex entry, let me have a look, would ya? Ooh. So, I know that you actually have to, like,
really observe things in this game instead of just catching the Pokemon. Like, we're supposed to look at the ears of the... Okay, now as soon as I mention neighbors, they immediately start stomping around. Immediately. Right on cue. Good job, kids. I'm so bored. I wish something would happen. Me too. Sorry. There you go. I'm so bored. I wish something would happen. Are you paying attention to this? Look. Look. Things are happening. Stop complaining! Okay. Let's see if we can get some new clothes. Oh, wait. I do see his truck. It was on the other side of the parking lot. They have some sort of plumbing issues. Replacing the water heater down there. That's not that loud of a job, though. Water heater? I had my water heater replaced recently. I wonder, maybe there's problems with the pipes and the walls or something. Because normally that's not a very loud job. Drilling and hammering. I don't know. Hammering is not normally something that is associated with water heater replacement, I don't think. Maybe. The whole apartment's gonna fall to pieces, no doubt. A special parcel has arrived with your name on it. Is this my Pikachu outfit? It is! You received the Pikachu Festival mask and an Eevee Festival mask. What a precious gift! Ooh, is there more? You could purchase items like kimonos and stuff. Yeah, so I can't wear this kind of item with your hair styled the way that it is. What way is my hair styled? I never understand this. I don't have an option for hair. I don't see the hair option. But yeah, I would like to see what we can buy. Hun, what can I get for you, sugar? Hey, hun. We got some beautiful clothes for you, hun, if you want to try something on. Oh, you look just a darling in that outfit. A gi. We could get a karate gi. Indigo. What? This is indigo? Amethyst looks better. Expert. This expert outfit. I kind of like the amethyst one, but I don't think that we need a gi. Okay, these are just pantalones. Some everyday trousers. Then these are just a bunch of different colors of kimono, and that's all. There's an Oshawott kimono. That's cute. Let me see. There are Oshawott bottoms as well. Ooh, cute. A bunch of caps, but I guess I can't wear these. There's festival masks for a bunch of different Pokemons, headbands. There's a hairdresser in Jubilife. Okay, are we in Jubilife right now? I think we are. For some reason, got canceled today on the eShop, so you didn't get the pre-order bonuses? Oh no! That's no good. How dare they? How dare they steal your precious goodies? Though, to be honest, the pre-order bonuses were pretty tame for this game. I wouldn't say lame, but definitely tame. It's a pair of scissors that you walk by. Oh, I see them now.
Oh, welcome, young lady. What can I do for you today?
$500 hairstyling? This sounds like some realistic prices. The sky, tearing open. Time traveler. Hello, that one village. I'm so bored. I wish something would happen. Wait, was that called a fox mask and not a Ninetales mask? Fox is confirmed? I mean, it is. This game does lean into the Japanese folklore a little bit. Kitsune. Short. Curled. Ooh, that's pretty. Braids. Survey Corps style. No. Long. Short. Short's cute too. These are all the options. So you can color it. Okay, so there's probably other places that you can get your hair done, because I know that there's more options than this. Ooh. That would match my outfit. Is it okay to color your hair to match your outfit, or is that going too far? Ooh, pretty. Ooh, this would make a nice outfit for now. And it's only $500 to change my appearance. Grandma Kenneth, excuse me? I do not look like a grandma. This does not look like a grandma. No, look at my smooth skin. Not a wrinkle in sight. Not a cloud in the sky. Listen, this is not grandma. Some grandmas have smooth skin. You shush. I'm not a grandma. I think it looks great. It's platinum hair. It's sweet. Grandma Kenneth moisturizes? No, I'm not a grandma. Stop. No. Not true. Fake news. That does kind of look like a grandma from the back. But look at my spry legs. Grandmas don't run around like this. Whoopee! Besides, I'm gonna put on a hat. Put on a hat and it'll probably just barely peek out of the hair. Wow! Alright, ma'am. Let's see. Hun, what can I do for you, hun? Festival mask. Oh, it's just a little... I forgot where it goes. It just goes on your head like this. Oh, dear Lord. Have mercy. Baneful Fox mask. Yeah, it does. It is named Fox. That's one of the redesigns, right? Don't they have, isn't this the Nine Tails from the new region? That's kind of cool. Kind of scary, though. You really want to run around looking like this? Dang, girl, you live like this? Flat cap. Kind of cute. Kind of cute. I don't think it goes with the outfit, but I think they look nice. A woven hat. Ooh. Aw, Shink's mask. Dark slate. Oh, a little headband. Nice. Throwback. Just a bunch of different colors. Alright, so there's just headbands, masks, flat cap, and this big old woven hat, which is pretty cool. I don't think it matches my hairstyle, though. Not incredible options. I think I'm going to leave on the mask that I had. Cool outfit, though. Alright, I don't want to do any shopping. Looks like a Zorua mask. Oh, yeah, that's another redesign, right? She's waiting for me at the gate. I don't feel safe. Woohoo! Those darn Bidoof. Okay, so what all do we need to do? Check our missions. So the Frenzy says work with Leon and Arita to make the tea time balls. Okay, so we gotta go back to the shrine and talk to them about the tea time balls. Also, look at the map, tells you where everything is. What is this? Oh, the wallflower. Are you able to craft balls anywhere? No, you have to go to a table. There's a table in town. There's a table in town, and then there's a table at each one of the outposts. It is unfortunate, or at least slightly so. Okay, we're gonna. Can we just teleport here? I guess not. We have to walk to the gate. Uh-oh. We're being stopped by my. My, that Galaxy Hall is one fine building. They certainly got themselves a grand headquarters, I'll give them that. Oh yes, I came because I have news that I thought you might be interested in. Better for you to actually see what's going on, though. Let's head to, what did you end up calling it? The Heights Camp? It's my camp, lady. You ask me if you want to visit. Hey, Dinah, how are you doing? What's up? Oi, 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 oi. Welcome to the stream where everybody is playing the Pokemon game while I play too. Most of the people that have popped in the chat are like, I'm playing this too. I'll listen while you play. This is the game that everybody's played. Sheesh. Sheesh. Also, it looks like I get to ride him now. Nice. Do I get to summon him? How are you doing, Dinah? I hope you're having a great day. Also, are these two on the same team? This is the cool team, bruh. Yeah, this is the cool team. You got Lupus and Dai. Nice. Oh, I love the eyebrow. So cool. Makes me want to cut my eyebrow again. What, did you just play me a song? Stop that. You're making me nervous. That's a Celestica flute. That's Celestica. Alright, you know what it is. All we gotta do is just toot that flute, and then we'll start zooming. Is this the new one? It is. Open world Pokemon game. It feels nothing like a Pokemon game, and that's a good thing. Pokemon games be getting a little repetitive recently, and Sword and Shield freaking sucked. Sorry, I know that a lot of people liked it. But those people are wrong. That game's garbage. I now feel a slight bit of safety afforded to me because there's a new Pokemon game. Oh, nice, Nardabel. I thought that you were gonna say, dude, they were so good, but then you said, dude, they were so bad. Yeah. If you enjoyed the games, then that's better, honestly. It is good to like things, and I value liking things more than not liking them. I don't think that you should dislike things if you can help it. If you can enjoy something, then that just means that you're happier. Disliking something is not gonna make you happy. So it's not something good to aim for. Tell us how you really feel. Oh no! No. Oh, see you later, Savvy! Thanks for hanging out with us. See you later. Bye-bye. Go poof. I'm gonna go poof, poof. That's legit. However, some things aren't likable. Yeah. You really can't control what you like. That's what I'd say. Yeah, you can't help it if you don't enjoy it. Wow. Like instant, dude. Like, I thought that there'd be an animation. But, yeah, you just straight up immediately get onto the deer. That is awesome. Yeah. Charge. Oh, you can just hold it and dash. Wow. Look at this. And you go. Watch this. Now you just gotta. Nice. What if you do it mid-dive? No, you can't do it mid-dive. All right. What if you do it while you're falling? Whoa, nice. Don't drown. Oh, oh no. No. Oh, Steve, how are you doing? Good morning. Yeah. Oh, I'm trying to remember what good morning is. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm only thinking of asagohan, which is breakfast. Let me see. It's a, Ohio. I don't know. Oh, Pikachu. Oh, my God. Everybody, quiet. I need complete concentration. Shh. Shut up, Cricketune. Be quiet. Oh, I missed. No, I missed. Oh no. Pikachu. Please let me. Oh! Oh! Goodness. Goodness, Pikachu. Could you calm down for 2 seconds and let me catch you? There you go. Another electric one. Oopsie! How are you doing? Are we smack talking Sword and Shield? You bet we are. Just kidding. My darn chat is still messing up. Okay, I think it caught up now. Goodness gracious. All right, we're gonna smack him. Let's give him a bite. Bite that Pikachu. You're gonna get coffee and play cookie. All right, play some cookie. Enjoy. Awesome sauce. Man, I want to play some cookie now. Also, I just killed my Pikachu. I'm sorry. Meow, 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 meow. Whammo. You need to find another Pikachu. Now I know where they live. Maybe they only show up around rainy time. I know, poor Pikachu. I accidentally ate them. I mean, whenever you bite them so hard that they faint. Have you ever bit a Pokemon so hard that they, oh my gosh, it's a Magikarp. Nice. It's a Magikarp. I saw one down there. He was swimming. In the arms of the angel. I kind of wish that... Oh, they can jump. Okay, they can. I was literally just thinking it would be nice if they could jump. And they can. Talk about zooming. Now that's how you climb mountains. Climb every mountain. Forge every street. Follow every moonbeam. Nice. This is great. Oh! Oh! What? What? Everything went black. I died. I dropped a bunch of items? What? What? But I dropped them right here. But I dropped them right in front of them. I just jumped off that cliff. Why did they collect some of my items? You guys, you just pick them up next time. Come on, take out my adorable balloon Pokemon. I cannot believe it. Ay. They don't even let you have fun in this game. I'm just kidding. You're supposed to have the you're supposed to get that glider Pokemon for stuff like that. But we get that later. Great game. Great game, by the way. Whoa! Is that a Gyarados? Whoa, flying lizard. I saw that. I saw a Durgan. No, the Durgan like despawned. That's so cool. And what's up? Don't you cringe at me. Also, what an incredible choice the Pokemon team made. I didn't realize it immediately. But oh my gosh, you can pick up stuff while you're on the horse. That is awesome. Look at that. You can pick up leaks on the go. Dude, that is so nice. This is why I never use horses in Skyrim, because you can't pick up the all the medicinal ingredients. Well, look at this. You just, what the heck is this? What is this here? Do you get bombs in this game? And I cringe at you all I want. No! Nezavi, hola! How's the stream been? Just stopping by to say hello. Hi there! Stream's been great. This game is fantastic. Twitch is totally screwing up the stream though, but it's still been very fun. Been very fun regardless of my stream messing up the dang old chat. Oh, what's up, Homestar Gamer? Welcome back. Just lurking while you drive home. Nice. Awesome sauce. Yeah, we're playing some of the new Deadymon game. I just died. I just fell in the river. And I drowned. Really good at killing this character. I really like it. Kidnat lives in constant fear of being killed. Ooh, let me grab. Medicinal leeks. Delicious. Hey, Kenny, are you playing some Tim Tim? This is the new Pokemon game. It's not Tim Tim. This is Pokemon. This isn't a ripoff of Pokemon. Got him. Bricked. Okay, let me see. Combini. I think I'm gonna just try to catch them outright. They're all distracted looking at my other Pokemon. You don't stand a chance. You don't stand a chance against my wily Pokeballs. Nice. I started last night, but then I had to go to bed. See, Malice, I should have gone to bed sooner. I was not playing this game, though. I just had trouble falling asleep. I wish I was playing this game. The sound effects. There we go. You cannot escape me. Ooh, I just smacked it in the face and it didn't get caught. This is uncatchable. So they're both the same? Maybe this is a higher level? I don't know. Did you get any sleep last night? I did. I did end up getting some sleep. We just started the stream a little bit later than I had hoped. I'd hoped I'd start like an hour earlier than I did. But it's okay. It's okay. Plans were made for changing. Whiskey's made for drinking. If we were made in Santa Fe. Or wait. That's not how it goes. Okay, we're gonna not catch them. That's what we're planning on doing. I'm trying to keep an eye out for new Pokemon. There's been lots that have just showed up. I can't get that Heracross, unfortunately. They're way too strong. They're level 45. Shaking tree, yeah. I think that I've gotten the like main tree shaking Pokemon, so I didn't bother. But yeah, let's knock it down, just in case there's something else that can be in there. It's this one. I don't think that I caught it though. I think the last time I killed it, right? Let's try to catch it this time. I really like my my outfit. Kimono looks really cute. Nice. Yeah, I killed Burmy last time, didn't I? I did. Burmy Sanders. I'm sorry. Here we go. We got him. Boom. You caught Combi unaware. Okay. I think I'm going to kill it accidentally. Oops. Oh, I didn't. He's too stunned to move. Aww. What'd you say? Where's our nicknaming Nintendo? Exactly. You like the small firework? Me too. The sound is so nice. I love that little pop. Super satisfying. The sound effects in this game are excelente. A few of them sound exactly like Breath of the Wild. Dang it, wrong button. Oh, fiddlesticks. You want that outfit? You're currently wearing a green-pink one. Oh. Yeah, I think that this outfit was a pre-order bonus, right? Oh, Combi left. See you later. You left your dazzling honey, babe. Babe, you've barely touched your dazzling honey. Are you okay? Ooh, thank you for the follow. Rosie Jane Elaine. There's a nice flow to that username. Oh, I thought it was going to keep moving. Oh. I love that sound effect. I do like that bonk sound effect. It sounds like the go to horny jail bonk. Donk. Can physical pre-orders get it too? I bet so. You just have to go to... See, I didn't know how to do it initially, but after you unlock it, you need to go to this thing here. Mystery gifts. Go to mystery gifts and then hit get via internet. And maybe like check it a couple of times, because I think I had 2 things waiting for me. I think they only give it to you 1 at a time. Yeah. Go to your mystery gifts and it should be available. And then if you pre-ordered it physically, you probably already got that like heavy ball bonus, right? That might have been just for digital pre-orders, but who gives a crap about 3 heavy balls? Like, come on now. Like, come on now. We gonna really pretend like that's a reward.
Good job. Now you can't resell the game. Guess what we're gonna give you?
For the fact that you essentially got a $60 game that you can only download.
How about 30 digital balls?
Okay. But for one, I wanted to play this whenever it released. And for two, I wanted to have... I think that this would be a fun game to have on my Switch at all times. So that I can play it whenever. 30 balls you can craft almost at the beginning of the game, no less. Indeed, it's not even a high-level item. You've been lurking a while and you wanted to follow before I go. Have a great day. We'll see you later, Rosie. Thanks for sticking around for a bit. I hope you enjoyed your stay. I'll be on tomorrow playing the same game if you want to check it out. But yeah, it's nice to meet you. Thanks for being here. Have a good day. Have a good. That's what my granddad was working in. He's working in Hungary, I think, and he found a picture frame that he gave to my mother whenever he came back that just said, "Have a good." Didn't say "have a good day." It just said, "Have a good." So now that's something that our family says pretty often. All right, see you later. Have a good. I'm just grabbing some crafting items. What I really need is apricorns, which I've been trying to snag, but look, there's some apricorns right here that I was ignoring the whole time. Does it say how many you have whenever you pick them up? Nope, it says +5. Ah, there we go. The chat's refreshing again. Oh boy. Well, Princess Bubblegum. The chat's refreshing so slowly. I would trade my heart to have this chat work properly. Now's your chance, chat. Talk some serious garbaggio. If you want to insult me, there's no time like today. Oh, there's a lost sack. It's a lost satchel. The satchel was sent back to Andy. Thanks for helping. Oh. Wait a second. So whenever you die, you drop your satchel and then other people can pick it up? Is that what's going on here? Is that what just happened? You missed the wittiest and funniest thing that I said in chat ever. I refuse to repeat it. Die. How come this game looks like a fan's game? Well, it certainly does not look like a Pokemon game, if that's what you're saying. I would certainly agree with that. It definitely does not look like a Pokemon game. But if anything, it just looks like Breath of the Wild or Genshin Impact. It does look a fair bit like both of those games. But it's lower resolution than both of them, which is too bad, but I'm sure that they did it to save the poor little Switch. The poor little Switch that's just a crummy little tablet that's getting really old now. But they're doing their best. I mean, but yeah, it definitely does not look like Pokemon. But it's alright, I'm enjoying it. Here we have an insult. What? An insult? Thank you, Cutest Human One. What a gift to be insulted by Human One. Oh my. What a gift indeed. Human One said something to me, but she just insulted you. But she said something to me. Oof. You can ride them? You bet you can. Look how fast. This is something that I really enjoy. It just immediately spawns. I just press the button. It just pops immediately. Oh wait, apricorn. You can also pick up items while you're on the back. It's fantastic, dude. Your PC has 8K, dude. 8K? I'm playing this on a 2K monitor. My poor PC can't handle it. I want to upgrade my GPU, but I cannot do that right now. I cannot do that. But I did hear that cards are starting to get more available. I hear that the chip shortages are starting to slow down, and that the prices are like restabilizing for GPUs, and I hope that that is correct. It doesn't look that bad. Not as bad as Sword and Shield. I feel like Sword and Shield was... Oh, that's right. Sword and Shield did look really blurry, didn't it? And so did the new games, the Brilliant Pearl and Shining Diamond or whatever. Those two looked really blurry too. Why 8K? There's legit nothing that runs frame amount natively. Yeah, but I mean, Windows runs at 8K, I guess. If you wanted your taskbar to be this small, you could do that. You can also upscale things. Yeah, you can upscale things to 8K. But something that I know that other things are doing is like, I don't remember what it's called, but I think it's super sampling. You can super sample 4K images onto a 2K monitor or a 1080p monitor, and it makes it just have like more dense detail or something. I don't know exactly how it works, but it looks better. Shining Diamond? No. No shins. Pokémon, its new release will have no shins. Surprising information from the Pokémon Company. The latest release, new Pokémon game that remains unnamed will have no shins. The fan-loved element of shins within Pokémon will be removed for the new game. They say that they're trying to mix it up and keep things fresh by removing all shins from the game. Despite the outcry, we at IGN will have to wait till we get our review copy till we pass judgment. Wait 1 second. What the flip-flap was that? Did you see that? Mario will be played by Chris Pratt. He's so funny. Expect Mario to talk a lot in this new Mario movie. Coming out, who cares when? That's my favorite game on PC. Ooh. Game on PC. I mean, I play most games on the PC if it's not a console exclusive. But do you mean PC exclusive game? If I had to pick a PC exclusive game, I love Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. But, I don't know. I play so many indie games on there. But lots of indie games that were on Steam for a long time are getting like ported over to other things now. What can you do with spoiled apricots? I'm not sure. That's the first piece of wood I've ever found. PC exclusive. I tried StarCraft, didn't love it. That's another game that's PC exclusive. Counter-Strike Source, I don't think that that's PC exclusive, but I like it. I enjoy. I feel like it should be a PC exclusive. I don't know. I play most games on the computer. Oh, how about this? Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy. That's my favorite PC game. It's a PC exclusive. How you like that? Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy. That's my number one. It doesn't get any better than that. Da-da-da. Yeah, we should figure out what you do with that. So Stardust is in all shining rocks, I guess. Okay, we're gonna go back and do some crafting. Whoa, big boy. Also, we're getting whacked. Oh yeah, Half-Life Alyx was pretty great. Yeah, Half-Life Alyx is a great... I mean, I have VR, so all VR games are... Well, not all, but most of them are PC exclusive. I mean, some of them work on the Oculus Quest, but I guess that counts, right? Oh, that's my Drifloon that's attacking the Burmy. Okay, well... Let's hypnotize him, dude. So yeah, lots of VR games are great. Now I enjoy some Arizona Sunshine, Half-Life Alyx, Beat Saber. Hey, I don't know what that did, but I'm gonna try to astonish. I'm trying to be astonishing. All right, we can catch it. Let's get another Burmy. Why not?
Yeet. Gimme, gimme. Gimme, gimme. All right. Nice little firework going off. Do you play Roblox in VR yet? I did not know that that existed. I am now frightened. I am now scared. I've never played Roblox ever. I'm sorry. Although suddenly that did remind me that I've played Minecraft VR, and that is an interesting experience. It's not really fun to play Minecraft like that. Like, it doesn't make the gameplay better, but it is really fun to be able to see your creations in 3D space. That is really neat. Okay, I need to get the hey out of here. Okay, I'm just gonna run away for now. I don't have time for this chicanery. Nice. We can make it. We can make it. What? Come on. We're right at the edge of the... Come on. We were right at the edge. Come, dude. This game and water is ridiculous. You guys, we were standing on solid ground, and we're just like... Stuff drowning. I drowned while I could stand up. Have you seen those videos of the kids that are like trying to swim, and then their parent will just like grab them and be like, stand up, and then they're like, oh. You just have to stop flailing. What are you, a stupid child? I did perish earlier. Now there's no way that somebody's gonna miss that satchel though, right? Because I was riding this big deer, and I jumped off that cliff, and then I died right here. Like, somebody better pick up my satchel, or else I'm gonna be super mad. Realistic swimming mechanics. I know, it's just like the real thing. This is me. This is literally me at a pool right now. Dies. They're rested up and happy and healthy again. Nice. Live, laugh, love. I don't have any... I find it pretty realistic. Sure you do, Di. Sure you do. You want to take a look at these climbing mechanics again? Let's see what kind of rock climbing I can... I can't swim and panic easy? What? You can't swim? But you live in Scotland. I thought that all Scots knew how to swim. Oh yeah, that just reminded me. I recently learned about the, what is it called? The no true Scot fallacy. Made me think of you just because it was Scottish, that's all. You are a true Scot. Okay, we're gonna let's move our way over. Oop. How come Pokemon community is still mad on this game? Are they mad at this? I don't know. I don't really engage with Twitter, so I don't normally like hear about what people think about things. So I normally will just play it myself and decide what I think about it. Pokemon's still mad about this game. Yeah, I hadn't heard that people were frustrated at this game. I can't really see why. I don't know why they would be. Unless they're just like, oh, you changed too much. Oh, I don't like my games evolving. I could see that happening. Some people just want the same game all the time. Same game over and over. Boing. I would like more wood. I need 2 more pieces of wood so that I can make that doll for the guy in town. We can really move through the forest on this deer. I want to catch some more bunnies. You haven't seen much negativity? Oh, alright. Yeah, I don't think that there would be. Like, there'll be criticism for some of the new stuff, but I feel like generally if they like take a big chance and pull it off relatively well, nobody's gonna get that mad. If they release like the same cookie cutter garbaggio, people might get frustrated. Boing. I'm just kind of testing out the limits of this. Whoa! This game looks like Minecraft. It's a Minecraft-looking game. Sheesh. Nintendo finally made their own version of Minecraft. This is the answer to Minecraft. Pokemon.
Like 75% of our mythology is just stay away from the water. I learned it from my ancestors. Is that because the Norse are normally in the water? Avast! Wait a second. I thought that lots of Scots were pirates. Hang on. We just found Bug Valley. Also, that reminds me, Minecraft does have that Pixelmon mod, which is pretty fun. Is that gonna alert y'all? My Pokemon knocking down some berries? That won't bother y'all, right? Minecraft 2, Electric Boogaloo. Ah, Minecraft 2, can't believe it's here. When you and your boys are trying to decide what to play, you have to choose between Minecraft 2 and Among Us. You're like, what the heck was that? Boom! Headshot. Boom! Hey, we caught one Scyther. Nice. What are you gonna do, buddy? I'm too far away. There's no way that you can hit me up here. That's right. Uh-huh. Yeah, you're scared, aren't you? You see my mask? Yeah, you can't handle this. Kind of missed that shot a little bit. Hey, get a little closer. I do love that sound effect. I've kind of wasted my Pokeballs though. I only got one left. Oops. I do have some heavy ones though. Those work better whenever they are unaware of your presence. Your presence. Can you throw Pokeball while you're up here? No, you may not. Gotta get down. Gotta get down and boogie. Alright, where are we supposed to head? Oh, back there. Alright, let's zoom. Well, we got a Scyther. That's what matters, alright? Are you impressed by my entrance, little cowboy?
So you say that you Galaxy people came up with a method to try to quell Lord Cleaver's frenzy?
Hype.
What? You're gonna mash up Cleaver's favorite foods into balls so that you can throw offerings to him? Well, that's quite an unorthodox approach. You Galaxy people, your inventiveness just blows me away. I mean, now you can make offerings to the Lord Cleaver at a safe distance. I'll lend you my aid if it means that we might provide Cleaver with his offering. Let's begin at once.
Hold on, Leon. Don't get ahead of yourself.
What?
Oh, it's her. She is the most... Oh, wait, what? Oh, wait, no, she's helping. Never mind. She's frustrating. Makes sense to me, Die. He reminds me of Maskless Orville Peck. What? The Norse were in the water, and lots of children fell into locks and died. So we made stories like, maybe don't go near. Yeah, there's monsters in there. There's monsters in the locks. You don't want to go in there. Minecraft makes Microsoft made two Minecraft Java and Minecraft Bedrock. I think Mojang made the original Java edition. And then, yeah, whenever Microsoft acquired them, they made a Bedrock edition for Windows 10. Plump beans. I brought them as promised. Gah, that's right. My apologies, Arita. I forgot all about you. Nice. I admit, as we haven't been able to solve this ourselves, we may have little choice but to turn to the Galaxy team. But even still, I have my doubts over whether we should entrust such a thing to an outsider. The Galaxy team people don't share customs or our values. So prove to me that you're worthy and stand in the presence of a noble Pokemon. You may battle by ordering around Pokemon you've caught in your little Pokeballs, but on my side, I have a Pokemon as close to me as a sister. As one of my blood? What? If you can defeat Glaceon and me... What? Glaceon? She's a Eevee stan. Ugh, these girls and all their evolutions. Oh, we're as close as sisters. Yeah, right. You'll never be as fashionable as your evolution. Goodness gracious. This evolution is always going to be prettier than you, sorry. So sorry. I forgot all about you. Oh yeah, I forgot about you. Sorry about that. All we gotta do is beat up one Pokemon. Easy peasy. Wait a second. Is fire good against ice? Let's try it. I think fire's great against ice, but that's my opinion. All right, hit him with the old razzle dazzle.
Yeah, strong style.
Yeah. Hey, that sounded like a slap. Sounded like an open hand slap. Stop being so fast. All right, it's time to hit him with the old agile dazzle. Or agile, if I was British. If I was British, I would say agile. The most agile of all the Pokemon. These girls and their evolutions. I'm just riffing, Nardavel. I'm just riffing. I love the evolutions too. I was just saying that she's like, we're sisters. Like, I don't know. There's gotta be some like crossover between TikTok girls. If Pokemon really existed, every single goth TikToker would have an Umbreon, and every single pastel princess on Instagram would have but not Espeon, the other one, the pretty pink one. Like, I feel like they have some very clear aesthetic equivalents with things that we already have, right? Like, there's pastel, there's goth, and all of them are pretty. There's like the leaf core one. There's the one that would match everybody that's like, I've got vines all over my house. Like, they match a bunch of aesthetics. So I feel like evolutions, and also it's like they look like dogs, so it reminds me that they could be easy pets in real life. I do kind of like this little cowboy character. They're pretty funny. Sylveon, yes. Look at all these offerings. There, a veritable mountain of bombs. This should please Cleaver, if anything can. So we're actually going to fight the boss. We're actually going to fight Mighty Cleaver, Lord of the Woods. Let's not be hasty. Maybe should I go heal myself? I just got beat up by your master. Let's do it. We can slaughter. We will slaughter and draw their bluff. As am I. Oh, wait a second. No, we're supposed to make them happy, aren't we? Oh, Mighty Cleaver, Lord of the Woods, though it isn't yet time of ceremony, we've prepared an offering of your favorite things. We brought you cheese puffs, Maruchan ramen, and a small package of bobas so that you can make your own tea. We also brought you a new copy of Pokemon Arceus, the best game in the world. Benevolent Lord, who works his might between the heavens and earth, we offer our gratitude. And beseech you, reveal yourself to our eyes. Are you wearing a hat while you're praying? Listen well, Kenna. Keep your focus on Cleaver. Dodging will be vital. Oh yeah, keep your focus on him by trying to run away from him. Try to avoid his moves as you're throwing the bombs. Aye aye. The battles in this are awfully light, but I suppose that makes canon sense. Wait, what? Oh, they're light? Yeah, this ain't no Dark Souls. Wow, look at him go! Whoa! Hey, he's cool. Yo, that's pretty cool. I like it. To claim victory against the noble Pokemon and quell its frenzy, you have to throw bombs at it until its frenzy gauge reaches 0. If you manage to create an opening in the defenses, you can send out Pokemon to battle against it, win the Pokemon battle, and it'll stay down for a brief time. And the bombs will be more effective. Nice. Oh, the bombs are unlimited. Ow. Uh-oh. Oh, new Scyther. No, it's not Scyther. Oh. All right. Good to get him to, like, hit against the wall, eh? So send in a Pokemon and do battle? I mean, I could. Alright, I'm gonna try to not, like, fat roll. Yeah, you don't have to fat roll. You can do it easy peasy. Let me see. Alright. What kind of battle have we got going on here? I'm pretty sure Oshawott is just gonna eat a whole lot of dead. What if I did Agile style? Let's do that. I want to hit him a couple of times, alright? Weaken him! Ooh, not bad, not bad. Alright, hit him with the strong style, baby. Got my league recap. What? I can't even see that message. Can't even see that message, but I could. Oof, I just got my league recap. They called me out for my top role being support. I've never been so role shamed in my life. What's wrong with being support? I'm confused. What's wrong with that? Being support, you're a good bean. You're a good bean. I'm a supportive role in what's it called? In Overwatch most of the time. So we're both Thunder, right? I kind of want to give him a bite. Nom 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 nom. Nom nom nom. So whenever they get knocked out, then you can hit them, eh? Supports are betas. God. Everyone knows Die is a Sigma man. Yeah, get blasted. Get blasted. We got all the bombs in the world. Whoa, okay. I didn't quite notice that you were about to blast. Can't stop my Sigma grind. Listen, I was born this way. Rise and grind. It comes through even in chat. Listen, I'm impressed, man. I just feel like you can just beat it like this, right? I mean, sure, they want you to battle, but really, do you have to? Can't I just balm you? It says, you battle. But why bother? You can just balm him to death. You get unlimited balms. Why wouldn't I just do that? Ooh. Looks so fancy. I like that it looks like he has facial hair. Also, all Pokemon learn new move. Nice. Look at his cool facial hair. I like him. You receive the insect plate. Oh. Oh. This is the replacement for going to gyms. Okay. All right, so they give you plates. Insect plate. Oh, wait. Never mind. It's just a normal item. Never mind. Incorrect. Never mind. Definitely just a evolution item. What happened? Man, I threw so many bombs at him. Some kind of light erupted from Cleaver's body. Has Lord Cleaver's frenzied mind been truly put to ease now? Does this confirm that the strange lightning was to blame for Cleaver's unnatural power? Maybe. Well, this is what I think. After all we've seen, we know strange lightning came out from the space-time rift the other night. Those bolts must have struck Cleaver and driven him to a crazy frenzy. The lightning came out of the space-time rift? But if Almighty Sinnoh really does dwell beyond that space-time rift, then the strange lightning, is it indeed the Almighty Sinnoh's power?
Well, gosh, if Sinnoh's power's everywhere, Mickey. Oh. We have to perform the dark ritual. Gosh. The Dark Sacrament? I don't know, Mick.
All right, this is all very good news. Are we having a Pokemon barbecue yet? You bet we are. With some Capricorn berries on the side. All rotten, of course. Delicious. We actually already fried up a Pikachu accidentally. Poor little devil. But yeah, now I've got a Pokemon that works in cahoots with me. So the hunt begins. Report to the commander that you've accomplished your mission. Hang on, I almost flew off the edge. All right, I think that we can go home. I really do want to get the other methods of transportation. That would be pretty sweet. When did Pokemon Einstein publish his theory of everything? I have so many questions. Yeah, like this is the beginning of the world, and they're already coming up with all this stuff. Like they know about Lord Sinnoh's power, and like they know about time rifts and portals and stuff. That's stuff that we don't understand or have. These people are not very primitive. This is not very primitive times. I feel like we could have gone real monkey time. Like the Pokemon company is like, whoa, Pokemon attacking people? How primitive. But I'm like, how'd they learn all of this stuff? Holy moly, big bun, dude. Lola Bunny. How big is Lola Bunny? Lola Bunny is 40 years old. Hang on. Oh my gosh, my oldest Pokemon is only 23. They'd get crushed. They'd get stepped on. I think that we're just gonna go back and we'll come back for Lola Bunny later. What is that? Oh, that's just the mark on the screen. I'd like to... I kind of want a little bit more wood. Let's search for a bit of wood. We gotta find 2 more chunks and then we'll go back. Because I do want to make that man his little dolly. His little dolly. Woo! I wonder if I'd still be able to spot wood if I was sprint. What if I just sprint into the woods? Trying to hit as many Pokemon as I can on the way. Are you going to carve that wood? That just makes me think that you're drooling. You're drooling and rubbing your hands together. Hey, Earl. You gonna carve that wood, or would you mind if I took it? Because I don't know, I've been hankering for a little carving. You gonna carve that? You're stealing the wood off my plate? How dare you? Don't you steal that pine off my plate? I need it. Where's the wood? Where's the wood? It's like the where's the beef of wood carvers. Where's the oak? Yahoo! I don't see any wood. It seems like if you hit the trees, then some wood should fall down, you know? Big logs. Big logs falling out of the branches, just like in real life. This music is so relaxing. Again, concerningly so. At least I'm not yawning anymore. This game was putting me to sleep. For real. Oh, that's just a big bun. That's the same as... Ooh, what is this? I think this version of Animal Crossing is a bit broken. Why can you capture the villagers? Why? Why is Villager catching all of the townsfolk? Oh, little boys. Wait a second. Sneaky about this. Shh. Everybody, quiet. Gotta catch these little chops. How did you not hear that, you simpletons? Jolly good. I'm just gonna sneak up on another one with these... With the loud balls. They didn't have to call these heavy balls. They could have called them loud balls. Such a meaty chunk whenever it hits their head. Such a meaty sound effect. Can't see me. You can't see me. You cannot see me. Yeah. Yeah. How did that work? What was that? Could they actually not see me? I don't think that they could. You gotta pull out your wrestler tactics. Yeah. Listen, these meathead type Pokemons. Listen, they're nothing like the fighting Pokemon of old. Those are nothing compared to these meathead Pokemons. The new type is silly. Also, I hope that we can still teleport out of here. It's the mask. Yeah, they were like, is that my brother? Oh my god, you're a human? You look exactly like Hitmonchan down the street. Hitmonlee! Wow, this just really goes down, don't it? Oh, I see. But I don't know how to break this. Maybe it's an ability that you unlock. Maybe you just gotta chuck a Pokemon in. Yeah, Kricketot, use beat up. Boy, who said that Kricketot was weak? Who was that? Was that Die? Die, did you insult my Kricketot last time? Yeah, watch him knock down some walls. That's him knocking down your door whenever he hears that you've been talking yang. That you've been spilling lies. Telling lies. It was. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. You better. Hang on me. Go for it, Kricketot. Let's go. We just gotta get some wood. We gotta get some more wood. Like, way more wood. Like, we basically have none. Whoa! Knocks me off of the horse? Hang on now. Hang on now, Sonny. Hang on now. That's cheating. We're out of here. We gotta go home. Gotta go home. Oh, big home bee. Look at that big old bee. How big are you? 22? We can take this sucker on. I want to catch this big old bee. It looks kind of cute, but also scary. Did you see his happy little face? He looks so excited to kill all of my Pokemon. Let's see. Let's do Switch. So it seems like doing Agile Style and then Strong is a really good combo to do because you get to attack twice, and one of those times is really strong, I guess. Better than two normals, I suppose. Whoa, he's dead looking. Look at that. Uh-oh. Oshawott died too. Apartment manager called me back because I called to find out what the noise was. He said that the apartment is vacant and they're working on it. Oh, okay. So they're redoing the carpet and fixing up the walls and painting over the cockroaches. All right, nice. Jolly good. I think I need to talk to my apartment about maybe switching units if I can. Give me that big B. Big B. Big B. Big B. Oh. Big B got loose. How dare you, Big B? Wait, what? How'd you hurt your fellow bugs so much? You didn't even bat a wing. A unit, not under a herd of elephants. That would be nice. You're not gonna switch unit. Your lease is up in July. You just want to move out altogether. Ah, I see. I'm too scared to move out. I don't want to move yet. I don't want to move so soon. Poor cockroaches. No, they're already dead. I just want this Combi and then I'm gonna go back. Yeah, I mean, the rent is pretty affordable, but I don't know. My unit's a little big. It's a little big. I could use a smaller place. Am I gonna be able to catch this thing? Maybe I can, Your rent went up like $90 whenever you renewed your lease. Oof. Yeah, I think that my rent is gonna have to go up a little bit. Get a load of that loose Luxio. Yeah, look, and you can like run around during the battle too. I mean, you saw the game last night, but it's still cool as heck. Yeah, look at that big old boy. All right, we're gonna try to zap him. Zap him real quick. I think that this is mostly a paralysis thing. Might kill it. Oh, it did kill it. Dang it. No! Well, that's fine. We gotta go back and get more Pokeballs anyway. We gotta go get some more Pokeballs anywho. Are we gonna find enough wood? Wood might only be available at a certain spot. Gonna have to show off the Luxray too? Yeah, I can show off the Luxray whenever we go, back, which is right now. No. Yes. Luxray is one of your faves. Ooh, yes. Let me show you. Hang on. I think this is the guy, right? Let's heal up. Just a little while now. Went up by $90 when you renewed the lease. Yeah, I really need to double check. But I think they're going to force me to pay more. How dare they? How dare they? Absolute monsters. And now I'm going to be paying all the rent myself because my roommate moved out. Whoops. Let's see. Ooh, big boy. How much longer is the stream going? Almost. Like, pretty much all day. I mean, it's 36, but... I mean, I got pizza. Like, I'm ready to roll. There they are. Ooh. Look at the boy. What up, pretty boy? Man, I'd love one of these in real life. Let's introduce them to our starter again. Speak to one another. Aww, cuties. Cuties! You've lived on your own for years, haven't done the roommate thing for a long time. Yeah, roommates, it can be a little bit of a pain for sure. For sure. I will probably enjoy having a nice little break from having a roommate. I don't know, I like having my run of the place for sure. I started with no roommate, and then I got this one, and now he's leaving. So yeah, I'm just gonna go back to what I was doing. One of your coworkers ordered boba for everyone. Nice. Ooh, yummy boba. Now I want boba. Darn it. Darn it. We learned more about a pony. We learned more. We got new Machop here. We got Scyther. We got Combi. We got Burmy. Nice. 6 newly registered or updated. A few research points to next rank is 0. Okay, so I can move to the next rank. And I have to go back? I wonder if your rank is just simply determined by, like, the area. Like, if you have to get 10 stars for each area and then you can move to the next one? That'd be cool. Who's this dude? It's the guy that keeps selling me stuff. What do you have there? Could it be? Oh, those are 2 of the fabled plates of old. Please let me have a look. The plates that Cleaver gave us? I see there are some letters carved onto them. Let's see, this one says, where all creation was born, that is creation's place of origin. That's deep. It seems that the phrase is from a very old myth. How did you come across this? Nods. Yes, I did come across it. That's quite fascinating indeed. My heart is practically racing with excitement. Is it not? Yeah, I mean, your heart could be racing with excitement. That wouldn't be too outlandish. You know, when you get excited, your heart races a little bit. But he says he's practically, his heart is racing, so I suppose he's not that excited. Hey, what's up in the zone? How are you doing? I'm enjoying this game a lot. I am really enjoying it. Do you have this game? Are you trying this out? I think that this might turn into my favorite Pokemon game. I told everybody before I started that this was either going to be my favorite Pokemon game or it was just going to be a nice little detour. I'm thinking it's going to be my favorite, but we'll see. We'll see. I might get stuck into the loop and not enjoy it too much, but we shall see. Only time shall tell. It's fun so far. I'm amusing since you're talking about it right now. It's fun so far. Yeah. You're assuming. What's up, Darren? How are you doing? Here he goes again. I got a big horse that I can ride now. Yay! I'll show you whenever I leave the town. I need to go to the top and get promoted. Yeah, see, I'm just wondering, like, how many areas are there? How many stars are there? How many Pokemon are there? Like, I haven't got a feel for that. How many outfits are there? Are there multiple towns? Are there other shops? That's the stuff that I need to see. And then, like, what's the end game content? How many of these? I just fought a boss named Cleaver. And I'm like, how many bosses are there? Are they all the same? Don't they show on your map how many zones? I think so. You gotta eat, gotta refuel. I'll be back, okay, Kenny? All right, we'll see you later. I think I might grab a little piece of pizza in a minute. Benny old chum, the usual order. 3 servings of potato mochi. What? Mochi every day, dude? Every day? That's why you've got that giant pom-pom growing out of your head, because all you eat is mochi. Ooh, smoke bomb. What is this? I've never actually had mochi, so I'm just teasing. Let's take our chance to study all the Pokemon in the Obsidian Field Land that call the Obsidian Field Lands their home. You're headed to lunch soon too? Nice. Lunch at 6? What? Wait a second. Can I? Oh, spooky. Can I? I've been waiting for you. My name's Vesa. There's something really important I need to tell you. Would you come with me? This is kind of a secret, but something terrible has happened. Hisui is in a whole lot of danger. Hundreds of years ago, a being that brought calamity to this region was sealed away by somebody using the power of strange magic. But now, for some unknown reason, the magic has come undone and the seal is broken. I hate to think what might happen at this rate. So please, Kene, hear me out. I need you to restore the broken seal. I don't believe you. Yeah. No, I don't believe you. Yeah, I guess that's a normal response to hearing such a strange story. I must sound crazy, but you have to believe me. Can I give you this odd keystone anyway? It'll help you see that I'm telling the truth. You obtained an odd keystone. Nice. Mysterious stone wrapped in mystery. After the seal was broken, a whole bunch of wisps scattered through Hisui. 107 of the 100 collectibles. Collectibles. Wisps are normally invisible, but not to a holder of a keystone. Yo, collectible wisps, dude. You gotta climb to the highest mountains. You gotta swim the deepest depths and collect the wisps. Yeah. Oh, and right when I thought the game couldn't get any better, they added more collectibles. Oh, yeah. Get some wisps. Get some wisps. Yep. Oh, it's on the move. It's on the move. You gotta catch him. Oh, yeah. Animal Crossing. You got my soul stone. You still get the item. Yeah. Yeah, the dialogue options are they are meaningless. I just want to see how they, in all Nintendo games, this is how it works. Even if you say no, they will explain around it, but how much effort they put into the dialogue is always what I want to test. With Nintendo games, you never know. Sometimes they'll be like, they'll just ignore you, or they'll just railroad you. I do like whenever they just railroad you and they're like, no, seriously, you need to do it. And then you're like, no. And they're like, but you really need to do it. And you're like, no. And they're like, but you really need it. They just repeat the exact same thing until you have to do it. The dialogue option actually affects the conversation. Wow, Nintendo really breaking tradition. But. What if it just ended the game? She was just like, oh no, because you wouldn't take this stone, that means that the ghosts are going to escape. And it's like, game over. Cut to credit. This is feeling more and more like Breath of the Wild. Yeah. Oh no, our stone. Oh no, it's broken. Whenever wispies show up everywhere. Oh no! The little Opes cry makes it even worse. I hate it. Are we thinking Giratina? Maybe. Yeah, I bet if you collect all the ghosties, you get something fresh. You get something real fresh. Also, there better be another city, because I want to buy other clothes. I don't want to buy these drab old clothes that they got here. Wow, the Galaxy Team hairdresser is really, dare I say, cutting edge. Wait a second, how'd you get red hair? Listen here, you demon. I want red hair. Oh, hey, you're Kinnet, the girl who quelled Cleaver, aren't you? That's me. Got it right. Ooh, cool gradient pants. Where can I get the gradient pants? A chill outfit with the nice collar? A cool little, like, fanny pack? Red hair? I want some fashion options. I'm Arizu, by the way. I'm the warden of the Diamond Clan. My special skill is giving haircuts. Yes! That happened to me getting into Final Fantasy 13-2. They're like, if you want to search for friends and be a hero, oh, what, you want a secret ending? It's just credit? Oh, do you want to search for friends and be a hero? I said no, and it was a secret ending. Pearl Clan, Diamond Clan. Wait a second. Also, those boots are super cute. I want this whole outfit. Come back here. Come back here. Where'd you get your clothes? She's gone. Just as soon as we needed her most, she left. Gather the wisps found scattered in every corner of the Hisui region. So they're just around, huh? Fashion legends. Indeed. Who needs Arceus? Legend of Arceus? Come on. Legend of Zelda? That's old news. Legend of fashion. That's a legend I want to learn about. Fashionistas only. But yeah, we gotta get out of here. We gotta get the frip-frap out of town. Just practicing my movement, you know, just in case that a Pokemon suddenly attacks me.
Shrine Guardian, watch over us.
I could use some more wood. Got some spare wood around here? Nice collisions. Nice collisions, Nintendo. Very good. Very good. Very good, huh? Alright, let's get out of here. Cute Pokemons! Frulio! What? You have animated emotes! Cute! Oh my goodness. Frulio! 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 Hooray! Frulio, how are you doing? There are a bunch of cute Pokemon, and you can just throw them out whenever you want. Ta-da! Big Pokemon. Can you pet them? think I just did. Speak to it. Look at him. He stands up all tall. Look at you. You with your big star tail. Wait a second. Which other ones do I got? Number 1 cutie on the team. Cricket's hot. Look at it. More like Cricket hot. You know what I'm saying? Look at that mustache. He looks kind of like a sugar gnome with no hat. He's got the big mustache. He's got the weird nose. He's got the round head. He's got a bulbous body. I think this might be a sugar gnome bug. Yeah, that's a demented sugar gnome. It all comes back to Cookie Run. Of course it does. What is this?
Here, hey, you're the Survey Corps, ain't ya? Just the gal I was looking for. I'm working to make these here fields bigger, but the ground sure is hard to plow, so I'm looking for someone to lend me a hand. More fields, more food, which means everybody's happy, including the Survey Corps. We're all in this together, right?
Sure, brother. Very, hail communism.
So if you've got a ground-type Pokemon, could I borrow it?
Sure. How long are you gonna hold it? And the best cry, too. Don't make Cricketot cry. Or Cricketoon. I do like the cry. Let's give him Geodude. Gonna have my level 8 Geodude. There we go. Jolly good, jolly good. Sugar Gnome Bug. Hey, Aphrodite, how are you doing? Aphrodite, how are you doing? Alrighty, Aphrodite. I hope you're doing alrighty, Aphrodite. I'm doing fantastic. I've started today. We have started searching for the tastiest Pokemon. We're still on the prowl. I've not found very many tasty Pokemon yet. Lots of rocks and bugs and seals and stuff like that. We're looking for more. How do you say delectable Pokemon? No ice cream Pokemon, not yet. Not yet. We're looking for them. Oop, time for lunch break. All right. Enjoy your lunch, my friend. Enjoy your lunch and your boba. Have fun, though. I'll check in later. Sweet biscuits. Enjoy your food. A big buizel. He said, boy.
Can Pokemon of the same species really come in different sizes? I know the professor said that they do, but I have a hard time believing in it unless I see a different sized Pokemon lined up side by side.
Listen to this guy. Are there really ones bigger than mine? Mine seems like the biggest thing in the world. Aw, so cute. Oh my goodness. That little baby is adorable. Catch a big buizel. Boy. Boy. Yeah, boy. I actually had already caught one. Bing, bang, boom. There you go, Buster. You can have this one. I give it up. I don't care. Good gravy. I never expected that you'd bring one so quickly. I'm afraid I'm looking for a bigger one, though. One that's at least 2'8". 2'8". What a picky fellow.
Yeah,
What?
boy!
Hey! Oh, I'm thinking of the gifted sub. Yeah, boy.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Nomad.
Thank you so much. And a gifted Nomad. Hey! I know that bean. That's a sweet friend. Thank you, OC. I appreciate it. Oh, this is the starting area. Oh, this is where we came out of the portal. It's the practice arena. You think that they hit a wisp around here? Think that there's a wispy? Huh. I can't ride my horsey out here. That's a shame. Prelude Beach. I feel like they wouldn't hide it over here, but why didn't they just block this off? Mercy, what a treasure this wide open land is. I'm glad I followed my family out here and got to see it. I doubt it'll stay quiet and empty for long. Yeah, I'm gonna be running through it, making a mess. Could steal this boat. Exciting. Never mind. Never mind. No boat. No boats allowed. I'm pretty sure that this area is just a wash. It's just a wash. We gotta get out of here. There's nothing here. There's nothing to be found. You've got to go back to the lands. Yeah, see, it's only a shame that it's not fully open world, but it's pretty great anyway. Maybe someday, whenever they release the Switch 2, then they can handle having a fully open world game where you can just go everywhere immediately. But for now, this is what we got, and it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Very fun, very impressive. The Switch 2? I can't believe it. Yeah. Not that OLED screen. That's not the Switch 2. They didn't even change anything about its processing. I mean, I was not very impressed by the PS4 Pro, or the upgrades to the PS3, or the upgrades to the Xbox. I mean, that little, like, half upgrade almost always doesn't seem worth it. But they didn't even try with the Switch. They just gave it a better screen and a better kickstand and stuff like that. They just improved the design. And you know what? That's pretty fine, I guess. But I barely play on my little screen, so it's not worth it. Could I ask you to fetch a plant for me? I want to use it to make some medicine. The plant I'm after has 3 leaves and tastes bitter enough to make you dizzy. Unfortunately, I don't know where it grows. What kind of plant is it? Do you know the name of it? Makes you dizzy? Okay, so I have to talk to the medicine core. Aim, throw, don't stop, hit the targets till they pop. What do you say? Hey, sport, want to try some target practice? All you gotta do is lob some balls and try to pop some balloons. That's not easy peasy fun and breezy. Even got some fine prizes lined up. Ooh, I like this. Mini games. We're doing it. Aim for the big leagues. Get a score of 10,000 points or more in the target practice hosted in the practice field outside of Jubilife. What? Practice field? Outside? Did I just come from there? Oh no, it's over here. Nice. Nice. Mini games. Now it really seems like Zelda. We're shooting the pumpkins. The pumpkins. Is this it? Oh, these are kids. Listen here, you young rascals.
Oh, hey, survey lady.
Man, this kid is looking gaunt. Is that just the shading? He looks like a skeleton. Know what you need to do to be a super awesome member of the Galaxy team? Be super smart, be super brave, or be wicked smart, dude. Wicked smart. I'll be super brave. No! I mean, I guess that's also important, but you also but you need to have a partner Pokemon. That wasn't an option! With a great partner Pokemon backing you up, you'll be as strong as 100 people. I really want to catch a Pokemon on my own someday, so I've been throwing balls to get my aim spot on. Now I think I'm ready to practice with real Pokeballs. I bet you have loads of them since you're in the Survey Corps and all. Do you think that you could give me just 5 of your balls, please? What it takes to be awesome. Request number 5. The shading in this game makes me think Bidoofs are always angry. What? The Bidoofs look mad? I don't think I have a Bidoof on me. Their uncapped rage is just flowing through their log bodies. They're just little logs of hate. They're just... Listen, oh, look at that frame rate back there. I love that. It's not the game's frame rate. It's just the way that they save, like, CPU, I guess. Oh my, you know, you remind me of somehow of my grandmother. You remind me somehow of my grandmother. She was always so friendly with her Pokemon, just as you seem to be. I feel the same aura from you. As if you could become true friends with a Pokemon. I'd be interested in seeing how friendly you are with Pokemon that you carry with you. I hope you'll come show me sometime. Oh, measure your compatibility. Oh, he's just the friend trainer. Alec was right calling you out on your granny hair. What? It's not granny hair. It's not. It's fancy hair. You wouldn't know a thing about it. You wouldn't know a thing about fancy hair. Sheesh. Also, KP's here. Happy Friday. Oi, 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 oi. It's good to see you, KP. How are you doing? Have you seen much of this game? Cookie run notification. Just flip over my phone. Hey, listen to this. I saw something out in the wilds. Oh, it was incredible. Come again? What was it? The thing I saw was a will-o'-the-wisp. A ball of bright red fire. Is that noise in the game? When I was walking in the windswept run of the other night, it leapt at me like, ooh. Mom! At it again with this story, huh? Yeah, you get him, Waka Flocka. Don't listen to her, ma'am. My big sis is always getting carried away with her fairy tales. True younger brother. Oh, for goodness sake, I'm not making it up. I saw that will-o'-the-wisp with my own 2 eyes. Oh, yeah? Then why don't you show it to me? Heh, good luck with that. Runs away. It is so frustrating that he won't believe me. I honestly did see one. Say, you're with the Survey Corps, right? I hear that you're quite a prodigy. I bet that you could easily catch a will-o'-the-wisp. Do you think that you could catch one? Catch the one that I saw and bring it back here? I already got one of them. Can I just give you one of the old ones? Last place I saw it was in Windswept Run at midnight. What? Windswept what? Oh, at midnight. All right. We just got to take a little nap. Just got to take a little nap. I'm super tired anyway. Where's my house? Where's my house? Where's my spouse? Man, I can't be a real human being without a house and a spouse. Did I sleep over here? Is this my house? I'm about to break in. Even if this ain't my house, I'm breaking in. Evil looks like MS Paint. I don't even remember. Who wrote that? Who wrote that? Grandma, you're doing so many rolls. Of course, I gotta stay spry. I've got to make sure that I keep up my fitness. Otherwise, I'm gonna be old. Isn't it faster? It feels faster. Maybe it's not. Rare wares, only the best here. A fine day to you, my friend. Care to peruse our top-notch selection of rarities? Yes. Oh. Actually, don't really care for any of this. Thank you. What about you, sir?
Gentra the Ginkgo Guild sells rare items you won't find anywhere. Hi there, got a special product in stock. A pineapple berry set. Yours for a bargain of $2,000.
No. I don't need none of your berries. I don't need a bunch of stinking berries. Arg, that what? That's just a general store guy. Oh yeah, we live next to the clothes lady. This is my house. We need to wait for it to be midnight, and we'll find that will-o'-the-wisp in Nightmare Alley or wherever she said it was. Oh, I'm so tired.
Until nightfall.
Actually, I'll stay up. That's my options. I normally pick that last one. Stream just ended. I finally ate some food. It's 2 in the morning. Will I play Cookie Run or... Will I play Cookie Run until morning, until midday, until evening, until nightfall? Or actually, I'll just stay up. Let's get out of here. Let's find that will-o'-the-wisp. That weep-a-da-whoop. I don't really know where where the child said it was. Something about an alley or something. Maybe it's in between these houses. That's what I thought. These are the only alleys. Yeah, all right. This is probably it. Hey, Wafer, what's up? It's nice to see you. Wafer. Hello. I can't believe it. I can't believe Wafer's here. Hello, Wafy. Waifu, I hope that you're doing well. Have you gotten to play any of this game? Are you even interested in this game? Everybody's playing it. Whenever I tried to raid people last night, it was like, goodness, like 90% of the people were playing the same game. I'm just grabbing a couple of these. And the Earl himself, here I am. Here I am. It's me. It's me playing Pokemon. I've been playing for what, 5 hours already? This game's super fun. I'm really enjoying it. But I think we're done doing stuff in this town, so we can go back into the wilds and catch some Pokemon. No, I don't do Pokemon things. No Pokemon things at all. Not even the Pokemon trading card game. I see, all right. Anti-Pokemon, we stand. It's all right. A wise choice, Wafer. It's nothing but a time and money sink. I don't recommend it. But yeah, let's leave town. I think that we've like collected a bunch of missions while we were here, but it's time to go back into the oh wait, what is this? Take on new requests and have your Pokedex checked. Oh no. Wafers of Pokemon Unite. God, wait a second. That counts as Pokemon. Wait a second. It truly is a curse. Oh my gosh. Pokemon Unite. I could not get into that game. I couldn't do it. I tried. I played a little bit. I dunked on a bunch of kids, and then I was like, this is boring. This is like League, but worse. I don't even like League that much either. But I generally don't play a lot of multiplayer games, so I'm not surprised at all. Clarissa from the Security Corps has a request for us. Something to do with Zubat, I believe. Talk to the good lady and investigate as necessary. Has to do with Zubat's eyes. I'm guessing that we have to find Zubat in like a strange situation. That reminds me that I need to do my Overwatch matches. All right, we'll see you whenever you get back. Get your Overwatch done. Yeah, multiplayer games, I'm not crazy about them. And that's part of why I'm... Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Look at his weird little back. Its back isn't all like fiery like it's supposed to be. Look at its little newt. Look at its little newt head. Its head looks like a gourd. It's adorable. Oh yeah, I think Opes, did you pick? You picked this little baby, right? Pretty sure that Opes, you picked the baby. Are you gonna evolve it? If you're still here. If you're not here, that's all right. I'm a filthy lurker. I can't be picking on people for lurking. Yeah. Oh, are you gonna evolve them? That's my baby. Yeah. What are you thinking? I don't want to evolve my Oshawott. Hey, yo, Dad. I see it. That's a rat. No, that's a Pokemon. Dad, where's my alert? Where's my alert? There it is. Dad, thanks for bringing your friends over. What's up? What's up? How was your game? You were playing Noita? Nice. Real wizard stuff going on. Dad, thank you so much for the raid. Hi, everybody. If you're coming over from Dad Wrestler, I'm the Earl of Suds. I play D&D with Dad and Darren. And right now I'm trying out the new Pokemon game. It just came out yesterday at midnight. And we're checking it out. It's an open world game. So it's not your average going to the gyms, catching one version of the Pokemon to fill your Pokedex. It's a crazy, like, open world adventure with like multiple different ways of traveling around. It's very interesting. But yeah, if you came over from Dad, I hope that you enjoyed his stream. And Dad, of course, if you need to get some food or some water, please do. But if you're gonna stay around, I want to hear about some of these Noita runs. How did it go? Did you win? Wow, Pokemon trying new things for once. Yeah, this is definitely the biggest change since Pokemon Go. It's actually different. It's amazing. I can't believe it. I can't believe that they've done this. Trying new things? That's not very Nintendo of you. Oh, we super won. Built a fantastic wand and all. Man, I need to play Noita again. As a reminder for anybody that is like trying to remember what it is, it's that wizard game that has fully destructible environments that's like little pixel. It's like pixel by pixel, so you can like destroy pixels worth of things, or you can blow up huge parts of the screen. It is ridiculous. You can drill through any surface. You can turn liquids into other liquids and liquids into gases that will suffocate you. It's a very frustrating game, but also very fun. You there, valued customer. But yeah, we're in the town right now, picking up some requests, and then we're gonna go back into the wilds and catch some pocket monsters. I need to get to my crafting table as well. That's another thing in this game. There's crafting, of course. If the game is open world, you know that it's gonna have crafting. Try to sweeten up Taohu with the gift so that he might sell new wares at the general store. They want hearty grains. And that's how you sweeten them up to get more items in the general store. Those clothes you're wearing when you first came to the village. I can't describe to you the shock that they gave me. It's as if I got a glimpse of the future. There's no mistaking it. You're passionate. You've got passion about fashion. Definitely. Defiantly. I see. Well, I have a duty of making this village more fashionable, too. Let's study fashion together. You're part of the Survey Corps, am I right? Please. Let's see. I've been told that hippopotamus that can be found in the Crimson Mirelands have different appearances based on their gender. I feel like if we were able to see and compare them, it would inspire me to make new designs. If you saw hippopotamus. Okay. Look at hippos. Learn about fashion. All right, checks out. Catch a male and female hippopotamus to show her. All right. Sweet. Use boulders as soccer balls to obliterate your enemies. Oh, yes. You are supposed to kick everything. I know that there's like a method of carrying a tablet with you in Noita, where you just like throw down the tablet and then kick it at things. Because it does like triple damage or something. I'm not sure. I'm a complete noob. If you have a progress to report, I will judge its worthiness. Yeah, here's my Pokedex. Ma'am? Here's my Pokedex. Am I poggers? You have made progress. It seems that you've earned yourself a star. New rank! 2 stars! I can't believe it. This is a 2-star stream. All right. Can't believe that we already got our 2nd star. You can now use feather balls. Pokemon up to level 30 will obey your orders reliably in battle. Not always, but it's pretty reliable. The rewards that you earn for your server report will be more generous now, too. Have these as well. Further recipes that you'll need for crafting. Nice. Feather balls. Nice. Apricorn and Sky. Yep. Okay, there you go. Exactly like Alchemix said, it's all the tumblestones. And a super potion. You need a pep-up plant. Never heard of it. Continue to dedicate yourself. I know. You're gonna go get a little snack? Nice! I'm actually gonna grab some pizza in a minute as well. Dad, get yourself a snack. Get yourself some water. Relax, my friend. Thank you again for your raid. I appreciate it. You're a good bean, Blastador. Blastador. All right. Something about a warden. Oh, yeah. Pizza time. Stop that. Don't post those stupid bats in my chat. I regret everything. I regret ever adding those bats. And I regret even more not deleting them. Why do they still exist? Gosh darn it. I'm such a lazy person. I don't clean up anything. I have such stupid stuff around. I never change anything. It's just a remnant of Halloween's past. Yeah, it's from October. It's from October and I haven't fixed it. It's January. Oh my gosh. Do I still have my Christmas tree up? I do. I do have my Christmas tree up. The Christmas tree hasn't been put away. You can't take them. I love them now. Be quiet, die. I'll do whatever I want. Just watch. You're only tempting me more. Wait, what? Don't just hang me out to dry. I got no one else to ask. What are you asking me? Is this a marriage proposal? What's going on here? That's the stuff. I feel a lot better going out researching on my own if I can beat you. Oh, you want to fight? Oh, we're fighting. Okay. Look at that! Look at who it is! Oh, look at that, baby! Mime Jr. Look at them, they're so dainty. La 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 la. Mime Jr. All right. Kill them! My baby! Oh no! He's dying! Boom. Wow, that was super effective. Actually, it was just paralysis. Oh, that Lux Ray. What about it? This one? Yeah, I still can't control it. Not properly. He won't reliably obey me. Okay, I guess we're switching out. Let's see. How do we 23. Yeah, this one's 41. This is a serious battle. Running is not an option. I wasn't trying to. Can you crunch him? Ooh. 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 He won't die. He's had the same offline screen for 2 years. That's true. That's true, but I did get art made for it. I do have new art that's already made. I just need to make it work. All right, let's eat Pikachu. Luxray won't do it. They're too powerful for their own good. Listen, Luxray, if you die because you don't obey me, that's okay with me, all right? Wait a second. We could use our rock type, right? Oh, agile style. Pikachu, how are you so fast? Slow down, Buster. Oh my goodness, Pikachu can just go crazy. All right. I think the Geodude will work better. We just gotta bury them. We've got to bury Pikachu once and for all. I'm trying to remember if ground or rock is better against electric. I think it's ground, right? Could you stop? Why are you so fast? Goodness gracious, let's mud slap this fool. Wait, agile style. Agile style means that you get to attack more times. Or like lowers the time that it takes for you to get another turn. And the strong style means that you do more damage, but you don't get to do it as often. Simple enough. And then you can also attack in normal style. Ah! Bury them. Oh, didn't kill him. Geodude became obscured. Who knows where he is? Oh, the move missed. I see. I've never seen this mud slap work before. I've never seen this this move at work. That's pretty awesome. Pikachu can't even hit me. I'm a blur. I'm just a big old ball of mud. Well done. Battle decided. Oh boy, Pikachu's gonna be angry with me again. Yeah, because you let him die, dude. That's not really... He's like, oh, my pet's always so mad at me because I keep making him fight other animals. Poor Pika. Let that Pika go. All right. Now we can leave the village again. We're going to go to... Oh, we can go to Crimson Mirelands. See, this is what I don't understand is how this world quite works. So this is Obsidian Fieldlands. This is 1. 2 zones. We got Crimson Mirelands. I guess there's like 3, 4, 5 maybe. Not sure. Maybe there's like a beach area here. Maybe there's more areas around. Ooh. Oh, I see. So this is the little... I've never been over here. Now this is some pretty fresh area. We're gonna take a peek at the area number 2. Hopefully we're gonna get there's a jet ski Pokemon and there's also a gliding Pokemon. So minimum 5, minimum 4, possibly 5. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. 3 just seems too low. I doubt that they made 3 areas. Here we are, my girl, the Crimson Mirelands, an area teeming with poison-wielding Pokemon, and plenty of others besides. Seems like you're in for a tough mission. I'm sure that you can handle it, though. Oh, that's right. You're heading to the Solaceon ruins, aren't you? You're off that way. They're off that way if you need a pointer. See the entranceway over there? Oh, yeah, that's really close. Who do I see? Oh, that's a plant. I thought that was a Pokemon. I thought it was maybe Drifloon. Space-time distortions? What? What is this? Space-time distortions are dangerous places where powerful Pokemon appear. However, if you're brave enough to enter them, you might be able to find rare Pokemon and items inside. What? That is super cool. Rare Pokemon inside. So you have to like open, you gotta go in there. You gotta risk your life for that bread. Let's switch out our Pokemon. I don't want to have that sussy baka that won't listen to me. We've left the baby area. It's big girl time. It's granny time. It's time for Granny to show you what she's made of. Yeah, look at us. We registered stuff. That's not what I meant to do. Gotta go. We need to talk to this guy. Excusez-moi, sir. Let's switch out my Pokemon because Luxray is too high level for me and I cannot control them. Ooh, we could just replace them with just baby. Luxio. Beep. There we go. Dangerous. We gotta go now. Oh, what? No. We're gonna battle him. Ooh, Ghastly. Is Ghastly a poison type? Look at that boy's polygons. Oh my god. His eyes. Yikes. Who did it? Who did this to him? Who did it to him? Ghastly. Ghastly is poison type and Goosed. What have they done to you, my boy? Look at that. Look at the polygons on that thing. It looks like it's Nintendo 64. It looks like Mario from Nintendo 64. It's incredible. Good. Ow, look at the seam. Mamma mia. Get him. Mamma mia. And then as soon as you get closer, it's all smooth and pretty. Step away and it starts getting chonky. Getting chonky. All right, let's, so he's poison. So I probably should have used my ground type, hey? Probably should have done the ground type. Or you could just tap either one of them. Okay, I want him to go quick. Mamma mia. All right, this is completely acceptable. Now strong style. Blast them. Are there abilities in this game? That's a good question. I'm not sure about that. Kind of doubt it, but maybe. Oh, wait. I shouldn't have killed him. I should have caught him. Because if so, it has levitate. Okay, let's see. How would we find that? Oh, wrong button. How would we find that out? Maybe we would go to our Pokemon over here. Oshawott, I don't want to evolve you. Let's look at Kricketune. It's bold by nature. Level 11. It's got things. Yeah, see, look, it's got the numbers too that make it easier to be able to tell how good it is. I don't think so. I don't see any abilities. Original partner is Kenne. You can mark it with something if you want to. Oshawott, what are you by nature? Modest. Aw, a modest BB. We stand. Okay, I'm gonna try to sneak up. Looks like Get some fields of wheat. The wheat fields. This is our new hiding spot. Is in the wheat. All right, heavy ball. Can you hear the sound effect? Weird. Then ground was an excellent call, Kenny. I'm very proud. Thank you. Ooh, we got a ghastly. Nice. I love those sound effects. Whammo! Oh no, space in your bag. Wait, what? Space in my bag? Is there not enough space? Is that what the alert is? Oh yeah, I didn't craft all my stuff. Oh no, I forgot to craft. But I'm right here, right? Okay, yeah, we're right here. What is this? Hearty greens, delicious. Here, let's get rid of some items in my satchel. We'll do some crafting. Oh, nice. Now we could make, would this count as a satchel item? I guess it would, right? I think. What counts as being in your satchel? Literally everything? Yeah, balls. Everything that you throw. Man, we need to get rid of some of these plants. We need to make some potions and stuff. Something that stacks, you know? Pep up plant? Yeah. Maximum one of these. That just straight up gets rid of those plants. Some of these. Bye-bye Oron berries. What is this? Grease? Stealth spray. Ew. Some of these bad boys. That didn't get rid of all my Vivichokes. Sky. What is this? A ball that flies fast and true. Ideal for catching nimble Pokemon or ones that fly high in the air. See, this is what I'm loving about the Pokeballs in this game, is that they actually, like, mean something, rather than just being like, it's good at catching Pokemon well, actually, a nighttime Pokemon catching ball would be pretty good. But yeah, this is more interesting than just catching heavy Pokemon. No, the ball itself is heavy. You can't throw it as far, but it's good at catching Pokemon. This one is a feather ball, and it can, like, kind of fly at the Pokemon. I like this. I'm liking it. Dusk ball is for nighttime. Yeah, actually, that would work quite well in this game. So I'm limited by black tumblestones. Okay. Now it's going to be apricorns that are in my way. Yeah, we need more apricorns. More. We need like 100 of them. 100. Now what does my pockets look like? There's plenty of room. There's what, 3 more item slots that I can buy? It would probably be pretty expensive to do that. Hardy grains is a quest item. I don't know if it's worth it, though. Ooh, Chesto berry. Yeah, we should probably get rid of our berries first and foremost. Did you see me, Ghastly? Oh, I think they did. I see a rock shaking. I see a tree shaking. There's a bunch of nonsense going on. Everything's shaking. Oh, it's the same thing, right? It looks a little different. Oh, so we need to heal ourselves. What happened? How are we so injured? Oh no, grass type? Heavy ball is good for catching. Example, Lugia. Yeah, in the original games, Nardavel, not in this one though. In this one, they changed the way that they work. Now Heavy Ball has nothing to do with the weight of the Pokemon. Heavy is commenting on the weight of the ball itself. Okay, so we're fighting a grass type, so we need fire type, I guess. What you know? You like that Burmese a different color in the area? Yeah, it's cool. Shows an attention to detail. Ooh, I can see that up on the hill. A ghost. Days of Ghosties past. Get him. Burn him. Cook him. Yeah, that's right. See you later. See you later, alligator. All right, let's go grab that ghost if we can. Oh. All is lost. This game. Yeah, I can make it. Come on! Let me up! No! This game! Come on! No! I'm gonna die. I don't want to walk around. I can make this jump, right? No. Mustn't try again. Mustn't, precious. Oh, here we go. Ooh! What is this? A carnivine? I forget what these names are. What is that? Oh, it is. This is a carnivine. You saw an apricorn? Oh, there are apricorns over here. Aw. What? I thought that I... Oh. I lost my wood and 5 potions. Dang it. Just because I fell in the water a couple times. Why can't I swim for more than 5 seconds? Ooh, it's so purple around here. This game. The climbing is ridiculous. The climbing and the swimming are broken. But then again, I mean, it's really the climbing that's garbage. The swimming is just fine because you eventually get a jet ski and you can just zoom. But the climbing is a mess. Like, what is this? Like, you cannot recover from falling in the water. Why are you so attracted to the water? I'm not! It's just if you fall in, you can't get out. You cannot go any further. Oh, I'm so tired. Is that my stamina meter going? Are they saying that I'm running out of stamina? What does that mean? You can't go any further. The liquid. It beckons to me. I can hear it whispering. I hear the whispers of an ancient water. Oh wait, probably all my Pokemon are healed up, right? Can you make this jump? No, you can't. They encourage you to have fun with the mechanics. They encourage you to like run around and jump and everything, but it's worthless and it kills you every time. There's no point in jumping anything. You just have to go, oh, here's a place to cross. Okay, now I get to play the game again. Whoopee! Whoopee! Oh! Wee! Oh wait, it's not the middle of the night. We can't get that ghosty anymore. No ghosties. No ghosties allowed. Boing. At least it works great on mountains. I mean, look at us go. Look at us. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that works great. Yahoo! We made it to the top. That's all that matters. Get him! Oshawott, grab some goodies. Oh wait, we're gonna run out of pocket space again. Apricorns are worth it. Yeah, look at how far he hits it. Licky Tongue. Oh snap. Licky Tongue is here. Everyone, ease your worries. Licky Tongue has arrived. Let's see. What kind of Pokeball do we want to use? Probably just a heavy one. Lepa Berry. Yeah. Lepa. Maybe we'll feed him. Let's see what they do. Let's see what happens. Smell that? What do you think about that? Hungry? Times you've given it food. You fool. Oh. You fell for the oldest trick in the book. Licky licky. Hey, we got him. Number 1. Number 1 that we've ever... Do I hear another one? Hey. Oh. Oh, it's probably in here. Right? No, it's from a different direction. Is there a Lickitung in this wall? No, Licky Licky is the evolved form. Oh. Licky Licky is, yeah, the top tier one. I've never even seen a Licky Licky in the real game. So it's probably a rock Pokemon that comes out of here, right? Yeah. Hello, Geodude. Hello, Mario. Wouldn't mind if I just gave you the old Brit Brap. Oh, I gotta get out of the way. Oh my gosh, I'm about to get hit. Just stay back when your Pokemon are battling. You don't want any of that. What, is Persephone here? Oh my gosh, I can't see it in my chat. Ah, Twitch is broken. Persephone, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. How are you? I couldn't see you. I'm sorry. I would have responded immediately. Hiya. My Twitch chat is broken. I do not know what is wrong with it, but it's so good to see you. I hope you've been doing well. This music. Bam. You're sick? Oh no. I hope you start feeling better, Persephone. Sorry to hear that you're feeling crummy. Oof da. Please heal the body. Eat a raspberry. Will you not eat the raspberry? Come on. You love food. You can still catch him. Yeah! Uninterested in fruits, shaking my head. Checks out. Get him, Cricketot. Cricketoon. Cricketoon. Ooh, leveled up. Nice. Whoa! What is that? Cursed Badlands? We gotta check it out. We gotta check this out. Who are you? Is that Stunky? Stunky? Fancy meeting you here. Yes. I love the skunk. It looks like he's got a butt face. Oh, he's moving through the nasty pee-pee water. No. Hang on. Let me burn you alive. It looks like he's got fancy hair. Oh yeah, the hippopotamus. I forgot about the... They are level 34 though. We gotta get out of here. We gotta get the heck out of here. I didn't know that they were so leveled. Oh. What's that noise? Whoa, that's an actually powerful one. No. Get out of here. Yeah, I think I see, what, Krogunk? Is that who that is? Yeah, little Krogunks in the water. I bet we could get one of those. We gotta sneak up on these boys. I think that one already knows that I'm here, right? Hey, little buddy. Dang it. These heavy balls are tough. Oh, doesn't even work on him. Oh my god. Well, who did that? Where did that come from? Krogunk? Oh dear. Let's switch this. Mark down the goodies. Yeah, boy. Hey! What? Persephone, thank you so much for the prime! Yo. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yo. Enjoy all of your squirrely emotes. Welcome back. Welcome back for another month. No ads. Thank you, Persephone. Seems like the alerts are a little delayed too. Yeah, maybe I should. After the stream, I'll definitely reset my router and see if that does anything. Ah, we made it all the way to Sludge Mound. Sludge Mound. My family used to come here all the time whenever I was a kid. Sludge Mound. Oh my gosh, it's been years since I've been here. So it almost feels like coming home. Wow.
Hey. Hello there. So you're the Survey Corps child who quelled the Lord of the Woods, are you? Think you could help me with setting up a new base camp? We're making one by the bogs.
Hey, Dryad Bunny, what's up? Thank you for the lurk. Don't worry. If you're gonna lurk, you don't have to answer. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Our Odo could certainly use somebody as capable as you. He's a fresh construction corps recruit, still learning the ropes.
Setting up the bog-bound camp. Nice.
Deep in the bog.
I feel like we should maybe go back to the original area. But I'm also curious about making this camp and maybe getting that water skimmer. But where is the where's the mission? Music's jamming. Sheesh. Music didn't have to slap so hard. Oof, what a stench. I know, right? Stinky ones. Whoa there. I'd keep your distance if I were you. They're so cute. They are so cute, though. Look at them. They're actually adorable. They're way cuter than the upgraded version. I actually like them. Just look at those bothers. They're taking up the spot that I was going to set up base camp. Hey, little Viking. What's up? Hoot, hoot. Hoot, hoot. How are you doing? Stinky babies. Meow, meow. They do look like cats. They look exactly like little cats. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Stay with me. Meow, 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 meow. I'm not bad. Wait a second. What'd they say? Handle somebody good at battling. I'm not bad. You think you're up to this, though? They stink something fierce. You shut up. You stop picking on those sweet little things. Just watch. If you insist. But you've got to beat 3 of them, so be ready to run. Look at them. They go poof. I love them. I want them. How am I liking this game? My husband has been talking about getting this, but isn't sure. Yeah, I'd have to know what Husbando likes in the Pokemon games or something like that. But I mean, I'm really enjoying it so far, but it's very different. And I personally didn't like Sword and Shield, so I was happy to have something else going on. I like the classic games. I think that the story's a little much, but I don't know. I find the story less annoying than Sword and Shield, even though it does seem like there's more of it. We need to switch out. So these are poison. These are poison, then I guess Geodude's gonna be the best one for the job, unless they have some other type that I don't know. 3 on 1. That's hardly fair. Geodude's a young rock. A young the rock. Ooh, I wonder if his ground attack, or if there are attacks that can attack multiple creatures in this game. I need to save time. Get him! Bury them. Doesn't even do that much damage. This is a tough battle. One day I will tell Kenny about poison weaknesses to Psychic, but not today. You just did. Man, I'm really tired. Life has been trying to test me lately. I'm so happy that your streaming brings a smile to my face. Aw, little Viking, I'm sorry to hear that life has been rough. Oof, things are a mess out there. Things are a mess out there. Times have been tough. We gotta stick together, my friend. Sorry to hear that, though. I hope that things pick up for you. I hope that things pick up, things get a little bit easier, and you get to just enjoy yourself a little bit more. Life ain't meant to be so dang old serious. But sometimes you gotta get serious for a little bit. Dude, my Geodude's about to die. That's serious. Oh my god. They killed my rock. They killed him. How dare. Let's see. Poison's pretty decent against everything else, I think. I feel like Poison versus Bug would be the worst matchup, right? Maybe Oshawott can hurt him a little bit? Maybe? What can you do, you little cute seal? Stunky! Oh my god. They're murdering my little man. My little precious. My precious. Can I at least hit one of them? That would be great. Maybe I should try to catch him? I don't know. I think they're gonna kill me, man. I think I'm going to die. If we can catch one of them. Oh my gosh. They're murking us. Oh dear. Electric versus poison's not gonna work out well. None of this is working out well. Oh no. Okay, can I catch one? Yeah, you can still catch them. Nice. That'd be a great way to eliminate one of them. And I won them! Yay! You caught Stunky. Maybe that's what I should have focused on from the very beginning. It's just trying to catch him. Let's try to catch this fully healthed one. We'll see. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Oh! Hey! Nice! Fully healthed up. We just caught him. We only killed one of them. It had to be done, okay? They were hurting all my little babies. Jacob Hart, the pastry boy. How are you doing? Oh, you've got a Jake the dog. Jake the dog, adorable. How are you doing? Thanks so much for popping in. I'm doing fantastic. That's very nice of you to ask. Ooh, I want to get some of that pizza. But I'm going to wait till I'm really hungry. There's not a whiff of Stunky here either. Stop by anytime. Setting up the Bog-Bound Camp. A new base camp. Nice. Oh, and he just shows up. This makes a second base camp for us to use in the Crimson Mirelands. Perhaps some Stunky will poop by for fun and game sometime? Wouldn't that be a treat? No. Poop? I caught 6 Pokemon. Wow, look at that. Pizza's alive. It is. It's true. People caught using Backstrike first time. Rare Pokemon stuff. Nice, nice, nice. What did you get on your pie? You guessed one of them right. Pepperoni and jalapeno. And then the other one is sausage and bacon? I think. Not sure. Stop it. You're making me salivate. Stop. What would I like to do now? Gotta go. Actually, we might teleport over to the other area and like catch some more Pokemon in the starting area because our Pokemon are kind of a little weak for this area. I guess it would be fine if we try to sneak up on more Pokemon and just catch them. That would be okay. But we need to try to not battle any because they will chew us up and spit us out. Music just slowly pans over. What's going on up here? Huh? You're a big fan of jalapenos on pizza? Well, Papa John's actually gives you like a jalapeno as well. Like just one that you can munch on. So with the few pieces that I had, I munched on one. Ooh, a Dragonfly. I'm trying to remember their names. It's like Yam something. I can't remember. Wow, what a throw. There's no bushes. There's no bushes to hide in. Maybe I should try my new Pokeball. The one that flies. Be still. Sometimes I wonder if this gyroscope is helping me or not. What? How did you get away from that, you rascal? What? I hit him from there, but it went thunk. That is ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Yo, Sick Kilgore, what's up? Hey. Yo. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Kilgore, it's been a while. Yo, thank you so much for the raid. We're playing the new Pokemon game. I super appreciate it, my guy. Hey. Thank you. I hope you were enjoying. Oh, you were playing Arceus as well. I should have guessed. Everyone's playing it. Last night I tried to raid somebody, and I started looking around. I had like 10 people that I knew that were playing this game. It's so much fun though. It's so much fun. Wooden Dog, thanks for popping over with Kilgore. I super duper appreciate it. Hi everybody. My name's Earl of Suds. We're just playing some Arceus, as you'd imagine. I don't know where y'all were at in the game, but we're just kind of getting started. Zooming around. I'm just trying to catch as many Pokemon as I possibly can, all right? That's my number one goal in life. Everyone's on this game right now. It's true. So I appreciate you picking me, because you could have picked any Pokemon friendo. Goodness gracious. But I hope you enjoyed your stream. If you need to go get some food, need to go get some water, or do something like that, I totally understand, my friend. But if you want to stick around and make fun of my Pokemon skills, it's totally legit. You forgot a raid message? No worries. But yeah, we're actually playing. What was it? Banjo-Kazooie was the game that we were playing before this, but I had to stop everything. You know, something's been bothering me about this character that I am. It looks like something, but I can't put my finger on it. Is there a character in Genshin that looks like this? Like with this outfit. It's the clothes. The clothes look like a Genshin Impact character? I do not remember. But I'm definitely getting Genshin vibes a little bit. Okay, I'm just gonna blast his Burmy. Strong! The fire girl that you start with? Maybe. I'm not sure. Okay, we're gonna... Amber? It might be her. I'd have to look it up. Okay, we're gonna... How do you do this again? So you get a switch, and then you press R. There's a lot of buttons in this game. I'll look up, yeah. Amber Genshin. Yeah, isn't she like the cook or something that teaches you? It doesn't really look too much like her. I thought that there was somebody else. Well, she doesn't really look like this. That's too bad. I thought that there was a character that I thought that there was like a little child character, right? Isn't there a Genshin Impact child? Like a kid that has fire or explosions or something? I thought that there was a kid. And they've got a red outfit and like white hair. Right? I don't remember. Anyhow, let's try to catch this thing. I wanna grab this Burmy. Zoop. Ooh, all right, nice. Man, I love the sound effects in this game. The times you've seen it use Struggle Bug. Whoa, oh, it must have done a special move that they're supposed to. You think that we can jump this? Think we can do this? Heck yeah, dude. Nice. See, that's why you test stuff. King's Leaf. What is this? That sounds valuable. If a king would eat this leaf, then a mere peasant like me, of course I have to. Discard our mushroom. That's a king's leaf. Nice. I do like testing the limitations of this jump mechanic. Okay, wait a second. We can... this. Like that. Let's sneak up on these boys to see if we can get them. Yeah, you kind of look more like Klee now that you say Genshin character. Klee. Sneak. Yeah, aren't these named Yanma? Yeah, Yanma, that's their name. Yanni, Yanni. Yanni, Yanni, come closer. Boom! Yeah, I think you're supposed to aim for their behinds anyway. It was good to watch you for a little bit, Kenny. Hope you're doing well and your family. Aw, that's very sweet. That's very sweet. I'm doing fantastic. You're gonna go take a nap. All right, get some rest, Persephone. Get some rest. It was nice to see you for a little bit. Get yourself some schlep. Y'all come back here. Yeah! Klee is a good call. Klee is a character in Genshin? Let's see what they're... Let me see this character. Klee. Yeah, that character. That kind of reminds me. It's not that close, but yeah, Klee is very adorable, very cute character. Got him. How are you enjoying the game so far? Still deciding if you want to pick it up? Yo, Cashman Gaming, it's nice to see you. I'm really loving it. And I am extremely happy that I got it digitally too, because I think that I'm going to be playing this offline as well. I think I'm going to be streaming this, but I think that there's so much content that I might be playing this offline as well. I'm not sure. I think I'm going to stick to streaming for now, but this game is super duper fun, and there's so much to collect. But I'm also a filthy completionist, so I don't know if you love searching for achievements and stuff like that, but ooh, this whole game is making my goblin brain freak out, like in a good way. In a good way. Dang, the kid's upstairs. Hey, it's nice to see you. What's up, Sarah? Sarah. See, like right in the, you see that, Cashman? You see that tiny little blip in the distance? That purple? That is a wisp. And apparently there's like 150 of them hidden around the entire world. And if you collect them, then it looks like you probably get access to a rare Pokemon or something. It's just stuff like that is all littered throughout the game. And like the list for the Pokédex has a bunch of different things that you can do. Like every single Pokemon is like, how many times have you seen it do an attack? How many times have you killed it using this type of Pokemon? How many alpha specimens have you found? And like they even show and make a more simple way to understand stats. You might not have a problem with this, but I have a problem with like Pokemon stats and mid-maxing and whatever. But in this game, they make it a lot more simple. Like, instead of you trying to figure out, like, what their range is, it just straight up says, like, this attack is not special. The HP, not special. Special attack, not special. On this specific Pokemon, it's got better defense than it should. So you can look for stats like that, so that you can, like, weed out which Pokemon to get rid of easier. I don't know. I'm really enjoying it. I hope that I continue to enjoy it. Is that a King's Leaf? Another one. Grab it. Yes. I've already got one of them, so stacking is free. You like that, actually? Me too, yes. Makes it so that you can, like, tell the difference. There's some little tiny frustrations, but I haven't really been annoyed by anything yet. Not really. Zoom! You just applied for U.S. citizenship? You're stoked? Nice! As an American, I welcome you with open arms. I hope that the U.S. government does too. You'd make a fine addition. Holy crap. What the... Bruh. Are you serious? Are you serious right now? Level 29 Parasect over here. Excuse-moi. Pop. That's not gonna get him. I can't really battle him, but I really want one of the Teddy Ursas. I really want one of these little boys, little baby boys. No, I want these. Ah, stupid Parasect. I can just evolve for that. Leaf. Okay, has he lost me? Nice. Okay. I know, teddies are so cute. All right. So I'm gonna use a flying ball for starters. Bam! It flies straight. I love these. I definitely need to go mining so that I can get more of them. I'm not here. I don't exist. Come back. I can also use a bait to like, oh, I got one. I got one, cuties. Here, I'll feed them too. Let's give them a lepa berry. I don't know what they like yet. There you go, boys. You smell that? Oh my gosh, I missed both of them. Oh no. The heavy ball. You have to throw it so much higher. Oh. Oh, we only got one of them. Oh, he disappeared. All right, he ran away. I don't blame him. That was pretty clumsy. Okay, let's pick this up. Yeah, and the crafting. I'm liking the crafting so far. In most games, I find crafting to be annoying because I'm like, great, I gotta collect a bunch of stuff. But in all the Pokemon games, you have to like save up a bunch of money and buy a bajillion Pokeballs. So the crafting, being able to craft your own Pokeballs actually makes me feel like more free in this game. It makes me feel like, oh, I'm free to not have to buy those. I can just make them myself. It gives me a real can-do attitude. You've been lurking? You're gonna go to bed finally? You're tired. Get some rest, Moy. Moy. Get some sleep. Get some sleep. Do. Da. The hot streamer insults? What? I don't see it. Hang on. I'm scrolling up. Hang on. Let me refresh. There we go. I don't see any insults. I'm confused. What the heck are you talking about? That's a nice feature to be able to craft Pokeballs. I agree. Even though, like I said, I'm not normally crazy about crafting mechanics. The like most egregious annoying one to me is Animal Crossing. There's no need to craft your own furniture. Just buy it from the raccoons. They know what they're doing. Ooh, Yanma. I haven't seen any catch combos yet, but I haven't seen people shiny hunting in this game yet either. But I have run into a shiny and we caught it too. Oh, Wooden Dog, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Friendo came in from C Kilgore. One of Kilgore's viewers watched me for a little while, and that's how I got to know of Kilgore. And I've rated him a few times. I've rated me a few times. They're a good bean. Very chill streams. I enjoy. I'm trying to remember the name of the person that was a chatter in their chat, but I cannot remember. Was it Champ? Wait a second. Was it Champ Mayor? I think it may have been. Oh. A bean. Yes. A good bean. Cute bean. Oh, boom. Paris is new? What? I hadn't even caught one? Oh, my gracious. Now, let's sneak up on this guy right here. Yeah. I don't know if we're going to catch it. No! Yo. Load up. Time to get out of here. Hey, thank you, Di, for the gifted community sub. Divey, thank you so much. Yo, this is some nice parkour out here. Whoa, Teddy Roosevelt out here. Hang on. Thank you so much, Di. What the heck? Thank you for that generosity. Oh, shoot. Oh, heck no. Oh, no. He was right behind me. Look at him. He's a maniac. He looks like he's got paper mache arms. Look at his little paper mache shoulder pads. Listen, I may not be able to fight you, but I can taunt you. What level are you? Uh-oh. 41. Time to get out of here. Aw, baby. The baby ones are so cute. Maybe we should head back. Weird ear? Yeah. This is called a weird ear, right? Boing, boing. Yeah, it's really great at climbing. Crazy stuff. Ooh, it's getting all... What's that noise? Oh, it's just the fighting music. Okay. Because it sure is looking... Wow, I didn't even know if you could go down here. It looked kind of like a background. But I wonder if things come out in the fog. I guess it's harder for them to see you in the fog. Easier to sneak up on Pokemon? I think all these Pokemon are going to be scared. Bam! This game would be so empty if the Pokemon didn't attack you, honestly. I mean, maybe. I'd say that there's a lot of stuff here. I mean, I'm constantly on the lookout for goodies to pick up. And there's so many Pokemon. And they really encourage you to just, like, keep catching them. Boom! While he was on the run! Got that sucker on the run. But as I said, I'm a filthy, like, collector of stuff. So I am perfectly entertained by a giant empty world with things to collect that happen to be in it. Nice. Nice. Moves mastered, can evolve. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. All right, sir, you want to turn your back? Don't turn your back on me. I won't be ignored. Ah! Oh, I kind of hit its butt. Oh, no. Oh, dang it. I didn't mean to spank you with a Pokeball. It was my mistake. Last time I helped you cretins. Wait, what happened? A fox mask, yeah. Yeah, I'm wearing a fox mask. Ain't it fancy? Oshawott can evolve. Yeah, but do you know what it evolves into, Nardavel? It's something disgusting and unmentionable. A non-cute Pokemon. Oh, I hate to say it out loud. How did you just spot me, Sonny? You can't spot me. I've been sneaking. We need distracted. Yeah, have a berry. Let's see what they do. Besides, doing stuff like this can unlock new stuff in the Pokedex as well. Is that tasty? Yum yum. Hot take: Oshawott himself is not cute. I feel like you're gonna stand pretty solo on that take right there. I mean, you did say hot take, but I mean, I don't think anybody's gonna agree with you on that one. This is not cute to you? This is not cute? This creature right here? I mean, this? Not cute? Look at it. Oh! Did it just get scared by something? Oh! Run away. Alright, we're out of here. Is it the same character, but they've had a glow up? Well, they get big baggy pants, they get angry eyebrows, and they kind of turn into a punk teenager, I guess. Oh, you're going to be lurking for a little bit? Have a good rest of your stream if I don't catch you before your stream ends. Oh, cool beans. Yeah, get your stuff done, my friend. Thanks for peeking in. I'm glad that we could talk a little bit about the game for shoresies. For shoresies. But yeah, we'll see you later, my friend. A glow down. I mean, I think that's up to your opinion, Calico. Maybe you like it better. I'm sure some people like it better. That's okay. I'm often ahead of my time. What, you are? You think that you're ahead on this one? Soon, time will tell. Eventually, people will understand that Oshawott's not beautiful. No! Let me up there. I want to get that glowing thing. I want to get that soul. Let me get it. Oh, no. Not the water. No! No! This is the worst mechanic in the game, but I know that it's going to go away soon. I want to get that glowing thing. Let me get it. I want it. Come on. Did you drown? Yes, I did. It's super easy to drown in this game. Let me up. Let me up. Come on. Okay, can I walk? Oops. Can I walk up this? I want to get up there the easy way. Oh my gosh. Come on. Oh my gosh. This game. No! Got a Skyrim at walking back and forth? Nah, it doesn't work. Doesn't work in this game. It's just totally kind of different with that. Doesn't really work the same way. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, you really can't slide against the edge. See what I mean? It's like me on my first day of Breath of the Wild. What? What are you talking about? In Breath of the Wild, you walk up against a wall and he immediately hops onto it and starts crawling up. What do you mean? Listen, I know that you don't like Breath of the Wild, but it's way better than this. Oh, with the drowning? Oh, not the climbing. Oh, with the drowning. I think I drowned a couple of times. Yeah, that is a frustration with that game. Thankfully, you can improve stamina, but you really cannot swim that long. You really can't. The game is like, well, would you like to swim? How about drown? I remember trying to swim across that river, that's near the Twin Peaks. I remember trying to swim that and having like trouble making it across. And I was like, this is a starter area. You just can't swim this stuff. And I was right. You cannot swim much. Oh, we're back to the sludge mound. Now I know where we are. Oh yeah, we can just teleport places. I forgot about that. Oh yeah. We could just teleport anywhere that we want. Let's see. So, oh, there's Ursa's ring out here where you can find the Teddy Ursas. Oh, welcome back, Positivity Boy. Welcome, welcome. You could fast travel this whole time. Yeah, but you don't catch Pokemon when you fast travel. The point of this game is fast traveling. Maven's Lost Satchel. Is that a mission? It says head to the ruins found in the Mirelands. We should do that. We should go to the Solaceon ruins, which is over here. So we should go back to Mirelands. Back to Mirelands. Oh wait, we could turn in our research information. We did catch some new Pokemon. I also love that this doesn't actually like submit the Pokemon to him. Like this is just 100% information, but you don't lose the Pokemon. You get to keep all of them. Seems like you found some new Pokemon. Yeah, we got some updates. Teddy Ursa, little baby. Get that. We're already 3/4 of the way there to another star. Well. Let's heal up our Pokemon. I wonder if I need to switch any Pokemon. I think that they're gonna give me whenever I go into this cave, maybe they'll give me the jet ski Pokemon, or maybe this is the area where you get the gliding Pokemon. But either one would be great. I want some more movement options. I mean, compare this to Breath of the Wild, where they give you that, where they don't give you the... Ooh, I'm gonna like this. I feel like they gave you the little, what's it called? The gliding thing. I think that they give it to you pretty quick in Breath of the Wild. But it still takes a little while. And replaying the game, it is annoying to not have it. You're just like, give me it right now. It's always a need. And it took like 3 hours to get this horse. 3 hours to get this deer. You get that after the tutorial? You get it after the tutorial area, yeah. But it is definitely faster than this.
Well, I am Calaba of the Pearl Clan, Warden Calaba to you. Oh, now would you look at that? You've got a Celestica flute. You must be the one they say fell out of the space-time rift.
I guess.
Why the vague response, Something to hide? I've already heard about you, that you quelled Cleaver in his frenzy. I'm sure that many people were saved by your actions, but I wonder if there wasn't some other way to handle the situation. Like maybe you could have grabbed a shotgun and blasted his head off like this. Pow! What you did was hardly different than bullying a Pokémon into submission, after all. I would suggest executing him next time instead of being a horrible bully. And you run around catching Pokémon in those little balls you carry. I don't need any help from your sort, or the Diamond Clan for that matter. That young lady, Erezu, offered to help, but associating with the Diamond Clan. Those peasants. It won't do. Be on your way. There is much I have to do, and I'd prefer for you not to distract me any longer.
I wonder, can you put humans in Pokeballs? Ah, Kenneth, how about you show me that strength that could even quell the frenzied lord? Gladly. Oh, wait, are we fighting? Yeah, he wants me to beat up his Pokemon. Bet. It's the so there's a Ginkgo Guild, Diamond Clan, and Pearl Clan. And then there's also the group that I'm a part of are I'm trying to remember. Them eyes be glowing, I know. Sheesh. Boom. Togepi? The baby? Sent out a baby? I sent out a horse. Send out a little ball. Look at this. Look at this thing. He looks like he's got his pajamas on. You gave an egg pajamas and you call that a Pokemon? I laugh. I strong style you. Beat him up, strong style. Yeah, that's right. And they're on fire. Burning egg. Coward. Oh, I think that is water. Wait, what? Wait, what? Since when do you get to go first? You got to pop out of your... That's ridiculous. That's not how that works. You don't get to just throw down a Pokeball and just attack me like that? That's ridiculous. Look at here. You're gonna like some of this. Wait a second. You're probably water and ground. Look like water. How do you have these attacks? Wait, what? How does that hurt me? Oh, we gotta kill this thing. That's not water. What? I'm killing this sucker, man. Yeah, you're going down, clown. Nice. But it is ground. Wait, what? Which one is it? Uh-oh. Oshawott dies. Did you just kiss Oshawott to death? Incredible. You know what? I want to get mad, but I just can't. Yeah, boy. Hey, Rosera!
Kenny, it's been 2 years officially since I made one of the best decisions ever to follow you.
What?
I don't regret it for 1 second. Thank you for enriching my life and being you.
Rosera? Shush. 2 years. Holy moly. Oh my goodness. You are so sweet, Rosera. I'm so glad that you followed as well and that you've been able to hang it out with me for an entire 2 years. Hey! I can't believe that it's been so long. Rosera, thank you so much for all the support that you give me. You bought the pizza that I have in the kitchen right now. I super appreciate it, and I love hanging out with you. Welcome back. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed whatever you did while you were away. 2 years. Sheesh.
Battle decided.
Oh my, you're quite adept at instructing your Pokemon in battle. My goodness, that was fun. New move. Such prodigious? Such prodigious strength. Now let me just heal up your Pokemon. Well now, I think that settles it. I must ask you to help in retrieving that stolen wall fragment. With your skill, it should be a cinch. Wait, stolen? Yes, exactly. Some bandits pillaged the Solician ruins and made off with a fragment of the wall engravings. Have you not heard of the notorious misfortunes? They're a trio of bandits that have even hit the Ginkgo Guild merchants more than a few times. Ginkgo Guild merchants, oh, not the kind of regulars I like to have, let me tell you. Mistress Kalaba is doing everything that she can to regain the fragment, but at 99 years old, she's got 1 foot in the grave. It's a bit hard for her to chase leads all over the place. Look at her. Miss Fortune. Hey, Miss Fortune! Miss Fortune's a fun character. Oh, naturally, I'd be happy to lend you a hand. Those sisters swiped my wares too, and I'm no Ginkgo Guild merchant if I take that lying down. What are the name of Jinx's guns? I'm trying to remember. One of them's like named Shooty, and the other one's named like Chomper or something. Chomp, Fishbones, and Pow Pow. I love the idea of a gun named Fishbones. Fishbones and Pow Pow, or is Fishbones like a? I don't know. I don't know what that game is. I never played it in my life. Yahoo! Fishbones and Pow Pow. It's not too late. It's never too late. Then I hear you say it'll be alright. We just try to stay alive. Maybe we'll make it out, 'cause it's not too late. I kind of want to check out that thing over there. You don't learn. Listen, sometimes the jumps work, all right? Sometimes it works. Okay? They only slap you on the wrist anyway. Look at this. You should be able to make it up here. The momentum! No! No! Yep. I couldn't stop myself. Too much momentum. Momentum, Dad. Come on, Dad. Let me up there. What the heck is that? Get up there. No, don't fall off the edge, dude. Yeah, grab that. Gulp. Wow, I ate a soul. There are 19 wisps remaining in the area. Wow, they even tell you how many are in the specific area. That is very convenient. I'm glad. You eat them? I kind of breathed it in. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in. I'm sorry. It was tough. Can't go this way. You cannot go any further. If you go any further, then you will be traveling into the Badlands, where the Pokemon are stronger than you could ever imagine. This is not a real open world game. This is a fake one. Wow. What the heck is that? Is that a Pokemon or a bush? Sometimes it's hard to tell. Ralts! Oh, Ralts. Baby, come back. Baby, come back. Ah! I love Ralts. They're so cute. Tackle him. Hit him. Ooh, nice, nice, nice. No, it said Ralts is standing its ground, and it said Ralts is running away. What is that bull crap? Come here, buddy. Did you see that? It had stayed in its ground. Just kidding, there it went. Ralts is so cute. Also turns into a pretty woman Pokemon. Why can't it be a Pokemon in a bush? Exactly, where's my bush? We need Babushka. We need Babushka to hide us. Oh, we got Badu, that's nice. Hey, Kivy! Kivy, Kivy, Kivy. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the new Pokemon. A space-time distortion appeared. What do you mean? I'm in one. You think that cell phones are gonna fall from the sky? You think that Tesla's gonna rise out of the ocean? Swallow humanity? Geodude can evolve now? Oh, whoa! Umbreon! What? Oh, snap, son. What is this? I just threw a berry accidentally. Umbreon. Oh my goodness. I want you very badly. Ow, I just smacked in the head. Ow! I might get killed. No, did it disappear? No, gone. No, I should have thrown up an enemy ball first. Dang it, I threw a stupid... I threw the wrong stuff. That was my fault. Porygon, what? You come here, mister. You come here, mister, right now. This area is amazing and dangerous as heck. Holy moly. I love it here. Also, it's only level 21. Excellent. Yes, please. This is super cool. This area is amazing. I don't even have to open up my inventory to do that, but I'm just being slow. Switching between items and Pokemons is slightly annoying. Nice! Yo! Porygon! Eevee! Not you! Yes, not you! Oh, Eevee! Yes! Yes, yes, yes. Don't hurt them too much. Oh, poor Ponyta. Rest in peace. Oshawott, be careful. Don't hurt Eevee. Don't hurt Eevee too bad. Oh my gosh, so many enemies. Don't let Eevee hurt you too bad, Oshawott. Oh, Oshawott's dead. Oh my gosh. This area is too tough. Ah, that noise. No. Eat that. Eat it, aren't you hungry? Ah! Eevee actually kind of tough. Oh, Eevee left. Oof. I didn't have a tough enough Pokemon that could take on three Pokemon at a time. We gotta get out of here pretty soon because I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die and lose a bunch of items. Another Porygon? I'll take that. Not bad. Oh, Snorlax. Look at him running around in circles. This area is super amazing. Holy moly. First one that I've walked in, too. Should I actually even try to hurt them? It's already a pretty good deal to just throw a Pokeball straight at him. What? Snorlax is part of this? Who let Snorlax in this battle? Your Pokemon aren't buff enough yet. Yeah, I shouldn't even be in this whole area. I was gonna straight up leave and go back to the, like, OG area, which I still need to. Yeah, throw this. Let's try that. I know it's 8:30, but I'm going to pass out. Then get some rest. Zelda, it was nice to hang out with you for a bit. Get yourself some sleep, my friend. It was nice to hang. No shame in getting some good sleep. Let's get out of here. All right, it's time to go heal up our Pokemon and, you know, catch a big one. Oh. You really gotta be sneaky if you want to catch Pokemon, which I like that about it. Oh, did they spawn together? Is this like, is this planned? Oh my gosh, what is this? Ah, my eyes. Epilepsy warning. No, that's cheating, dude. They comboed me. Come on. Come on. What is this? At least you don't lose a Pokemon. Whatever. It's just items. It's just items. But what did we gain? Glory eternal. Glory eternal. Hallelujah. Amen. Oh, actually, we only got 3 Pokemon. I felt like I caught an Eevee. It felt like I caught one, but I didn't. But I was so close, but I didn't. But I got 2 Porygon. I mean, that's something, right? That's really something. Oh, I see you made some new observations. No, the Eevee. I know. I tried. I did my best. I did my best. But in the end, I think I'm going to go grab a piece of pizza. If y'all don't mind. I think I'm going to take a rest. Maybe I can I like put my Pokemon out so that they can walk around and stuff? Imagine when you died, you put the Pokemon put you in a Pokeball. you mind die? Oh, well, of course your comfort is number 1, as usual. As usual. Maybe we'll put Oshawott out here. I wonder if they like wonder how long they'll stay out. And how many can stay out? There's got to be a limit, right? Or can you have all 6? I kind of wish that you could just put them out and they just roam around and do whatever they want. Look at them. They just kind of talk, don't they? The ghastly, not the ghastly, the Drifloon sound, the oh, it has a little mouth. I never knew that. Drifloon has a little mouth. I don't know how I feel about that. Say something. Say something with your little mouth. Your little tape mouth. Are they all... Oh, Oshawott sat down. Ponyta's sleeping. Oh, Kricketot. Kricketot couldn't hang on any longer. But he doesn't have any eyelids because he's a bug. But he's sleeping. Drifloon's snoozing. Everyone's snoozing except for Oshawott. Look at him with his mouth open. Oh my gosh, what a team of cuties. Is this Pokemon just a swole rock with arms? Yeah, he's not. He looks like he's skipped arm day, to be honest. Oshawott's just like, look at all my friends sleeping. This is me at a sleepover. I was always the one that just stayed up forever. I would just turn on my DS and play Pokemon while everybody else slept. I wonder if they ever wake up. If they just sit here forever. Sit here forever. I don't know. You keep an eye on the Pokemon. I'm going to go grab like a couple of pieces of pizza. Okay. If y'all need to get a snack or some water or something, please do. Okay. I'll be right back. I didn't know that the game was just going to be 100% quiet. I'll just turn on some music in that case.
Sharing is caring. These chair bits are for you, Mr. Chair. The chair is truly the icon we deserve.
Aha! Y'all weren't saying anything while I was gone, right? There was no sounds playing. It was nice and quiet, right? Nice and quiet. There wasn't just gnome sounds the entire time, was there? Huh? Huh? Was there no? Gosh darn it! Who was doing all those gnome sounds? Holy moly! It was everybody. Everybody's working together. Shaking my head.
I think Chair's favorite fruits are cherries. Rose error.
Cherries. Why? Why must you do this? Why? Why have you done this? Also, Oshawot's still awake. They never sleep. Look at them. Look at them. They never sleep. I feel that. I feel that, Oshawott. I'm with you. I'm with you. You guys, thank you for all the bits. Calico, Alchemic, Rosera, thank you for the important messages while I was gone. Thank you so much for relaying those. Thank you. The very important messages. It started a hype train. That's it. Is this a chair hype train? Is this all for Mr. Chair? I was thinking of an idea while I was making coffee. My idea is I want to find out a way to make a stream where either the webcam, so like I'd probably do it with green screen, but if there was a stream where my webcam only shows up when I'm talking or when I'm not talking, either one would be a fun idea, especially if it only showed up when I'm not talking, because then it would be just gone most of the time. And while I would be talking, I'd be like, hey, welcome to the stream. Thanks so much for being here. And I'm like disappeared. And then I stop talking and I'm like, and I just have like a blank expression. Oh, only for one stream, Jedi, not for all the time. Not for all the time. I think it'd be a funny idea. Wouldn't turning off your cam be easier? Excuse me? Are you saying that I talk all the time? Listen, I could talk less. Especially if we played it like Phasmophobia or something where you get penalized for talking. Ew. Please complete Rosalia's Pokédex and show me what you find out. Rosalia? Oh yeah, and also the music that we were listening to was making me wonder if Wooper's in this game. What do you think? What do you think? Is Wooper here? I don't think that we're going to be able to get Carnivine, but let's at least throw one Pokeball at them. Pretty music. I like it. I turned it up just a tiny bit. I think I could sneak up on Carnivine and eat it. At least get a good chance. Yeah, all right, let's hide in case it wakes up. Oh, we got it. Nice. Yeah, a heavy ball from behind without them being aware of you is definitely a good move. You can catch a lot of stuff like that. What about you?
It's all for you. Heaven is a place where I'm with you, thinking all the things I'd rather do.
Can I get a stream of doing Lana Del Rey covers? Someday we'll do it, I promise. I promise, Lana Del Rey stream, please no.
Playing video games.
Yes, Lana Del Rey stream. I'm excited. I can't wait. It'll be our new Just Dance stream. I'm actually regretting a bit I did not pre-order this game. You're really liking it so far? Oh, well, the pre-order is not important, Rosera. The pre-order gives you, what, 1 outfit and 30 balls. Like, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. But you can always, yeah, you can always pick it up. I bet it'll go on sale eventually, too. Yeah, I would definitely, if I were you and you're thinking about waiting, I'd get a physical copy used. That's what I would do if I wasn't streaming this game. But because I'm streaming it, I thought it'd be nice to get it right on time so that everybody could see it. Now, who might you be? Not some strayed traveler. Someone. Wow! It's some rogue sisters. They got face paint. Wow, I like these designs. They're wild. There's only one reason people go poking around here in the middle of nowhere. You're after us three, aren't you? Sisters, we should introduce ourselves properly. Before we show this poor fool how wrong he is to assume that he could ever beat us. I like these peeps. Ooh. I bring good luck to my sisters wherever I go and ill luck to anybody who crosses my path. Oh, you just got back from Target with your copy. Hey, Corey Daniel got the game. Nice. Awesome sauce. Are you going to play it alongside us? Oh, yeah. Kenny, I was looking earlier, and the chat refresh issue that you're having is happening to me for like a week. You have a MacBook, so no Windows, so you blame Twitch. Yes, I definitely think that it's Twitch. I was only joking about the Windows 11 stuff. It's definitely Twitch's fault. And I think that Alchemic might be onto something about animated emotes. I don't think that it's caused by them, but I think because they've been fooling around with all their servers and stuff, I think they created a problem somewhere in there with their like most recent updates. Yeah, it's definitely Twitch's fault, especially because it's happening on my OBS. It's happening on my Twitch. I've had it happen on my phone whenever I was connected to not even Wi-Fi. Yeah, no, it's definitely Twitch. Kohi. You finally caught a stream. Hey, Pickle Fizz, what's up? Yo, all it took was me streaming for 6.5 hours straight. But it's worth it, because we got to see Pickle Fizz. Yo, 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 yo. Welcome, welcome. We're playing the new Pokemon game. Open world Pokemon game. What is this? Yeah, look at them! Yo, Lupus, thank you so much for that. What? Is it already
17 whole months? I can't believe it.
Did you just say whole months? Lupus, thank you so much. I thought that you just had a subiversary. What's happening? Lupus, thank you so much for the 17 months. 17. I will admit, it feels like it's been longer than 17. Okay, I am just taking some reference shots, that's all. Just in case I want to try doing this makeup, because that's cool as heck. That's cool as heck. What, 3 against 1? That's cheating. You can't believe that it's 17 months? It feels like it's been longer and shorter. it feels like, whoa, 17 months. But then it's also like, haven't I known you for longer? I feel like I know you better than 17 months. The Bandit Coin challenged you to a battle. Your name's Coin? Yeah, and my name's Dollar. Let's go. Come on. I've actually got a cooler mask than they do. Ooh, Toxic Croak. Oh, they're all gonna be poison ones. Oh, I don't really have poison. Don't really have poison resistance, I don't think. What's good against poison? Ground? Because you could bury poison. But Toxic Croak might have water moves? I don't know. What? How is Rock Smash super effective? I don't know. I don't know what to do with these guys. I think we might perish. Oh no. Hi Dollar. Oh hi Calico. Nice to meet you. Oh dear. I should not have come here. We should have gone back to the other area. I just want to be able to. I just wanted my jet ski. Oh, I think Alchemic asked me about the pizza. The pizza was delish. Thank you for asking. Yes, yes, yes. Oh no! Our Twitch! It's broken! Oh no! Anti-Venom's pretty good against poison. Oh. Clever. I like it. Yes, pizza was delish. You know I don't like eating on stream. Besides, I need to make some coffee anyway. They're gonna kill everything. Oh no! Our Pokemon! They're dead! They're all going to die. Every one of them. I shouldn't have come over here. I shouldn't have come over here. I should have gone away. Should have run away. The user attacks the target with a pulsing blast of 160. I don't know, Water Pulse is more powerful, but I can't do different, yeah, we're gonna leave this area. This area ain't no good.
This area ain't no good for us. They gonna kill every one of our Pokemon right now.
Oh yeah, I just realized y'all can't see the health of my Pokemon. But I really can't. What am I supposed to do about that? If I'm here, then you can't see all the level ups. I feel like it's more important to have battle information, right? I don't know. I don't know. This whole game is just set up to block everything. Oh, and Lupus, you were the 10th Swit Bebe of the day. Oh, thank you so much. We made it to the sub goal. Sub goal. Thank you, Lupus. I'm not fond of this outcome, but at least it's better than plowing the fields for Galaxy Team. I'm with you. I'm with you. Manual labor's a real drag. The Galaxy Team continues to spoil things for me, even after I've left. Take the blasted fragment and go. Just leave us alone. That's all it took? Are we cool? Are we cool? This weird writing on us made us think that it was... made us think the stupid thing was some kind of treasure. But it turned out to be a worthless slab of junk. All that effort for nothing. Tell me, why were you even seeking us out? What set you on this path? I wanted to help... Wait, who's Ursa Luna? Calaba. Calaba is the grumpy old lady. She's a stinker. Out of all the channels I follow that are live right now, 11. Only one is not playing Arceus. I know. I'm sorry. I feel the same way, old Haggy, because I was like trying to raid somebody, and I was like, I'd rather not raid the game that I'm playing right now, but like everybody that I follow also is playing this game. But it is really fun. It is really fun, and it'll probably be gone in like, you know, 3-4 days, something like that. You know how it is. It's like, or maybe a week. It might take like a week. Also, I really like these character designs. I like these sisters. They're super cool. I don't know what it is about face paint, but I think face paint is cool as heck. Oh, you like it though? Okay. Well, you better enjoy it because it'll be gone pretty soon. Everyone is playing it so differently. Everyone has a different take on it. The meta's usually weekly or bi-weekly depending on the franchise. Yeah, I bet you this won't last more than a week. Especially not for the people that are just hopping on it for the hype, which I think a lot of people are. God dang, this is bitter coffee. What did I do? Ugh, I need to buy more almond milk. Yuck. Oh my gosh, why does he look that way? Who did this? Who made this happen? It looks horrible. Why? Okay, we need to teleport. Get the heck out of here. Yahoo! We actually picked up a lot of, let's pick up some more of this wheat. People that usually don't stream Pokemon are jumping on the bandwagon. You bet they are. I mean, I don't blame them. I'm not a bandwagoner myself, but I can't blame them. Can't blame them. Some people out here just trying to make some money and survive, and you know, more power to them. More power to them. That looked kind of like a Pokemon, but I think it's just a weed. My boy Ghastly didn't deserve this. Anything for clicks, although Twitch just announced a new program for partners. What is this new program of which you speak? I think I want to leave this area because I'm too weak for it. Yeah, maybe we do go back. How do we do that? How do I zoom out? Let's see. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's go back to the starting area and catch some stuff. Guaranteed income based on viewership instead of subs? What? That's amazing. That is a completely different way of doing it. That is extremely surprising that they're even considering that. Can I not teleport here? Oh, maybe I have to go all the way back first. Maybe you can't teleport between them. That's strange. But, I mean, they did say that it's not an open world, so... It's not a real open world. Let's see, we need a... Yeah, let's go home, then. You have to run quite a bit of ads, though. Ew. Ew. Return to the village. Let's go. Will that not make people more hype happy? What will? I gotta go, but I'll probably be back before the stream ends. Oh, nice. Okay, Independent Oreo. We will see you later. We will see you later, friendo. Looking forward to the Elden Ring. Oh. When does Elden Ring come out again? I don't know about that. I don't know if I can play that game. Like, I want to try it, but oof. That's going to be a toughie. It's a tough sell. It's a tough sell for me. Yeah, we can also focus on maybe getting some more Pokeballs. Oh, it's in February. Okay, it's late February. Maybe. I should at least try it. Incentivizing streamers to get subs, not just to get views in and of themselves. No, that's like the opposite. That's the opposite, Nardivel. Because, well, you are probably saying the correct thing. But yeah, they're just trying to get views, which is an odd thing. Like, I don't know. I don't know how that's gonna end up happening. Some folks are concerned that it encourages unhealthy streaming amounts to get paid, but I guess that remains to be seen. Yeah, it depends on what the numbers are, like what numbers you have to do. Also, the other thing is that, yeah, it doesn't... I don't think that... I'm not sure if I personally like... I know that lots of people do, but I don't personally like content that would get lots of views. I rather enjoy content and think that content's more valuable whenever you would rather pay for it, even if it's not viewed a lot. Like the kind of hype stuff that's just trying to like farm clicks and views and stuff. I don't generally find that stuff very interesting. Oh, I'm cashing out. See y'all soon. Thanks for the stream, lad. Hey, we'll see you later, Ty. Get yourself some rest, my friend. It was nice hanging out with you. We'll see ya. We'll see ya. Of course, of course. Daijoubu. Daijoubu desu ka? Maybe the Survey Corps like you could figure out what's causing this. Look, when I'm in my quarters trying to sleep at night, it feels like I'm not alone in there. Sometimes there's kind of a crackling sound. I've found burnt berries a couple of times, and once in a while I hear something clatter. So, Survey Corps kid, go survey my quarters. Figure out what's happening. I like this character design. She also has a cool purple outfit. I like her hair. There's some really fun character designs in this game so far. Ready to investigate my place?
I'm ready.
Yeah, I think it's probably a ghost Pokemon, right? I swear there's something in there. Check every nook and cranny, okay? There's a Cricketot in her drawer. Peeping Tom. I'd have to be a peeping, what would be the female equivalent of Tom? Tomella. Full of rolled up architectural things. There's a sketch of Magikarp 2. Perhaps it's a plan for Galaxy Hall. A peeping Mon. A peeping Pokemon. There's a cloth draped neatly over the mirror. Draw it back. Peeping Tammy. A peeping Tammy. I like that. There's a faint smell. It seems like berries have been present here. There was a noise from the entryway. Doesn't seem like you solved your mystery yet. Need a break or something? What? It just said from the entryway. Oh, maybe it means like this bucket. You heard something from beneath the cloth. Draw it back. Crackle, crackle. You saw sparks fly out for a moment. It seems like something ran by you. There was a noise from the back near the closets. Closets? Where? Take a look. Pichu! What? Pichu! It's so cute! Not scary at all, baby! Oh my gosh. Wait a minute, this Pichu, could it be... It may sound absurd, but I think that this might be a Pichu that I found injured in the forest a while back. Baby! So sweet. A berry for me? What, because I fixed you up? Choo! Wait, so the thing haunting my quarters was just a grateful little Pichu. Guess all that worrying was pointless. To think I was afraid of some spine-chilling thing. Can I have the Pichu? Regardless, I owe you. Have a token of my gratitude. A nana berry. Oh, 7 of them. Nice. Aww. I want to steal your Pichu. Maybe they left. Where are they at, though? Guessing all that worrying was pointless. Wow, berries. I know, right? Wow, berries. Incredible. At least they confirmed that Pichu's in this game. That was worth the quest alone. Boyoyoyoing. Accounting homework makes a lot more sense after a glass of wine. Nice. Man, I kind of wish that I'd picked up the claws. I went and got the pizza, and then I drove past the CVS, and I was like, oh, I should have turned and grabbed claws. But I didn't, so I don't got nothing to drink. I don't got nothing to sip on. Nothing but this coffee. Imagine that's the one and only Pichu in the entire game. That's what I'm hoping for. Don't worry, I'll get some tomorrow. All right, let's head out to the starting area, and let's see if we can spy some No clause for the weekend then? No. It's Sunday. So thankfully, Sunday's the only day that you can't buy alcohol, but it's a whole day. So silly. It makes me feel like I live in a Quaker commune. You have to go to bed past 3 a.m. Goodness gracious, get some rest. Haggy, it was nice to hang out with you. Haggy, get some rest. We'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out with us. As if the Lord didn't get turned on Sunday. You bet he did. You bet he did. Okay, what are we gonna do? We got to get rid of some of these objects. Whoa. Iron chunk, a naturally occurring hunk of iron. Such ore is needed to make requisite parts for numerous Pokeball varieties, such as a clasp to hold the ball shut. I don't remember using any of these in my Pokeball creation. So I should probably get rid of some of these berries, right? Berries don't seem very useful. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. That's what made you sick? What? Oh no. Well, let's not talk about coffee then. Nah, that's a Texas thing. We can buy alcohol anytime we want in Cali. Yeah. That's just Texas. Just Texas. Let's see. Can we build anything else? No, can't do any more thrown items. Nah, can't do any. Sootfoot root makes smoke bombs, so I don't see any metal being used in these Pokeballs. Huh. Well, maybe I should dump some more, I guess I can dump some objects. Maybe I can sell them to... Is there a merchant around here? Are you a merchant? Let's see. I want to do some shopping. Okay, so you can buy a cake lure base so that you can make a cake. Nice. Okay, let's sell them some items. Grit dust. Mysterious dust that can raise the effort level for a Pokemon stat. Okay, we definitely need that. Wildflower. It does have medicinal properties, but it's so bitter that no wild Pokemon will eat it. Let's sell all these. Vivid Choke. How many? We got 7 revives. I'm gonna keep the Vivid Chokes. Honey that sparkles is beloved by bug Pokemon, so they'll gather wherever a comb is thrown. Haughty grains. Let's see. Fed to Pokemon to cure its paralysis. Okay, I'm gonna throw this. See you later. Spoiled apricot. Hitting a Pokemon with one might stun it, creating you an opening to attack. So that's what a rotten apricorn is used for, to stun them. Loose red sand that flows between the fingers. It can be sold at a low price. Okay, so this is just to make money. Nice. Nana berry, a berry that can be fed to a Pokemon to restore its HP by up to 1/3 of its max. And wild Pokemon will be calmed if they eat it. Combining this herb with other materials with medicines will boost their efficacy. Let's get rid of these. I don't need those right now. Mushroom that causes the muscles to swell. Okay, this is for stuff that we'll be able to craft later. Restores HP. You can draw Pokemon's attention with that. A ball of mud. It may stun them, create an opportunity for you. Okay, well, I don't need a ball of mud and rotten apricorns. I'm just going to get rid of the mud. All right, now we've got more room. Nice. Now we can catch some Pokemon. Catch some Pokemon and collect apricorns. Apricorns, very important. We'll just keep an eyeball out for any fresh Pokemon and kind of focus on hitting these trees. Whoa, big boy down there. Holy moly. Okay, there are bats. We already do have 1 bat. We could always collect some more though. Okay, we got a turn around. Stop. I forget what the button is. Okay. Gotta make it around to that tree. And let's use oh, Golbat. Golbat big. How big is this? 23. We can get this guy. Let's use electricity, because I think that they're flying, right? All right. All right, mister. We're going to zap you down. Gonna get zapped. Ooh, I might only get like one opportunity to hit him. Thundershock. Leaves the target with paralysis. Let's do the bite and maybe lean into agile style, I think. Even though I'm not sure if we're gonna get an extra move. Ooh, nice. Nice and weak. Golbat is flying and poison. Oh, thank you, Sarah. Yes, so flying. Good, good. Good, good. Oh, wait. I think we gotta... Hi, Sarah. I hope you're doing good. What's up? How are you liking the new game? Have you gotten to play it? Have you gotten to play this new game, or have you been watching people play it? It is super fun so far. It is a very good game. Bye-bye, little friend. You've done so good.
You did so good.
My 6-year-old got a Tamagotchi, and I'm suddenly a grandma. Aww. Aww. I think that I still have a Tamagotchi sitting somewhere around here. It's they're super fun. They're adorable. I kind of want to. I thought I saw like a Pokemon Tamagotchi somewhere, and I want that. I can't afford to get it yet. Ooh, maybe you can wait for it to be pre-owned. That's what I would normally do. Wait for it to get wait for there to be pre-owned versions, and then buy it for, you know, $10 cheaper. All right, I'm using the nice. The heavy ball did it. That's what I should have done from the very beginning. Oh yes, I forgot about this. It's probably gonna be. I think I know what this is gonna be. Times you've seen it use bite. Yes, it is something that we need to burn.
I burn, you hold me down.
Hey, it's SJ the OK. How are you doing? Oi, 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 oi. SJ, we're still playing Pokemon.
We're playing some fresh Pokemon.
We're rising and grinding. How are you doing, SJ? We need to get some more apricorns. I gotta be able to make some of my dang old Pokeballs. There's birds up there. I think that those are just the normal birdies. Or is that an upgraded version? Is that a King Daddy bird? Ooh, I think it is. Yeah. That's the fancy bird. Oh, I was trying to dodge it. I needed to like be, yeah. Oh, too late. No, this is too hard. Dang. Okay. I think I got a better idea of the timing. Nice! Good hit. Ah, I didn't catch it though. All right, let's get out of here. I don't wanna risk my life over some dang old bird while I'm getting attacked by another. Oh, I thought that for a second that looked like a Wooper. That is what I want. If there's a Wooper in this game, I gotta get it as soon as possible. Apricorns, I see some over here. These are used for just normal Pokeballs, but still pretty good. A tasty, tasty Wooper. No! Do not eat the Wooper! Monster, how many times have I told you to stop eating my Pokemon? Stop. Stop tying that napkin around your neck. Put the fork and the knife down. Bop. Probably another tree bug. Look, it's a Burmy. Get him. Get him. Hang on now. What's this flame wheel do? 60? It's even more attack. Let's just try to tackle him. Catch him. Nice. Monster. Why not? Because you gotta stop eating all the Pokemon, alright? It's messed up, okay? You're making the kids cry. SJ, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh! Awaken. You caught Burmy. Nice. Ooh, and it even dropped a little Lumberry. Times that you've seen it use Struggle Bug. Yeah, we've gotten a lot of experience with that Pokemon. What? Did you just blast me out of the air? Is that a King Daddy Kricketot? What the heck is going on with you? You look crazy. It's level 7? No, it's level 24. My bad. Okay, what if I told you I had a level 25 fire flame horse? I was gonna blast you. Hit him with that ember. Hit him with that strong ember. It's an alpha Pokemon. Yes, I know. I want to get it. Ah, I killed it. What have I done? I killed it. Yeah. I wanna collect some more alpha Pokemon. I've only caught a couple of them. I don't think I have anything to kill Geodude with. Wrong side. No, you're good. You're good, Sarah. You just tuned in. You don't know what level of knowledge I'm at right now. You don't know what level I'm operating on. Excuse? I should have switched them out earlier. I knew that Geodude would be able to beat them up eventually, but I forgot that you can like do multiple moves in a row. Pretty freaking tricky. Pretty dang tricky. 60, 40. Let's just pulse them. Pulse them to death. See you later. Giving into your impulses, aren't we? You don't know either. Is it a high level? Pretty much. It's just like an extra high level, and it has better stats than the other versions of it. Same Pokemon, same moves, just better stats. They're way harder to see. There's another one. So that's just a Staravia. Staravia? Staravia, and if you catch it, then you've got a really good version of it. I'm on a higher level, to be honest. Oh, what? You're an alpha? I am the alpha, I am the omega. I don't really have any Pokemon to kill this bird with, I don't think. Got this level 32, and my electric Pokemon is dead. I think that we're gonna move on. Abra. Ooh, he can see me. What? He can see me from there? Bruh. That is... Oh, he's still there. Oh. He popped back up for a second. Seems like with those guys, maybe you just have to like hide in bushes all the time and then they just spawn in front of you eventually. Yeah, if we just sit here for, you know, a couple of weeks. Oh, there it is. It's over there. Okay. Never mind my own business with the stream on in the background. Kenny starts talking about alphas and omegas. What? Listen, I was just quoting a little song. A little dumb song. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Miss you so. Feels like it's been forever since you've been gone. I love that sound so much. I am mad that that didn't, What, do you have to battle them? How am I supposed to battle them? There's two of them. Don't look at me. That is closer. But I need its back to be turned so that I can use a heavy ball on it. I don't even think that a heavy ball will do it. I don't think it noticed me. I think it just teleported. Yeah! At least I tried. Nice! At least I got to try. I got one try out of it. It was a good roll. I don't know what the likelihood was, but at least we got a roll to see. We rolled the dice, we moved them. Nice. Bop. It's better to hit them from behind though. But Cricketot's so weak, you know that we gonna catch him. Look at him, he's so busy. He's so busy. Oh. Oh. Even if they notice me, they're pretty weak. Oh, this one got away though. Get that tree. Get that tree. We need those apricorns. We gotta make ourselves some more Pokeballs. What's over there? That's in this area, I think. That's the exit. I wonder if you can have those like weird time dilation things in this area. Oh, big one. Big Kricketot, but I think my fire's dead as well. Yeah, fire's dead. The fire died. Grab those berries. And then we can craft right over here, I think. Geodudes. Geodudes, probably another Geodude there. I thought I spied something up here that I couldn't get a hold of. I wish that I had a little Abra. Abra would be a great addition to the team because I don't have a Psychic yet. Closest thing I got was Psyduck, and he's just water. Alright. Feather Ball on the closer one. Oh yeah, I could have used Feather Ball, but I don't think that these are Oh, it does say ideal for catching nimble Pokemon are ones that fly in the air. It seems like the advantage of using a Feather Ball is mainly like how it's thrown, I think. Alright, let's set this to there, 36. Nice. Alright, now we got some Pokeballs. 38 and 47 respectively. Oi, what's up, Linz? Welcome back. How'd the game go? Anybody die? Did anybody die? Oh, I love that you can jump off this edge. I want that Abra. Maybe we should stay over where the Abras were. See if we can find them. See if we can get some more to spawn. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, 2 of them showed up. We got our butts kicked, but no deaths. That's a pretty good ending to the story. Listen, we may have lost, but at least nobody died, all right? This time. Looking for an Abra. Are those little little Paris? Paris down there. Guess I could go down and catch a few of them. Mostly want to see if I can spy where an Abra shows up. It's just Paris Valley. Hang on. Whammo! Good job, Glycerine. What's that guy doing up there? Is he talking that Kricketot? You know they can't understand English, man. You better just give up. I don't remember where they were. Where was Abra? Where was Abba? Are they over here? Eh? What was that noise? Hello? Is there any Abras around here? Just curious. You know, if you want to make yourself known, feel free to. I knew that a loss was coming, but you were worried about a loss of life? Oh no. Some aggressive, exciting basketball. That's the kind of basketball I want to play. Kricketot, go away! Listen, I know you're an alpha, but you're still a Kricketot at the end of the day. Wood. Nice. Still need 2 more pieces, I think, because I dropped the other wood that I had. Oh no, I died. What is this? Oh, medicinal leek. Oh, I see more wood. Wow. Okay, so all the wood's over here. Nice. Just laying out in the open. Yeah, if we get one more, then if we go back to the village, then that guy can make a carved toy. Aw. This is Babyland. Babyland with one papa. Whoa! Even them yelling hurts you. It's no good. Listen, man, I love you and everything, but if your yells are gonna hurt me, I'm gonna have to say goodbye. Can we jump this? Yeah! See, it pays off! It pays off. I knew it. I knew I could do it. Alright, we got some drifloons. Zoom, 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 zoom. Boing. One jump out of 50. 50! A lot of jumping. Let's see. Oh, this is item storage. I want to do item crafting. Just to make sure that I get everything out of my pockets. As much as I can. And let's heal up. We're ready to... yeah, I still need the rest. Just a little while. Thank you. Rested and happy and healthy. Man, I still kind of want to get my... Still kind of want to get that Abra. We definitely need one more piece of wood. Let's double check. Yeah, because I've only got 2, and I think they wanted 3. Oh, it's actually on the map. Yeah. Adorable Starly. What do Shinx's ears look like? A villager named Toshi wants you to show him a Shinx, since he can't quite seem to remember what the marks on their ears look like. I've got this. I've already got a Shinx. Give a big Buizel to the Dorian. Okay, so I'd have to catch another one. Craft or buy some Pokeballs and give him to show. Okay, I know where he is. Give Morel the item that he wanted. He wants a springy mushroom. Playing with Drifloon. He's been sighted near. Okay, so I just have to talk to somebody for that. Speak with Tsugumi. Clarissa. Oronberry. Oh my gosh, there's so many of these. They just want a Pokashi doll? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it's just 3. We need to keep our eyes peeled for any rare Pokemon out here. There are some tricky fools that are hard to find. Yeah, and I could catch another one of these babies. You catch another couple of these babies because we got to give one of them away. So cute. I think I said, yeah, I see a few others around here. We just got to wait for them to turn their back on us. BB. BB. Turn around. Don't come closer. No, stay away. Baby, please. Baby, go back. Aha. Missed. Ha! There we go. Oh, Rosaria, you gonna head to bed? All right, get some sleep. Nighty night. It was nice to hang out with you, Rosera, as always. Happy 2 years. Goodness gracious. Happy 2 years. A space-time distortion seems to be forming in a more safe area. Ooh. Ooh, I hope that it is in this area. I think I saw it starting to form. We might be able to snag an Eevee or something. What? Oh, boy. He's excited. He wants to play. Oh, wait. No, I can't. I can't have an electric versus a water. Am I stupid? Yes, of course. Of course I am. Let's do... He's electric. Let's put in Geodude. Geodude. Kivi's back. Oh, yeah. Wait. Oh, he's level 3. He's a level 3 baby. I'm going to kill him with anything that I do. Farewell, little one.
I'm sorry, little one.
Oh, nice. He lived. All right. Getting out of here worrying about a level 3. Listen, I'm trying to be careful, all right? Excuse me for being cautious in this game where little babies can beat up big mamas whenever they have opposite abilities. Nice. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. You're being cautious is just new for me, okay? We're both learning. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, I get it. Wow. Where is more? Where do I find more of these little blue demons? Yes. I will capture every last one. Got a couple of logs laying around. Not actual logs. Boing, boing.
It's you, it's all for you.
Your punishment is more karaoke. Oh, little one. Little baby. I wonder if I can check one of these bad boys, you know? There you go, that did it. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't, like, battle them myself. Otherwise, yeah, their level would not matter. I mean, their level would matter, and I could just beat them up, but I really can't do that. How dare you attack my Cricketune? Shinx is looking around. Oh, it's too late now, Buster. Now you're done caught. Oops. Get him! Get him! Take him down. Take him downtown. Come on now. Yeah, that's right. You catch Shinx. I'm thinking that big old balloon might be a little too much. Oh, big Shinx. We should try to get the big Shinx. It's level 18. We could take this. Having a big balloon? Heck yeah, we could replace our little balloon. Look at that big baby. I know, look how powerful. A calm mind. You know what they say, a calm mind is the devil's workshop. All right, we're gonna do a water pulse in strong style. I want to see how much damage I can do to this thing. Not much. Good to keep in mind. Thunderbolt. Oh no! I didn't know that he had electric moves. That demon. That absolutely. Do you hear him? He's laughing at me. He went. Woo, 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 woo. Woo, 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 woo. I just beat him up with another Drifloom. Let's see. He's got electric and ghost. It's probably got electric, flying, and ghost. So if he's flying, then I should try to electrocute him because he's not electric type. We need to give him the old zip zap. The old zippazagoon. The old zigzagoon. You're mad! Hey, Lemonberry, welcome back. No. We haven't run into any shinies yet. Everybody's been keeping their eyes open, right? I killed it. I freaking killed it. I murdered it. I'm sorry. My mistake. I gave it too much juice. I should have gone agile and on my lighter electric move. Oh, what? Come back here. No, I'm just doing it accidentally. I'm sorry. Bam! Right in the back of the head. Come back, you asshole. You absolute oh, you're not sorry. Yes, I am! It was an accident. I don't even like singing on stream. No. That's how you know it's real. What is it? Level 40? I don't think we can take this thing. I was excited to get a big boy, but nope. Absolutely not. Farewell. I play my flute and I ride away. Silcoon. I do have one of those. Did you notice me? Did you notice me? Can you see me? Am I real to you? Hello? Don't ignore me. I love you. Come back. Come back. You're an egg. I love eggs. I used to whenever I was younger. I wanted to be an egg. Then I found out humans don't lay eggs, really. Not exactly. Close enough, but not really. Come back here. Please. You're my favorite Tic Tac. You're my favorite Tic Tac. And my breath stinks. Please. Can't we be friends? Friends let the other friend encage them in a ball. Thank you. Now we are friends. Ooh, what is this? Something show up here that's special? Is something here? I don't know. I know, but that little Silcoon was easy to catch. Tempts me to get more. You make it so easy, babe. Got him. What? Oh wait. Oh, I did get it. Oh, never mind. I thought that noise was it escaping. Ah, number caught at night. Interesting. I don't know why that matters. That's actually new, I think. It is a butterfly, and I've already caught a beautifly, but I don't think that this is a beautifly. And I also think it's sleeping. Poor little devil. Well done. Yeah, it's dustox. I have not caught a dustox. That's new. Nice. And it's nighttime? Since when? It's as bright as heck. I think you do like to sing on stream. No, I do not like to sing in front of people. I don't like it. It makes me uncomfortable. But sometimes I can't help myself. Wow! I do like to sing, just not in front of other people. Whee! Oh. Maybe we should get some more Wurmples. We only caught like one of them, and I think I gave it away. It'd be an easy thing to just learn a little bit more about. What else is there to learn about a Wurmple? Is there even anything that you could possibly learn about a crummy old Pokemon like that? Like just a boring old worm? I don't think that there's anything interesting to learn about a worm. Not when there's characters like Mime Jr. or Glaceon. Who wants to collect a crummy old Wiggler? Wurmple. It says, number of light specimens that you've caught. Like small? Number that you've caught without being spotted. Not a single one. Every single time that I've caught one, they knew that I was there. Times you've seen it use poison sting. Number you've evolved. Number defeated. What? Number you've evolved? You have to evolve 3 Wurmples to learn everything about them? You gave away Wormhole? Listen, shh. This is governmental secrets. I had to release them. Wormhole, they've been given away. Oh no! Our wormhole! It's really going off the rails quick. Hey, come back here. Oh, I missed.
Oh, I missed.
What? 1, 2, nice. 1, 2, nice. Nice knowing you, Kenny. Wait, what? What happened? Oops. Oops. Whammo, right in the head. Hooray, we got him. You can't see me. I'm hidden. I'm hidden. I'm hidden in the bush. Can't see me. It's trying to kill me. Officer, please help. I just realized that my channel points, I could gnome 1,294 times in a row if I felt like it. I don't know. Maybe I'll make some more channel point stuff eventually. Maybe. A return of images popping up on the stream and it being slightly more expensive than just the sound. Like all those lovely drawings that Lynn's made. La 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 la, look at that pop in. Incredible. Wow, look, do you like to see this? Look in the distance while I walk around. Ah, yes. Am I making it harder for you to ignore it? Or could you not ignore it anyway? Ah, yes. Look at this beautiful landscape. No, I can't stop looking at it. Oh, what's this? A satchel? The sprawling area, indeed. Satchel was sent back to Maven. Who's that? Who's Maven? Why am I helping them? Okay, hang on. Hang on, we've got a small log over here. Bam. Did that awaken Mr. Bucktooth over there? Nah, Mr. Bucktooth doesn't know what's going on. Look at him, he's just bounding around. He's just bounding. If you don't move, he can't see you. See? Completely caught unaware. Ah. Oh, he's angry. What level are you, 20? You're only 20 years old and you've already got this much sass. Ow! What's that? Get ballooned. Get ballooned. Bidoof is filled with might. Let's see. Let's try to astonish this one. This little one shall be astonished at my balloon's tactics. Oh my gosh, what? What, he gets to attack twice? No! My balloon! Fiddlesticks. My balloon. Get out there, electric boy. Wait, can they actually kill him? Yes, they can. They can make me black out and it takes away my items and sends me back. It's very frustrating. I'd rather that not happen again, so please don't wish any ill will on me. Agile style. Get him. Zap, zap. Ooh, that'll kill him with one more hit. Let's just do a quick attack then. It already happened? I don't know if I've been killed by a Pokemon. Oh, I did one time, yeah. One time whenever I was in one of the, like, big danger zones, I did get killed. What the frick? How do you do that? Doof, you're gonna get wrecked, dude. Bam! Oh no, he did get wrecked. Oh, dude, we tore him a new one. Evie, what are you doing here? What? What? A baby? A baby? Oh, hallelujah. Oh no, they saw me. Come back here. Come back here, you little rascal. No! No! Dang it. I got too close? It looked right in my eyes. That sucks. Eevee. Oh, there's another one. What? How'd you spot me from there? There's another one. Oh, yay. Oh, yay. There's Eevees everywhere. Oh, we'll see you later, Jedi. You'll be back in 20-ish minutes. Oh, okay. I hope I'm still on. I know, don't get too close. These things are surprisingly perceptive for being damaged. Oh, crap. There ain't no danger, Evie. No! She disappeared! You hope you're still on? I mean, who knows? Who knows how long I'm gonna last with this game? I'm just kidding. I'm still having fun. I want to catch an Eevee. Rascal. Should be a 12-hour stream. Yeah, I think we can make it. I think we can do it. I still got more coffee in the kitchen. Come on. Where's the Eevees at? Where my real Eevees at? All I see is logs. All I see is a bunch of logs in the valley. Valley of logs. Where they at, though? You seen 20 minutes of gameplay? What? I've been playing this for 7.5 hours. That is definitely you. That is definitely you, Lynn. Do-do-do-do. What is that? Oh, it's just dirt. It's just dirt in the water. I had to leave for a game. Too busy playing Cookie Run and watching basketball. Don't make it sound like she was just watching it. She was judging it. What was that noise? Huh? Who said that? Did somebody say something? Music's kind of mournful. I like it. Yahoo. Oh, this is a little pony. A pony. Worm is important. Oh, mommy. She's 40 years old. Run away. Run away. Do I see Eevee? No, that's a Wurmple. That ain't no Eevee. That's just a little old worm. Let's catch a couple of worms, shall we? Oop, I miss. Dang it, I'm used to the... Is that thing sleeping? What the heck? I'm used to the heavy ball. No. Ooh, Sarah, I would definitely catch a Rapidash if I could. But that's a alpha one, as you know. Too difficult. It'd kick my buns. Music sounds kind of like Ghibli music. What if I caught a little log? Bam! Caught it on the move. Nice! Geodude is ready to evolve. I see a sleeping one. Oops. Ooh, right in the head. Lovely. Oh, lovely. There goes another one. Yeah, I wonder if you can shiny hunt by catching combos. Ooh, nice hit. Nice. They're on the loose. Oh, that rascal. Imagine being asleep and getting a Pokeball slapped right in your face. Yeah, and then you get a nice shot. Hole in one. You suck at this game. I don't see any Eevees. Where the Eevees at? Remember Pokemon photo game? Yeah, Pokemon Snap. Is that what you mean? Yeah, I do remember Pokemon Snap. I didn't find it very fun. Pour one out for the fallen logs. I can't pour one out for anything. Unless I wanted to get a shot, which I don't. Shot yucky. Yucky, yucky. The new Pokemon Snap, aka the crappy one. Throwing apples at poor babies. They deserved it. They deserved it. Pop. Catching worms. Catching worms in the valley. Oh, are you really gonna run from me like that? After all we've been through? Come on. I love the sound effect where it goes. It arches its back. Poor little devil. Oh no. I kind of want to get some more medicinal herbs, but honestly, I ain't even been taking good care of my Pokemon, so I don't need them. Yahoo! Boy on. Eevee? Hello? Ooh, you know, if I continue the story, I might possibly get some sort of Pokemon attractor. You know, like a lure or something. Ooh, right in the head. Right in the head, dance on his grave. Yeah. Is anybody leveling up from this, or do I need to start catching some more serious stuff? How do you know how to pronounce weird ear? I think that it's that. I think that it's weird ear. But I've heard it a couple of ways, both from quote-unquote professional game reviewers. Alright, come on. Nice. We got some tree. Tree. Where's Eevee? Man, I wish I found Eevee again. But hiya, Tolkienny. What's up? Do you have this game? Are you playing the game, or are you just watching all the dang streamers playing it because everybody's playing it? Wired Ear. I've heard both. Again, from like one from IGN and one from a YouTuber. Wired Ear sounds dumb to me. I like Weird Ear. It sounds Weird Ear, but I think that it works better. It might be Wired Ear. Didn't see you there. Wait, you're from the Survey Corps. Wonderful, just the person that I need. I need to learn more about Cricketot. You must be curious about them as well. Okay, so most of these missions are just, can you learn everything to know about them? It gets Weird Ear and Weird Ear. Show the complete Pokedex entry for Cricketot. There's no way I'm ever going to learn everything to know about Cricketot that there is to know about Cricketot. Wired Ear, like Ride Ear. Oh boy, the localization. The localization is at it again. Well, fiddlesticks. I definitely heard some YouTubers saying it wrong, I guess. Let's see. Never be caught without being spotted. Like you need a bajillion of them. I wonder what those uppies things are. What are those uppies? Why do some of them have uppies and some of them don't? Is it because I've made progress? Can't be, because this one doesn't have uppies and I've made progress on it. So, does that mean that it's like a priority? Like it's complete if I did all of them? Rye deer. Yum, rye deer. A deer made out of rye bread. Yum. Boing. Broke my legs. Okay, I think we need to go back into this harder area, more difficult business, tougher enemies, you know? Is Cricketots down here? We've got Cricketots in the area. Ooh, that's a big lad. That's a big lad. And he's hopping about. Pretty sassy for a stupid bug. What do you call deer with no eyes? What do you call him? Deer with no eyes. I have no idea. Linz, are you a dad or... What happened? Oh, I killed it. Oh, no. Oh, no. I kill every alpha Pokemon that I fight. I need to learn to not use 100% of my power. It's the basketball. It turned Linz into a dad. She thinks that she's all of their dads. So she has to say enough puns. To be a dad like 15 times over. These kids are all my sons. So I've got to say enough puns for all of them. Oof. Alright, hop off. Hop off. Grab the goods. Let's go. We got some Stardust. A bunch of stinking Geodudes. Got some more little starlets out here. Got a cricket fathers out here. Let's see, who else do we need? I don't think there's any fresh beans out here. Oh! Well, what do we have here? A soul. Yum, yum. Only 19 souls left. They do make the souls spawn further away. I bet you there's one at the top of that mountain. I bet you. I reckon. All we gotta do is just jump all the way up. I was gonna make a daddy joke, but I don't want to open that can of worms. Ew, worms. Boing, boing, boing. Let's go. Ah, yeah, I knew it. I knew it. Ooh, music's pretty. A space-time distortion seems to be forming. Where I want to go. I want to go to there. Is it over there? Is it over right in front of me? I think I see it. Oh! Right behind me. Let's go in there. I see Golbats. Hashtag goals. Ooh. Uh-oh. Spooky time. It gets dangerous in here. This is where the pain is. So far, I see a bunch of boring Pokemon. Cricketots? Seriously? Stop. I'm looking for good Pokemon. Leave me alone. I want some Eevees or something. I feel like in here you get, what, like an opportunity? You get one opportunity to throw a Pokeball, and if it misses, it misses. Ow! Because there's so many enemies. I don't see any rare Pokemon in here. What's the point? What's the point of a spatial time dimension shift if it doesn't even give you any good Pokemon? Hello? Just a bunch of Cricketots and bats. Just a bunch of bats and bugs. Bats and bugs. Oh, I think I see. No, wait, those are just logs. They're just logs on the shore. Look at them. A couple of logs. What's the point? Where's the goodies? Where's the treasure? Eh. I guess there's nothing. Yeah, it's just normal Pokemon. I'm confused. I don't know why. Oh, now it's on. Now it's on. A green shard? Just laying there? Alright. Okay, it said that it was forming. All of that was forming. Oh! Big lads. Is it got spookier? Ah, it's worth a shot. Oh, I got one of them. Nice! You got an Onyx? Okay. That's a new one. Oh, look. The shards just show up in here. Big boy. Licky tongue. And I don't have room in my satchel for any of this. Can I get rid of some stuff? We need to go back and buy some more space. Yeah, you eat all of these. Let's see. What else can we get out of here? A berry that can be fed to cure any status. Oh, that's actually really good. Cure its paralysis. All this is kind of good stuff. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to y'all straight to your face. Become easier to catch. That's important, dude. That's important. We can't get rid of that. What's this big old seed do? A rare seed that can be given to the captain of the Survey Corps to have a Pokemon master a move so that it can be used in either style. I mean, actually, that's not that impressive, but still kind of nice, right? We got Mushroom in the house. Mushroom Gal, welcome back. Oh, yeah. Eevee. Come here. Come on. Oh, don't go, baby. No. You're too powerful for me. How do I switch? Oh, there it is. Oh, shoot. Get him. Skid him. Come on now. Blast him. Who's staring is looking at you. Oh, no. They're looking too intently now. Blast him. Nice. I think that I'm going to get a chance. As long as they don't. As long as they... Oh, no. They're dead. Okay, we just have to keep a Pokemon alive for like 1 round. Just let them live for 1 round. I want to throw another Pokeball. Oh, no. Oh, no. Come on. Just let me do 1. Storm Shield, what's up? How are you doing? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? I just need my Pokemon to stay alive. Just stay alive for 1 round. There's no way it's gonna live. It's dead. Okay. We get at least 1 shot. You only get 1 shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. Come on, come on. Eevee. Yeah! All right. Nice. That's all I wanted. Yay! An Eevee. Nice, nice, nice. That's what I want. That's what I want. E-boy! E-boy, E-boy, E-boy! E-boy. Oh my god, we're gonna die again. We're gonna die! Get out of here, you stupid bear. Bear. Bear is the worst. Unbearable. You missed it. I want out. I just want a 1 shot. Come on. Give me 1 shot. Ooh. Oh, hey, never mind. You can't get 1 shot. I think we gotta get out of here. Go, 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 go. Actually, we're looking a little bit healthier. I'm gonna see if I can grab any more shards. And if we can stick around and grab 1 more Eevee, that would be really awesome. Or some similarly sized little munchkin. Like Sneasely, whatever this thing's called. Oh my goodness. I've got to get this. Folks would be so jelly. Ha! Sneasel, that's his name. The little weasel Sneasel. Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him. Yeah, come on! This is the most interesting Poke game? I agree. I think that this is going to end up being my favorite. Hey, Cricketoon. Ooh, okay, so no, I don't want to run away. We need to hit him up with that aerial ace. Zoom! Nice. Sneasel. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, we're going to get him. There we go. Yacht. Get Sneasel, get Sneasel. Hey, all right, nice. We got a Sneasel. Cutie. We caught a Sneasel. You licky tongues. Ooh. Hello. Hello. Ooh, I missed.
Oh, I missed.
Ooh. There you go. Shot in the back. Shot in the front. Oh, we got another Eevee! Nice! Another Eevee! Hooray! Aww. Look at him. He may be scary as heck, but You do look kind of cute sitting down. Also, what the heck is up with you? You're so shiny. He's so funny looking. He looks like he's made out of plastic. Yeah, the bear was kind of just sitting there. Kind of cute. I can't check it that far. I'm too weak. My arms are made out of ramen noodle soup. I feel like you could name a cat anything. Someone could name their cat Beef Stick and no one would care. I mean, I would care. Could I stop them? Certainly not. Would I care? Yes. Beef Stick, the cat. That's the I don't like it. It's called Licky Licky. Evie was right in front of my eyes. No, I wanted another one. I wanted to be selfish. I guess we could evolve one if we wanted to, or we could just keep them, you know? Just keep them all for our own. I think that I'm gonna watch, maybe tonight after stream I'll watch some shiny hunts and see how they do them in this game. 'Cause I'd love to get a shiny Eevee. You had a cat named Spaghettio. I don't think that there's room for argument. Spaghettio's cute. Spaghettio is cute. Beef Stick is viscerally gross. Spaghettio is a cute name, yes. It's a cute name. It's a funny name. It's an adorable name. I didn't even come up with it, so I take no blame for this. Okay. Excuse me, sir? Oh, what do you think about all these Pokemon that I've caught? Wait a second. I knew somebody who had a cat named Lunch Meat. That is funnier than Beef Stick. Beef Stick is visceral. Pokemon using Backstrike, Time Distortion, Species caught, Total Pokemon caught. Nice. Do I level up? Am I level 10 Wanderer? Oh, it even shows which little parts are done. Ooh, we got another star. Nice. Splendiferous results. Let's return to the village. Return back to Jubilife. Let's get our stars. We're the star of the show now. Nice. Do. I really do like this outfit. Outfit looks pretty good. Though, I would be down to try something else if I had any options. You named your first cat that you had Tank, because your parents didn't like the fact that I wanted it to be Tink after Tinkerbell. Aww, Tinkerbell the cat. That's cute. His nickname could be Beefy. Yeah, Beefy's better than Beef Stick. Beefy's pretty good. I like that. Scusi? Wait. Oh, I thought that he gives me the upgrade. Beef. It'd have to be a fat cat, though. A skinny cat, that's unacceptable. What do I do whenever I'm a one-star champion? Now I have a white mutt of a Siamese named Yamada James Titus. What? James Titus? What does that mean? Like a character or something? That's easily accomplished. Just feed your cat cheeseburgers. Please do not feed your pets human food. Please do not, for my sake. I don't think that the clothes lady gives you more clothes. I kind of want... Where's that girl that had the fancy hair and said that she'll do your hair? James after James Hetfield from Metallica? Ah, yes, of course. James Hetfield of Metallica fame. Ah, yes, how could I forget? So clumsy. So clumsy of I to forget. Pook likes burgers, though. Well, I mean, it's your rabbit. It's your rabbit. You do it with them as you see fit, I suppose. All right, let's and then Titus's last name because he is my child. My child.
Adorable.
Adorable. Where the heck do I thought that I could... I thought that I get to upgrade again. Beautiful Rose. Show Bear the complete Rolodex. Let me see. Mysterious Will-o-the-Wisp. Catch the mysterious red one on Windswept Run. Oh, it's red. At Windswept Run. I think I can zoom in further. Yeah, I don't think it says, let's see, farm, training grounds, Galaxy Hall, Windswept Hall, Windswept, wow, wow, wee woo. It's probably somewhere around here, but it's a red. The Charm Lady, trading post. Wait, what? Purchase protective charms. I've not encountered this person. Is there some secret old lady in the woods? Back here? That's where it is on the map. Maybe it's not unlocked yet. Oh, other side, other side. Oh, it's that old lady at the shrine. Nice. Did not know that she'd actually sell you stuff. Splendid. Excuse me, ma'am. What kind of good luck can you give me? I want to catch more Eevees. How can I catch more Eevees, father?
Lucille sells various protective charms that come in handy when you're out exploring the wilds. I'm here to give thanks for the guardian of the shrine. And you, child? Are you here for the shrine? Perhaps my charms can help. Tell me, what is your wish?
Lose fewer items. Faint less frequently. Stay in good health. What do charms do? No wishes for me. These are all the exact same thing. Stay in good health. Faint less frequently. Lose fewer items. These are all the same. It's the same thing. Oh, I have a charm just for that, my dear. It's yours for $3,000. Absolutely not. Perhaps not. I don't got any wishes, you old coot. But I'll tell you what I do wish for. More inventory space. That was another reason that I was here. I love that this Wurmple stays here with him. It's cute. I gave him that Wurmple. All right, Buster. Come on. I know you pay an arm and a leg for this, but it's worth it. 2,000 bucks? Absolutely. Absolutely. What is this? 3,000? 4,000? I'll pay it. I'll pay it, man. 2,000? Easy. Just give me more space. I need it. I have uncomfy pants and I am happy. Nice. Cozy lens. 1 cozy lens. If you want to be able to carry more items, how much does it cost? $3,000. My God, man. You're eating me out of house and pocket. And that's all there is to it. You see how much more you can fit by packing things rightly? If you want to carry even more, there's more what? How many times can you upgrade my pockets, dude? Is this endless? Does it just slowly step up and get more expensive? I don't see anything else that I need to buy. How much money do I have? 23,000. It's behind the sweet babies. I'm sorry. I have 23,000 bucks still. Yeah, give me more. Yeah. Now I have 18,000. How much more do you want? 6,000? Do it. Give me more space. Do. You wore jeans tonight and you've grown since I bought them in the pandemic. Oh no! Oh, the pre-pandemic. Oh, I don't want to talk about it. Oh, I don't want to talk about it. I did have pants that I bought pre-pandemic. During the pandemic, they got super tight. And now just recently, they started to loosen up again. And I was like, oh, thank goodness. Hey, we got, what, 6 more slots? Felt like I bought more than that. Let's upgrade this sucker to Graveler.
Graveler. Become mighty.
The music is cool as heck. Whoa.
Congratulations, your Geodude evolved into a Graveler.
That animation really is cool. I love it. All right. All right, we gotta make it to our item box. Let's see if we need to switch out our Pokemon, because you can always level Pokemon to acquire them. All that drama and then the shading was so bad. Yeah, it's the Geodudes. The Geodude and Graveler look like Garbaggio, but most of the other Pokemon are alright. Sometimes an angle is weird though. It's true. I feel like it would have taken a lot longer and a lot more work to make it look better. I'm kind of tempted to keep some of these. Fragment, small green shard. See, I'm thinking like move this to item storage. Move to item storage. I don't need these just like laying around. Same with some of these berries and stuff. Like these grit dusts. I don't need to keep that. Let me see. What does it move all at once? Yeah. Let's see. I need to keep some of my, I'm telling you, they only wanted this game played in handheld mode. It's true. They definitely wanted to focus on it. I mean, Pokemon is, like, traditionally only on handheld. I'm just going to move that, even though we just need to sell it. Let's put that there. Throw it near a wild Pokemon to draw their attention. That's good. That's good to have. Just put wood in there. I need one more piece. All right, sweet. We got room. Let's go back to the tougher area. Because I don't think I'm going to level up anything very powerfully in this little nougat area. I think it's too weak, TBH. Hey, let me through. Yeah. Let me go to the danger zone. Let's go to Mirelands, and we'll switch out some Pokemon. Let's see what I've got now. I feel like we gotta bring Eevee along. They're too cute. Cute. Excuse me, sir. Yeah. Could we swap out some Pokies? Thank you. We got Ghastly as well. Ghost Poison. Ghost Poison, you say? Well, Cricketune, you suck, dude. Sorry. It's a little hateful, I know, but... Alright, we gotta get... Oh, Sneasel looks like they got eye makeup on, though. I like it. Dark and Ice? That's a couple of things I don't have. Dark Ice. Evoy! This is just a normie. A normie! Let's see. Got a couple of normies. Got big old Carnivine. Porygon is normal, just like all of us, of course. Teddiursa, normie. Stunky, dark and poison. Kind of tempting. This is ghost and poison, though, even more powerful. It feels very different from a normal Switch. Oh, the Switch Lite feels very different. I don't think I've ever played one. I wouldn't touch him. I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. Fighting. That'd be kind of nice to have on board. Just in case we have to face a normie. This is a pretty powerful one. Let's say that we train him up. Let's train them up. We'll turn him into a Mastoke. Drifloon. I don't know about you, though. Yeah, sorry. Drifloon gotta go. Gotta go. We got better options for dark and poison and ghost and stuff like that. Maybe Sneasel? Sneasel seems kind of cool, but they don't have any dark moves right now. Maybe Stunky? Buttface Skunk? Either Buttface Skunk or... Could do a Ghastly. This is level 18. This is level 20. 14, 27, 29. I think that this team's pretty good. Maybe. We got water, electric, fire, rock, ground, fighting, poison, dark. That's pretty nice. All right. This looks like a good setup. A good even setup. Do I see Badoo over there? My little buddy. Let's actually do crafting really quick in case we need more Pokeballs. Yes. Very good. A 2, that will do nicely. 39, that's more like it. All right, a little less riding on the deer this time. Let's try to focus on catching, because this area is rife with high-level Pokemon. I'm not gonna have very many heavy balls, so I should probably focus on using my little peanut ones. They're easier to throw further distances anyhow. They're just bad at catching anything. You stupid Pokemon, come back! Oh no. I think that it spotted me. Yahoo! Oh, it's so bright. Okay, so that didn't work. But he just wants to talk. He just wants to cast grass magic on me. Are you sleeping over there? Bonk! Woke him up. A rude awakening. Ah, fiddlesticks. Oh, you can see me? Are you catchable? No, you're uncatchable. Okay. Get the duck. I already have a Psyduck. He's sleeping? Yeah, I do already have a Psyduck, thankfully. Oh, I missed. Dang it, come on. There we go, boom, right in the back of the head. Hey, Jedi, welcome back. Oi, 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 oi. Jedi's here, Jedi's here. Hooray! We're just smacking Golducks in the cranium. What about Badoo? They're smaller. Harder to hit. Oh shoot, I woke it up. The beast has been awoken. Gosh darn it, it's getting closer. Oh, it spotted me. Run away. At least you have us to keep you company, Dai. Oh, what? Dai, are you still awake? I have failed at sleeping. Oh, no. Dai, that's what happened last night. Fall asleep to the Earl's soothing voice. All right, I'm going to try to catch one of these Psyduck Pokemon over here. Just have to toss one of my Pokeballs, aiming a little bit ahead. And boom. Right in the noggin. And now we watch it struggle. Good catch. Okay, let's see if we can make a little bit of a combo. I'm gonna search for another Psyduck. You've infected me with your not sleep. How dare you, lad? Oh, what? It's not contagious. I don't think. I'm sorry, I caught it from somebody else. Okay, I was just passing on the love. Mr. Sandman, bring me up. Oh, not even close. Oh, you little Psyduck. I'm gonna turn you into a Psyduck. Smack you in the back of the head. Treat you like the duck that you are. Alright, we gotta catch some more of these dang old ducks. So you didn't sleep last night then? I did. I did sleep last night. You guys are so nosy. You know, some of y'all are so nosy, it's hilarious. Some of y'all are so unnosy that you won't even DM me if you need help. I don't know what to do with all of y'all. Bam! Right in the noggin. That's exactly right. Ah, yeah. See, I don't know if it has like a combo that goes. Is that what's going on? Can you just like catch a bunch of Psyducks in a row and then it ups the chances of you getting a shiny boy? Because that's how some of the other games work, and I like that mechanic. And I want to pretend like the game knows what I think is fun, and is that. Is there a third category? Yeah, it's alchemic. Alchemic's still a third category. Is that what you want? Do you want to not be in one of those categories? You see me? Oh. Got him. Nice. Music's jamming. It's okay, Alchemic. You can be special.
You'll be special. Stand on your own. I'll just be catching these Psyducks, so don't worry about me. I just want to catch more yellow ducks than I know what to do with. Oh, great. Oh, I think one has spotted me. The ducks are getting suspicious. They seem to think that I am not a Pokemon like they are. My duck mask is starting to wear a little thin. Bonk.
Oops. Yeah, just go away, Psyduck. Just go away. Ow! I'm just trying to catch your brethren. Please stop. Please leave me alone. Please don't. Don't do it. Don't do it. Just let me catch more Psyducks, please. I try to DM you. I try not to DM you unless it can't be said anywhere else or it's a meme. All of Lynn's memes cannot be said anywhere else as well. Ta-da! A badoo! How about this one over there? We're just grinding. Catching these Pokemon is pretty fun. It also feels really freeform as compared to older Pokemon games where it's just like run through the grass over and over and over in the same spot, making me snooze, man. This game's like, you're crawling around, you're on the move, you're doing rolls. Yow. Ooh, a duck. Ooh, just ducky. More Badoos. They're even easier to catch than a duck. Number caught during daylight hours. Oh. Can you see me? Oops. Come on. Oh no. Run away. He spotted us. Escape. Now defeat the Badoo. Ha. I see you, you little grassy oh, it's sleeping. Look at the baby. So cute. Oops. Wrong button. Oh no. Oh no. Bop. Yeah, let me pick up that berry again. What a waste. Alright, we still got him, even though I woke it up by throwing a berry in its face. Whoops. We just need to catch one more during the daylight hours to finish that mission. I can do that. Just gotta catch one more. Seems easy enough. We can also go back to Bear Town and we can go catch some more teddy bears. Let's catch one more of these Badoos and then we can go to Bear Town. Bear Town, USA. Where are the buds? Where are my best buds at? Hey! I keep thinking those green things are snakes. What? They're not snakes! they're little grass. They're little grass pods. They're little buddies. What's this guy doing? Looks like he's thinking. What do you think he's thinking about? You thinking about being my Pokemon? Hey, nice. I missed. Uh-oh, now he's mad. Run away. Run away! Don't let him spot you. Get over here and catch a Badoo. Erica Badoo. I don't see any more of these little buggers spawning. Hmm? Did we evolve the dead? We did. Yes. We evolved Geodude. Geodude is now Graveler. See you later, Psyduck. Is there more buds over here? More buddies? Oh, we just got some carnivorous plant streamer things. They look kind of like that big pumpkin king that's in over the garden wall. You know, I think his name's like Abraham or Elias or something. Big pumpkin father. I think I hear a Badoo sleeping. Can you hear it? Where is it? I can hear a bunch of them. Are they in the trees? Oh, it's him. Oh. Oh, it's the baby. The big baby. Big baby with a big mouth with a gaping maw. I just gotta... Hey, not bad. Are you sleeping? You don't seem like you're sleeping. It keeps buffering and you keep getting welcomed into the chat. Ah, I've been getting welcomed into the chat all night. Twitch! Twitch, fix yourself. Oh my goodness gracious. Twitch has been an absolute butt to me for the past, like, several days. Constantly getting re-welcomed into my own chat over and over. I'm sorry if it's messing up for anybody else. Ooh, skunk. Yeah, and it's not a great month for there to be problems either. January is always slow. January is always slow and quiet. And then I guess that not Discord. I guess Twitch was just like, oh, well, it's going to be a slow month anyway. We might as well screw everybody. I mean, maybe because there's less viewership, they thought it'd be great to knock a bunch of stuff out and get a bunch of stuff out of the way, but definitely doesn't help. Oof, the shading on these gray boys. Here they come! Here they come! Hey, calm down. Whoa! Hey, you just raining death on me, man. Get out of here. It's raining death. Hallelujah, it's raining. Yeah! It's better than being kicked off Discord for the day. You know, I actually did have a problem with Discord the other day. What is that? Huh? What do I see up there? Oh, too late, too late. Only got 2 left. I don't think I'll be able to catch it. Oh, but at least I hit it. Oh, we got it! Nice! What? A flying Pokemon way over there. Hey! Togetic? Yeah, we got him. Nice. All right. We got that flying Pokemon, and we only had one more flying ball left. Aha! Very nice. What luck. Discord literally kicked you all out of all your chats, and you couldn't log back in? Ooh, mine wasn't quite that bad. Mine was just acting like my internet was down, but I would switch between my between my Wi-Fi and my cellular, and it still wouldn't work, so I knew it was definitely Discord. Oh, you can't even catch him like that. Time to get the There's some area. What are you doing out here? Who are you? Also, whoa. Diamond member? I could have sworn one of the Pokemon in that mass outbreak was a different color from the others. Mass outbreak? What are you talking about, dude? What? Oh, stay still, Krogan. Oh, no, I don't think I can hit him from here. No. Absolutely not. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a shiny, but that doesn't even make any sense. Maybe he's just pointing out, oh, there can be shinies. I don't think there's any assured shinies anywhere. What? Okay, you can't catch them with a normal Pokeball. Let's go grab that. Go grab that Perpy up there. Boing, boing, boing. Discord did have issues the other day, mostly due to API issues. With their own API. Alright, nice. I see a lot of these little purple flames. We should grab them. It's you. Do you think that I can make it? Yeah. I could have made it if I had pressed the right button. I thought that I was... jump is Y. It's very strange. Look, I'm going to prove it to you. I definitely can make it. See? You can make it. It's just the dang old buttons. Dang old buttons, you know, the things that you communicate with the computer with. Oh, fiddlesticks. Okay, well, we gotta get Ooh, another Perpy Flame. Ooh. Oh. Shh. Shh. Everybody be quiet. There's our rose. Ooh. Oh, and a Hunter. Nice. Both good. Ooh. I said be quiet! Oh, flower bean. Did I ever catch routes? Or did I miss routes? Because if I got routes, they need to be on our team. I think I missed them. Die, be quiet. Crap! You scared them, Die! Die! You ruined my attack. No, now we're not gonna get him. Die. You're not helping, Jedi. I missed Ralts. I do miss Ralts. You're right. I think Ember would literally... Oh, wait. Oh, they're level 33. Sheesh. We gotta blast them if we want to win. Rosalie was burned. Singed, but not destroyed. You sucked the life out of me. Oh, wait a second. We're not supposed to... Oh, no. Oh, I kind of thought that it would restore itself some health. Y'all guys killed it with your gnome sounds. Oh, no. Oh, hello. Hello. Where you going? You shy? Come on, you've always been a cutie. Okay. They're ghost types. That means that we need to use dark type, of course. Too bad we're gonna die. Yeah, definitely not Stunky. That's smart! Hey! You came in like a wrecking ball. What is this? Thank you, Matt Smart, for the 5 gifted subs. For TNT Cosplay, Mega Root, Coffee Shane, and Breezy. Aw, Breezy got one. And Indigo Nebula. What? I know all of these beans. Massmart Blonde, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Matt Smart, I'm killing my Pokemon one by one. Hello. Oi, oi, oi. I did not mean to press A. I meant to press B. We're playing the new Pokemon game where you can like run around while your Pokemon battle. It's true. Who can I get him with? Maybe electricity? Maybe. No, how do I change using just the bar here? I don't remember. Well, you definitely can do it like this. Swap them. Hello, don't kill your Pokemon. Train them. And also, good night. You're good beans and I love you. What? That's smart blonde. Gifted subs and leave them. Nighty night, Massmart Blonde. Thank you so much for the generosity. It was good to see you pop in. I hope you get some good rest. I will try to take care of them, but another one's about to die. Get yourself some rest. It was good to see you. Ooh, if I go agile, then I can hit him twice. And I'm with that thunder. Avoided the attack. Rude. And then he got to attack again, even though I had 2 attacks stacked up. If you miss, maybe they get to go again. Oh no. Oh no. Maybe. What to do? What to do? I guess Oshawott can get out there. They're pretty high level. They're still, everything that we have is lower level than them though. Strong. We might as well go strong just in case that it misses. Boom. Wow. Oshawott. Oshawott, well done. Oh, excuse me? Since when do you get 2 attacks? I think it's because I did a strong move. Oh no. Gosh darn it, this one Haunter is ridiculously powerful. It'll be worth it all whenever we catch this little beggar. There we go. I has kitten who Shawshanked herself out of the house 3 times? What? Are the spoilers? Hey. Excuse me, Hunter, this is a turn-based battle. You gotta wait your turn, young man.
You better wait your turn, young man. Mr. Hunter, gonna have to ask you to wait your turn.
It was little Timmy's turn to eat the cake. You can have another piece after Timmy gets his. It is his birthday after all. Ooh. Ooh, nice. I'm pretty sure that, yeah, that's new. Ooh. I think that we're putting Haunter on the team. I think Haunter is going to be replacing Stunky. Has it already begun? I want to see if I can catch a couple more EVs. 1 or 2. Oh, big balloon. Heracross. Or whatever the smaller version is called. Oh, he got away. Worth a gamble for sure. Stuff that sees me? Oh, I think it's... Stay in the bush, stay in the bush. Ooh, big boy. Big cute bean. Let's see. Any other good Pokemon about? We could pick up shards, I guess. I already kind of have a lot of shards. Oh, an Eevee! I haven't seen me yet. No, it moving. It moving. Oh, no. Oh, no, I missed! Oh, dear. There goes Fiddlesticks. We could have had one. Porygon. We already have a couple of them. What the heck is this thing? A pot? A linking cord. Okay. Go away, Porygon. Nobody likes you. No. No, no, no. No, no, no. Alright. Have you ever seen the tunnel scene? No, I have not. And I'm not going to read the rest of your message. I've never seen Shawshank Redemption and I want to watch it later. Oh! Hello, friends. Hello, friends. I will be making a grand escape. Aw, look at that big baby. Look at that big baby electrocuting me. Hang on. Why can't I... Oh, I can't summon my mount whenever I'm electrocuted? Since when was that a rule? You just made that up. Okay. Eevee chance. Alright, good chance, good chance. Come on. Nice, another Eevee. I'll take it. Ooh, another chance. Just kidding. You freaking die. Ah, nah, you rascal. You rascal. Oh my god, why are you scary as heck? You're awful. Go away, you stupid balloon demon. You look like a character from Five Nights at Freddy's. Oh my god, I'm out of here. I do not like that thing. Porygon Z. Can I just evolve a Porygon into that? I don't have to catch that, right? Rosalia, what? You didn't notice me? Did you? Who the heck was that? Who the what? Heck? Excuse me? Who did that? What was it? Who poisoned me? Who did that? We just lost our cord that we picked up and just a couple of items, I guess. Gosh darn it. What? Was that Rosalia? Did Rosalia do that? I don't think that they even noticed me, and I didn't see any effects around them. Well, no matter. We caught 15 Pokemon, I suppose. Oh, look at all these ducks. Ducks, Badoos. Nice. We got 4,000 bucks. It was the Rosalia that noticed you? Really? I didn't even notice any... I didn't even notice them aiming at me or anything. Eevee. We need to adjust our team. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, I need to do the next rank. You carried out some fine work. You're ready to move to the next rank. Best report to Captain Silene. Yeah, so I need to go to the village so that I can get started on the next rank, because I think that they're just going to let me keep pouring stuff into nothing. I see the eye. I just didn't see any alert over their head. It's too bad. Yeah, I still don't see it in this video. But yeah, the eye was enough for me to stay on the horse and try to figure out who was looking at me. I guess it's just slightly inconsistent as to when it goes like, wham! It gives you a little alert. I mean, at least you didn't do it to yourself. Oops, walked in the ocean, flailed around and drowned. I died in the ocean like 7 times today. I keep dying in the water over and over. It's so easy to drown in this game. Also, Silver Wings, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're getting an upgrade.
We're getting an upgrade on our Pokemon.
If you have a progress to report, I will judge your worthiness. Show me your Pokedex. Here it is. Are you proud of me? Isn't it great? Isn't it grand? Oh, hi there, Parker. You've made progress. It seems like you've earned yourself a star. I'm a 3-star Pokemon. I'm a man of 3 stars. That's exactly right. With this, you have officially attained the rank of 3rd star in the Galactic Expedition. You can now use Great Balls. With great balls comes great responsibility, as they say. Pokemon up to level 40 will obey your orders reliably in battle. The rewards you earn for your survey reports will be more generous now. Have this as well. It's a future recipe that you'll need for crafting. Thanks a lot. Great balls. Oh, I think that's the iron chunk. Nice. Finally. Fun fact, a star with 3 or 4 points is called an isotoxal star. Oh my gosh. We got Mr. Big Brain over here. I'm just kidding. We got Mr. Encyclopedia over here. Captain Google with the clutch. I'm just teasing. You guys, Parker's my real life friend, okay? I can pick on him. Listen, I was real good at shape puzzle games as a toddler. Yeah, listen, there was no square in round hole peg confusion, whatever. You know what I'm saying. You were the best matcher. I peaked in preschool. Red, blue. Oh, I knew all of them. I knew every color. See, we need to, I did too. How to, where do we go to do crafting? I need a craft. Does this guy make art? A photo lasts a lifetime. It does. Here at the photography studio, you can enjoy taking photos together with your Pokemon. What? I didn't even look here. Parker, how's your day been? It's good to see you. We've been playing this brand new Pokemon game for about 8.5 hours today. Whoops. Goops. Ooh. Sure is a fancy setup. I'm in the business of photographing folk with their Pokemon. Okay. Okay. Very good, very good. So, take photos. Change your pose. I don't think that you're intended to stand with your back to this. Wow, there's a lot of poses. Thumbs up. Nice. Okay, I'm turning around. I guess. Start shooting. So anyway, I start blasting. Where do I put my Pokemon? Ow. I thought that it said with your Pokemon. Oh, do I just need to throw them out? I think I just gotta toss them out. Never mind. No Pokemon photos, apparently. Troubled. You can't tell the difference with the mask. Oh, expression we don't need. We need a pose. Let's see. Over the shoulder. Sitting confidently. Ooh. Sitting plainly. Now, this is how you sit if you're a confident human being. It's body language 101. Now, if you sat plain, if this is you, you might be a boring person. Okay? I'm embarrassed for you. Hands on your knees like that. I had to hold back on the gnoming, but now I have 200k. Nice. No man spread option? Uninstall. Listen, whenever I sit down, I want nobody to be able to sit near me. Hero pose. I guess a hero that's trying to catch Pokemon. Arms open. Let's see. Some of these, I don't know what they're for. One arm out. Ta-da! Now I want the ugliest Pokemon sitting right next to me. This is a perfect pose. But I don't know how to put the... I don't know how to put the Pokemon here. Ta-da! Do you want to stop taking... I mean, not really. I kind of wanted to take pictures with the Pokemon. You promised. You promised, old man. You lied to me. What would you like to do? Prepare a Pokemon. Change the lens. Oh my gosh, it's so complicated. Who's the ugliest Pokemon that I have? Oh! Maybe... I don't like this thing's beak. I don't know. All my Pokemon are cute. Never mind. What does this look like? No, that's an open body position, meaning that you're open to communication, so that's good. What? You don't want to be open to communication in this day and age. You need to be masked up. Get masked up and then, you know, avert your eyes anytime somebody looks your way. All right, you guys, we're not doing any photos, all right? This is too complicated. This is too complicated. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this anymore. We're going to go back to... we're getting back into the field. I'm just double checking. What else can we buy while we're here? With our money. Buying with money. Pretty skybox. I agree. I think that the game looks pretty good, except for... the thing that looks worse is the worst part is the anti-aliasing and the... like degenerating detail in the background. Those hurt the most, but this is definitely, like Alchemic's been saying over and over and over, this is 100% a game that was made to be played on the Switch Lite and in handheld mode. Like, this isn't meant to be on your big TV. Keep in mind that the game looks a little bit worse on my screen. This looks a little worse on my screen because y'all's is downscaled from 1080 to 720, so it probably makes it look a little nicer. A little more blurry for me. I can see the painful pixels everywhere. I really want to see a Ghastly in the background so that you can see what the detail quality drops whenever the Pokemon are far away. Not only do the polys change, but also the animation frame rate changes, which is not too surprising, but still. Oof, it's pain down here in 720 as well. Oh, I see. I mean, yeah, it's aliased. It's looking pretty aliased. You think that the map is gorgeous? Yeah, everything looks really great. Really, the game would look... if you put this on a computer, you would just need to adjust, like, 3 settings, and it would look incredible. It's just literally computing power. The art itself looks great. The textures are great. The models are great. The animations are great. The map looks great. The environment, everything looks really nice. It's just processing power. Yeah! I want to see. Let's see if we can get some more of those purple flames that are about. There's little hidden purple flames everywhere. Yeah. It looks kind of Breath of the Wild-ish. Oh yeah. I think it's in the same engine and everything. Yeah, it is quite similar. But you can't climb, which is not a pet peeve, but just look at this. Ugh. Pain. Suffering. Pain. Agony, even. Boing. Ooh, I see that tree shaking over there. What? What is that? What?
So long, Game Bowser.
Anonymous! Thank you for the 100 gifts. Whoa. Those are really really weird words to say. Thank you for the 100 gift subs. Whoa. Goodness gracious. Thank you so much. That's big sub energy. Yo, can we get some hype in the chat for Anon? Goodness gracious. Thank you so much for the 100 gift subs. I don't know who you are, but holy moly, thank you so much. I super duper appreciate it. It means so much to me. Thank you. Goodness. It's just, it's so many subs that it's hard to figure out what to do about it. Oh, you know, just 100 subs. Goodness gracious. You get a sub, and you get a sub, and you get a sub, and you get a sub times 100. I normally like reading who the subs went to, but literally the subs went to everybody. And it's so cool to gift subs because lots of people that watch the channel get to watch without ads or get to use the emotes. And it also introduces new people to the channel that might end up staying around. So it's a really special way to like grow the community and support me. And whenever it's 100, that just goes 100 times. Read them, lad. All 100. I don't even think that it loads all of them. I think that it actually starts cutting them off. Oh, wait. No, it's actually got all of them. Oh, no. I mean, I could. Does anybody know here how to emulate the game you've been trying for so long and you can't figure it out? Do you have a Switch emulator? Really? You have a Switch? There's a Switch emulator? I was not even aware of this. Yeah, I don't know about emulating the game, my friend. I am definitely not. This is Capture Card on Switch. I mean, it's a brand new game. Somebody already made... They already made them? Oh, my. I bet you a PC could run this better than the Switch. Because this thing is running kind of chunky. So did Poppy. Poppy got one as well. Oh, my gosh. I'm tempted to read some of these. Hang on. I see Talented White Tiger, Eleanor, Midnight Palma, the Prussian Queen, Juju Bug, Tolkienny got one. Rave Icon, Sarah Johnson was just here. Anti-Dark Heart in the zone. Display Salad. Aphrodite got one. Gay Elfie got one. Fluffy Giraffe got one. Oh my gosh. It's so much. Safi got one. Haka got one. Peps got one. Iggy the Anxious Iguana. Texas Satellite. Kato Pokenerd got one. Oh my goodness. Kathy the Toad got one. Nice. Angel Player got one. Nice. KJP got one. Anna Bananas. Mr. Hallway. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness gracious. Kathy! Poppy! There are most of them people that we know. I know. So many good beans got gifted subs. And I don't know who you are. But I appreciate you. Oh no, it's raining. It'll be so hard to climb anything now. Yeah, exactly. Like right here. I mean, at least I can try. Maybe if I time my jumps right. Nah, too slippery. It's just janky. It's not even like just not letting me climb. It's just difficult to take advantage of how the terrain is built. Like, did they intend for you to climb these parts? Like, you can't climb in this game. You can glide though. That's a cool thing, and I don't have that yet. You can glide, and you can also jet ski on water on other Pokemon. But I do not have those yet. So we're in the most dangerous area of the wild that I can enter at the moment. Whoa, Alpha. Now that's an Alpha Pokemon right there. Let's hop off of here. We'll switch over to Oshawott. Because Geodude's probably going to pop out of here. Oh, Graveler. All right. Oh, snap. Big boy. 27. I'm 30. Give him the old razzle dazzle. Dead in one shot. What a good boy. Good job, Oshawott. Yeah, cutie pie. Now that boy, I think he's too strong. Oh my gosh, he looks crazy. Why is he whipping his head around so much? Stop that! I'm out of here. I don't like it. And if you're wondering, yes, you can totally die from fall damage. I've already done it. I've just been testing. I've been testing all day, and you know what? You really can. Oh, that is just a barrier that you cannot pass that. Look at the Graveler go. You see him teleport around? You get some Geodudes over here. I don't really care to collect those at the moment. Over in this area, there should be, somewhere about. I thought that there were teddies in this area. We'd have to make our way back. What is this? Diamond Settlement? What the heck is going on here? I've never been over here. You could die from fall damage, but we checked if you... But have we checked if you can drown yet? Die. I've drowned so many times. And you have watched me die and laughed at me every time. Pokeballs? And they're for catching Pokemon? Gosh, what a terrifying idea. I agree. It makes sense that young people are drawn to anything rare and mysterious. Those things really spice up your life after all. You're young. Pokeballs, that sounds horrifying. Catching Pokemon? I never. Why the tongue? That's Lickitung. What about you? Time helps us learn and grow. That's what we're all told. But time also causes us to age and eventually die. Just something to think about. Excuse me? Did you shut your mouth? A rift has opened up in the sky. Sure hope it's not some sort of ill omen.
Time flows forever onward thanks to the grace of Almighty Sinnoh.
What is this, the... Depression cabin? Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Eventually, we become die.
Nice.
Become die. Kato, you got a gifted sub. Anon gifted a bajillion subs, and you got one of them. Nice. Enjoy your cute emotes. Some of them brand new. I've even got some more emotes. Soon, we'll have some animated ones. Oh, wait a second. We might be able to get our hair did. Ooh. Die is 3 bots in a trench coat. That's true. Yeah, where is the redhead? Not you. You're from the Galaxy team, aren't you? Do you know about medicine that can cure headaches? I need it for my Psyduck. I live together with these little ones, and I can tell that they've been suffering terribly. Aw, look at them. They're in pain. Please give them Benadryl. Oh, wait, no. I mean, ibuprofen. I wish I could do something to help, but none of them... Medicine... Yeah. What do you want? Just gather information in the village? Okay. We gotta do that later. Where's the redhead? I thought that she was... You're always looking for the redheads, too? No. Teddy! Cutie! On duty in the Diamond Clan is to watch over the flow of time and changes that it brings.
Legend tell of an ancient hero.
We are the Diamond Clan, revere Almighty Sinnoh. Okay, that's great. Where's the redheads?
Where the redheads at?
There's one red-haired girl that said that she could cut hair. And I want some fancy hair. Where are they? They have, like, more to this outpost? She's part of the Diamond Clan. I don't see anything else. There's no shops here. It's just a stone. What is it? Does the stone have something on it? Can we climb it? What should we play today? Let's play Pass the Time. This is a very weird village. I don't like any of these people. Let's get out of here. These people are weird. I think that is just a plant. Just a plant. Lake Valor. Ooh, this is probably where we get to ride on that jet ski Pokemon for the first time. Oh, what is that out there?
can't see.
There's a fish. There's a fish out there. Alright, let's try to be sneaky and see if we find something fresh. Just a crummy old plant. Alright, we don't have to be that sneaky. Nothing's even looking for us. I see Combi over there. Combi, little beehive. Little floating hexes. They look like a nanoleaf. A nanoleaf on wings. Oh. Shh. Gotta be sneaky. We could catch a couple of them, maybe. Let's see. We got some normal Pokeballs? Yes, indeed. Hey! I don't think that you can throw it that far, no matter what. No. Not even close. Not even close. Bam! Right in the back! Shot to the heart. Alright. Bees. Ooh, we got a rock rolling about. Scary. I don't want them. I don't need it. I don't need it. I'll shoot you in the back. When you least expect it. Oops. Oops. That wasn't me. Actually, let's skip these guys. See you later. Yahoo! Ooh, big rock snake. We already have one. I already have one. I only need one of them. I love that you can run into Pokemon and you're not forced to battle them. It's the best part. It's the best part. You don't... Oh, Tangela! What? Sonny, what have we got here? A living legend? He's literally a bunch of power cords all woven up with 2 eyeballs. Get him. Get him. Pokemon, unite. Unite in the front against this group. Poison? I think that he might be super powerful against fighting type, but I can't remember. Oh no, and Golbat's part of the party. Oh yeah, I remember people talking about whether or not wild Pokemon would be able to join the battle, and it is quite obvious that they can, and it's absolutely worse than you could have ever imagined. Look, I got a bonus Golbat, but I can't have any bonus people. This is ridiculous. This is a 2-on-1. This is what I call cheating. Absolutely cheating, not even remotely fair. Not even a little bit. Not even a tiny bit. And now what's gonna happen, huh? Everyone dies. That's what's gonna happen. Now all of my friends are gonna die together, holding hands. Yeah, these two are super powerful. Not very effective, is it? Pretty funny that you tried that. All right, mister, you're gonna get it. Now you're gonna get it. A normal Pokeball. A normal Pokeball. I didn't even make any great balls. I forgot about them. Forgot about the great balls. I was a fool. We still got him. We still got him. Tangela successfully gotten. Now I leave. Come on, Stunky. Let's get out of here. Come on, Stunky. That's right. We got him. Tangela captured.
Tangela, one of my favorite Pokemon.
Ooh. Look at that. That's sweet. Oh, there's 17 wisps. Wisps. 17 left. Can't believe it. Ow! I'm going to die. Help! Oh yeah, he's the Pokemon that looks the ugliest in the distance. It's so funny. It's awful, really. Oh, he disappeared. No! I wanted to zoom in on his body. Oh, hello? Hi there. Oh, I'm going to die. Run away. Run away, let's get out of here. Come on. I'm poisoned. Why won't a god of the forest let me ride on his back whenever I have poison bubbling around my body? Oh, there we go, nice. Mama. Mama. Big B. Hang on. There we go. Mama. Oh, slow down. Crap. Gotta be sneaky. We actually need to go make some great balls. Look at her. She looks like the queen bee from Terraria. Yikers. Look at that dress. She's scary as heck. She won't suspect a thing. Could you imagine catching a Pokemon like that with just a normal Pokeball? Look, you can't even throw a ball at that. That's a no-go. There's no point. It'll just go donk. If it has an X on it, that means that you cannot catch it with a Pokeball. You have to beat it up. You gotta beat it up. What is this little valley? Is that a Badoo? That is not a Badoo. If not a Badoo, then what? What the flip-flap is that thing? I've never seen that thing in my life. It looks like it's got a little... Looks like it's got a lemon on its head. What is this little lemon-headed baby? I want it! Come here! Yeah, you little weirdo. I like you. I want to try again. Oh! Petilil? Petilil. Oh no, the other Petilil got away. They're very cute. I like them. They're so shiny. How'd you get so shiny, Petilil? Little petal. Man, you got loose again? Come back here, you rascal. Oh, this is the Petilil. Squirrel! Oh my gracious, they're here! Pachirisu! I didn't know that Pachirisu was in this game. Babies! Little squirrel babies! We found Squirrel Valley. Finally. Squirrelies. Cuties. We must catch some squirrels. Yeah, Pachirisu is adorable. Pachirisu and Eevee are a couple of my cutest favorites. Oh, you rascal, you moved. I'm not in a bush, so if they notice that I threw a Pokeball at them, then they get mad. I don't have that many Pokeballs left either. I want to leave with one of them. Should have probably hopped into that. Oh, I got one. Nice. Level 33. Jeepers. He can see me. He's paying attention. Pachirisu, come here. Oh no. Come back. Baby, come back. Can't see where you are. Oh, you're already gone. Boo. So run up and throw a Pokeball right in his face. Boo. Why does that work? Ah, that didn't work that time. All right. Squirrelies, can I get one more? Hey, leave me alone, you stupid ghost. Alright. Looks like this little valley is something special. A special little PewDiePie valley. Sword caps. Nice. We got some rare medicinal herbs about. Any more squirrelies? That's Cap. Oof. Look at all the perps. Look at all the perpies. Holy moly. I can see like 3 of them. I can see 2. 2 right there. 1 right there. God dang it. Come on. Let me up. Oh no. It can only be done one way. Oh, this is the place with a bunch of Yanmas as well. Boing, boing, let me up, boing, boing. Okay. Oh, there's another little little flapper up there, flapping. Burpee? Yeah. Perpendicular. Got that one. Let's see, it's across the water. No way I'm jumping that cramp. No way. Is there a bridge over here somewhere? Too bad that I can't glide. Yet. Droning meadow. Very fitting to have a bunch of bugs here, eh? I didn't know that you could be a horse. Oh, wait. I'm not a horse. I'm riding a horse. Oh, what topic? How are you doing? Odie! Oi, oi, oi! Boing, boing. What do you think? What do you think, friendo?
Yeah, boy!
It's the new Pokemon game. Oh my gosh, what do we got here? Thank you, Lynn, for the gift. Not for the gift.
7 months.
Thank you for the sub. 7 months. Oi. I appreciate it, Lynn. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. How has your day been? It's good to see you, Lynn. Cork knife soon. Oof. Yes, we can play Fortnite soon. Just so that you know, I can't build anything in Fortnite. I will try to help you shoot people. Is that Turtwig? Oh. Oh, I think it is. But I can't build anything. But yes, I will play Fortnite with you. I have been streaming this game for more than 9 hours now. Look at the babies. There's 2 of them. Oh, that one's sleeping. Cutie. You can hear him snoring. He said, "Ooh, ooh, ooh." Boom! Hit him right in the head. Come on. Nice. We got one. Turtwig. Cutie pie. Cutie pie number 1. Let's go, Super Mario. What the heck did that just say? Did that say the Earl of Suds followed? What? What? What do you mean? What? What does that mean? No, that says the Earl of Suds. That's... Oh, that's a fake account? How, though? It's the same name. Is that... Oh, is that an I, maybe? Oh, it is an I. Okay, okay. Little fake account. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate the dedication. It's a capital... It's a... that's the problem with this font, whatever it is. That's the problem with this style of font. Some of them dang old letters just don't work very well. I did see like a Turtwig spawn right in front of me again, so I'm thinking... Oh. I'm thinking they might just spawn in like that. I could hear another Pokemon in the area, but... I think it's over to the side. Maybe we walk away for a second. Come back, try to catch some more Turtwigs. That's definitely the Turtwig spot. That's where you find them. I see a bunch of Combies out here. Combini. What else? Oh my god. Giant bear. Giant bear. Also baby bear. Little babies. Is this one sleeping? Oh my goodness, it's a sleeping baby bear. How adorable. That bear actually is not too dangerous because it doesn't even have red eyes. So it's not an alpha, it's just a strong Pokemon. Oh bother. Oh bother, Piglet. It looks like somebody's captured my son.
Oh, did you hear?
Oh bother, I'm gonna have to kill this Pokemon trainer. Somebody threw a Pokeball at me while I was thinking. Boom! Oh, bother.
It's awful tight in this Pokeball. What? We caught him? We caught Pooh Bear. I can't believe it. Can't believe we got him. That giant. I told you that bear was weak. Told you that bear was weak sauce. What is that? Oh, I think it's honey. It's dazzling. I'll be the judge of that. Let me try some. Everybody shoosh. They could. Oh, I almost fell in the water. I did fall in the water. I'm dying. Help. Okay, we're good. Oh, bother, Piglet. I'm gonna evolve unless Christopher Robin cancels it.
But Pooh, you'll have 4 arms and 17 eyes.
I'm sorry, I can't stop it, Piglet. It's all up to Christopher Robin now.
Silly old bear. I wonder, so definitely Pooh Bear could have been evolved from Teddy Ursa. So he's the, so it goes Teddy Ursa, Pooh Bear, and then what's the final version? Tentacruel? I don't know. Christopher Robin, Ultimate Trainer. Christopher Robin here. Tut tut. It looks like Pokemon. I don't know. I can't think of anything funny to say about Pooh Bear and Pokemon. I don't see the crossover. I mean, I guess he did have a lot of creatures, I guess. Speaking of a Lovecraftian Pooh Bear final form, it is making me think of that horrible artist on... The horrible artist on YouTube that shall not be named, but I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. I'm sure he's made a horrible picture of Pooh Bear.
This is a bargain version of Winnie the Pooh.
Poor Eeyore. Eeyore never stood a chance. What is this? It's got whiskers, so I think it's one of them dang old whisker fish. Oh, it's pissed. Oh my goodness. What if I threw a ball of mud at you? Ow. Okay, let's go home. We have used up all of our Pokeballs, so it is time to go. Grab a few more little nuts here and there so that we can make some more Pokeballs. If we see them real quick. Zoom. Zoom. I don't even think that that's the right one. Got some... Oop. I don't think that this is the right one either, but close enough. It's approximately correct. Yeah, that's a Hopo Berry. That Hopo Berry? That ain't no dang apricorn. That's not what I need. I need spicy hot peppercorn from Java. I don't need Hoppas. Listen. Oh, Tangela. We already got one though, thank goodness.
Thank goodness.
Man, I cannot wait to get that little, There's actually a ton of Tangelas over here. It's more common than I suspected. Yeah, look at all of them. Nice. Oh my gosh, we can come over here and just harvest them. I always thought it was interesting no one ever was bothered by Christopher Robin's many personalities. What? His suspiciously numerous. Also, you can fast travel when you're drowning. You can fast travel while drowning. Okay, I'm gonna keep that in mind. Thank you for telling me. So you're telling me that I can just... Shoot. Wrong button. Can't move to another location if you're being targeted by a wild Pokemon. What? You can't travel while enemies are nearby is why I can't travel? Oh, no. Yeah! Yeah! That's what I'm talking about, baby. Nice. This game's easy. Ooh, great ball. We can only make 6 of them? It's because we don't have any apricorns. Cheesed it. I mean, can you blame me? We need apricorns. Where they at, though? Well, let's go to Solution Mines, I guess. Onision Mines. Let me hop on my horse. Where's the apricorns? Boing. Not that name. I'm sorry. Let me see. Okay, where's the Onision Mines? Listen, it's just the... See? Look. Solution Mines. Close enough. Alright, let's head over there. Actually, gotta be careful. Water. Don't want to have to teleport. See, that's the tree we're looking for. That's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Get him. Good job, Stunky. What? Bernie Sanders? Absolutely not. None of that. None of that. Come on, Stunky. You and me. You and me, we're out of here. That's exactly right. Is there any more Capricorns over here? Ooh, I think I can sense a Capricorn nearby. Smells like guilt. Yeah. Oh, yep. This way. Oh, Eerie Coffee's here. Hey, what's up? Still going strong. 9 hours in, this game's still great. I'm still enjoying it. It's a fun game.
Good work. Very good work indeed. You got the fragment back safe and sound. I'm well aware of Calaba's reputation. They say she's stubborn, too old-fashioned, and so on. But she's given the Pearl Clan all that she has. Ever since she was young, she lived in her prime years. Here in the Hisua region, trusting in the guidance of the almighty Sinnoh. I don't think that she hates the Diamond Clan or the Galaxy team. Rather, I think that she simply loves the Pearl Clan very, very much. Anyway, I do hope that you can calm Ursaluna's frenzy, Kine. A raging Pokemon in an area definitely isn't good for business, I can assure you.
Alright, I mean, whatever. So, what do we do now?
Number 15.
Pokemon Arceus. Small angry lady.
No. Oh, so you've come to bother me again. Well, come as often as you like, but I won't change my mind.
This wall fragment.
What? You went to retrieve the fragment from those bandits? Why go out of your way like that for a complete stranger like me? I guess you're that eager to calm Ursaluna, eh?
That's right. It reminds me of the... What comes after one? That's right.
I'll admit, I didn't expect anybody else to truly care for Ursaluna. Well then, let's see that wall fragment.
I look so menacing. I do look a little bit menacing. It is true. I do have a mask on. That's what that says.
Let me read what it says. All lives touch other lives to create something anew and alive. I see.
Is that part of what it says on there, or are you just saying I see?
I suppose it means people help each other, like how you helped retrieve the fragment. I've read this passage many, many times, but this is the first time that I truly understood that. Maybe this is the almighty Sinnoh's guidance.
Maybe you just... Whatever.
What's your name then, girl? I see, Kine. Please lend me your strength so that we may help Ursaluna. It's true that Ursaluna has become enraged, and doesn't seem to be but he doesn't seem to be in an utter frenzy. I think he'll return to his normal state if we can just beat the crap out of him with some medicine bags. We just have to load up these socks with a bunch of drugs, and then we'll throw them at him as hard as we possibly can. Of course, if you need to beat him up with your Pokémon, that's totally acceptable.
I want my new jet ski. I want a jet ski. I don't care about helping gods. I just want my jet ski. Give me my Pokemon jet ski right now. My Pokemon. Oh! What the heck is that thing? Oh, shoot. Hang on. What are you? Tangrowth? Level 45? Sheesh. That thing is too tough. I'm out of here. I'm sorry. It's an overworld boss. I can't take that thing. I can't do it. Oh, we're back in here. There's a bunch of new Pokemon in here that I cannot deal with right now. Wow. Let's go super whoopio. Oh, to the sludge mound. Is this where we're going to summon them?
Over here, Kenny.
You and your log dog over there?
Ursaluna is enraged, yes, but he must still recall his long relationship with the Pearl Clan. We were totally dedicated. We'd exchanged rings and everything. He never fails to show up the moment that I play my Celestica flute. But I do have to play a special tune. It's the only tune that he answers to. It goes a little something like... Yep, here we go.
Oh, wait. No, I was gonna go... Never mind. Never mind. The moment's over. The moment's lost. I've ruined it. Wow! Big bear. Hello, Bjorn.
Now show your mettle to Ursaluna. But remember that Ursaluna is a Pokemon very dear to the Pearl Clan. I will not permit you to kill him.
Oh, catch him. Yeah. None of that either. Neither one. Why does he look like this? I don't like him. For one, I don't like that little worm booger that's over his nose that looks like clay. Also, his eyebrows look uncanny. And he looks sad. What's wrong with him? His paws is so sharp. He looks so shiny. Are you a god? Don't hit me. Are you a god? Can I push you around? Oh wait, no, I can't read. I mean, I can't retreat. I love him. He's a bear. He's a bear. That's the only thing that he has to be. As long as he's a bear. He's only level 26. This boy is weak as crap, but is he metal? Okay, how do I... Let's give him a little toxin. Let's poison their god. See if he survives. Ursaluna, smash or pass. We're definitely gonna be destroying them. Of course, that's what you mean, right? Yes, we will be. So in that case, we will be smashing them with all of our Pokemon moves. Of course. I can't back down from this battle, so it's smash is the only choice. Of course. Let's water them down. How long am I gonna be playing tonight? I'm not sure. Kind of depends on what happens after this. I guess we're kind of like it's getting late, so I guess we're sort of nearing the end. But I don't know. There's still a lot of beans staying up. I mean, especially because it's weekends coming up. So I don't know. I'll probably be playing this tomorrow as well. So I don't know. We'll go for a bit longer. Maybe we'll try to make it to 10 hours. I don't think that I'm gonna make it to 12. That's mostly my fault for not waking up early enough. If we'd started like an hour earlier, I would push it on purpose to 12. But it's getting kind of late. Bleg!
It's so potent that we can only use it on tough, resilient Pokemon like Ursaluna. There, dear Ursaluna, you've calmed down now, haven't you? This is all very strange, though.
He wasn't glowing. He wasn't really frenzied. Maybe it's a fake bear. You think that this is fake?
Very astute of you, Galaxy Team Recruit. You're exactly right. When you quelled Cleaver's frenzy, you could see the strange light rising from the sky all the way to it. But no strange light erupted from Ursaluna after you defeated him, nor was he glowing.
He's just a regular bear that just caused some trouble.
So what is clinging onto Ursaluna's coat? It seems like some kind of powder. That girl from the Diamond Clan. Now, why did she, of all people, need to come and tell me about Ursaluna, I wonder? But I almost forgot about something important. Play a Celestica flute for me, won't you?
Look how submissive Ursaluna's being now. I know, they're being a good being. Looks like they're ready to go to bed in their kennel.
She's kennel trained, of course.
Ursaluna opened his heart and learned well the sound of your playing.
All you gotta do is just squish that bear. Look. Squish that bear. You received an earth plate. Sweet.
Ursaluna is very good at finding things that are buried in the ground. We say that he's digging for treasure, even if these treasures might not always glitter or gleam. Now go and let your commander know what transpired here, child of the Galaxy Team.
What the heck? We got a treasure searching bear? This is unexpected and very, very nice. Digging for treasure with Ursaluna. Ursaluna will rush towards any treasure he senses in front of him. Press the Y button to dig for treasure, baby! Hey, Vine, what? You got a gifted sub? I can't hang out, but I wanted to thank Annan for the sub. Yo, sweet biscuits. Vine, thanks for popping in. Yeah. Enjoy your squirrely emotes. But yes, enjoy your evening. I know that you're a busy bean. You're a busy bean, baby. We'll see you later, Vine. You're gonna go to bed. You're drained. Go to sleep, Linz. You've been working all day. You deserve some serious rest. You deserve some serious rest and relaxation. You better get your buns out of here. Thanks for hanging out, Linz. As always, thank you for modding. You're a fantubulous mod.
Wow.
Get some rest.
The satchel was sent back to Prosperity. Thanks for helping.
See, I think that's a multiplayer thing. I think that you pick up other people's satchels. But you know what? Now that I figured out you don't have to drown, I'll never drop another satchel again, so I don't need any help. Get that twee. Actually, is that the right thing? Yeah, that's apricorns. Nice. Nice apricorns. What does the bear do? Does it break things? It said that you do like treasure hunting with it. If they sense a treasure, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. They're to do with the lost and find menu. They give you merit points for turning them in. Oh. Oh. What? If you black out in the field, you may lose some of your items. However, players from all over the world can find your lost items and send them to you via the internet. This system is called Lost and Found. If you find a satchel that someone else has lost, be sure to pick it up. The satchel you retrieve will be returned to its owner, and you can get MP. Merit points. MP can be exchanged for items at the trading post. Heck yeah, dude. Look at all these satchels. Can't believe that I found all these lost things. Owner, Annie, Maven, Max, Prosperity. Are these real people's names? These sound fake. Nobody's named Andy. That's from Toy Story. That's a Toy Story character. Nobody's named Andy. Yeah, look at these. Obsidian Kine. Now that's a real name. Now that's a name. Okay. This is the little baby bear valley, which is adorable, of course. It's time to get the hee-haw out of here because it is dangerous as heck. Can we get up? What? You cannot go any further? What? Have we hit the limit? I can't believe that we're not allowed to go up into the desert lands. No, Gerudo Valley was just opening before my eyes. No, Boris, help! Help! No, Boris! In your name I trust. Wait a second. Are these the right? Nah, these ain't right. That's a different... No, that actually was right. Never mind. Flee! Flee! Flee before you are given... Okay, that is definitely not right either. Flee before you are given to the bear. To the bear! The bear! Before he comes to bear down upon thee. Boing. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're gonna go back, actually. Oh, look at these. Satchels about. So you can just go pick them up. Interesting. Oops, wrong button. It's so confusing. A, B. I'm always having to switch between them. A's and B's. You can teleport out of the water fast to live. Mm-hmm. Today I learned. I was today years old whenever I learned that. You could just teleport right out of the water if you need to, which is hilarious. I hope they patch that out. No, I love it. I love it. Now I am purposefully jumping into water all the time so that people are like, "Ha, you're gonna die." The unknown are in this game. Wow. That's fun. I like those guys. The little carving dudes. The little word guys. Word pals. You want his beanie? I mean, I wish that you had his beanie so I didn't have to look at it anymore. Wait, how did you waterproof yourself? Well, here's the thing. Petroleum jelly. I spread it across my entire body, slathered it on thick. Oh, yeah, I got Pachirisu, who for some reason looks really weird in this picture. This looks like a Roblox model. This looks like a character model picture in Roblox. You can really be Pachirisu in Tower Unite? Wow. Sweet. $4,000. We're rolling in the dough. Oh ho, it seems like you made some new observations. It's true, I observed so much. Oh look, I was looking at this earlier. They could show you like all the little check marks for the stuff that you've done. Look, we caught one Tangela and we didn't learn jack crap about anything else. We ain't gave it food, we ain't used ancient power, no fire type moves, never defeated them, never caught one without being spotted, never evolved one. We just caught one, okay? And one is gonna have to be enough for now. Look at all these species. That pom-pom's bigger than my head! It's probably pretty heavy, too. Just leave me alone, dude. That pom-pom's future's brighter than mine. What is a pom-pom gonna do? Why is the pom-pom's future so bright? How am I supposed to have enough Pokeballs, man? I mean, I know you don't have to spend Pokeballs to make Pokeballs, but I don't know. It seems like you gotta be like knocking down all these fruits. You knock down every one of these fruits, and even then, it's still gonna be barely hanging on, you know, by a thread, probably. So what if you have all the fruit in the world? What happens whenever you run out of Pokeballs and you got nowhere to go? What do you do though? Oh, whoa. Hey now. Hey now there, friend. What are you doing here? Hey, buddy, old chum. Can I have you? Hey, I got an on. What? Are they just sitting around now? What? What? Are they're just vibing. Iron Bark Tongue. They used to call me in college. Nice. It was easy. I'm surprised they just had it sitting around there. It was just sitting on a stump. It was stump sitting. Boing, boing, boing. Whoa, 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 whoa. We got problems. We got problems in the woods. Boy, yo, 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 yo. Yeah, this is going great. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. Yep, all we got to do is just jump right up there. Time distortion seems to be forming. Ooh, time distortion. EV time. EV time. EV time. Hopefully we have an easy time catching an Eevee this time. Ooh, wait a second. We cannot jump that. I don't think. Maybe we can. Maybe with a little bit of skill and luck. Oh, yeah, that's right. Very nice. Very nice. All right. It's forming, but it's not here yet. It's going to be dangerous as heck. And we only got 16 fancy balls. You're going to have to be careful now. Spooky. This place is scary. Gotta be careful here. There's gonna be tablets falling from the sky. There's gonna be Pokemon shooting lasers at us. But what really matters is that we try to catch an Eevee. All we gotta do is just get one lucky shot. Bing, bang, boom. We steal the Eevee. Bing, bang, bing. And we get the hee-hee out of here. Look at this, Parker. Who modeled this? This looks like some Super Mario 64 looking chain chomp. There's a seam on the back. He looks, yeah, look, it's got a white seam on the back. The eyes are floating off of the head. The eyes have like four vertices. They got like 6 of them. And look at that animation back there. Ah! Ooh! Whoa! Sheesh! Ah, pain! Let him free! Let him free! Oh my gosh, it looks like it was made like this on purpose. 1 FPS. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'd say it's about 2 FPS. You know, don't shoot him too low there, Eerie Coffee. Listen, don't be too cynical. Say that's a solid 2 frames a second. Woo. Even that guy looking kind of janky. But that's okay. But the party ain't even started yet. I do love the sound effects for Ghastly though. They go I mean, the Pokemon games I played the most were Blue and Yellow. Dating yourself. So my expectations on animation in Pokemon games are very low. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, I've played Pokemon Go, Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, Sword and Shield, and Brilliant Diamond. So don't worry, I'll complain. I'll do the complaining for you if you'd like me to. Okay, so a bunch of stuff spawned on the ground. Ice Stone. We could evolve one of our Eevees just like that. Listen to that music. It's getting spooky out here. Oh, that thing flies. Holy moly. Boom, got an Eevee. Nice. Got an Eevee, the cutest. The cutest, simply marvelous little baby. Oh, shoot. I was going to try to make it to these bushes. We got a Glaceon. A Stardust. I'll take that. Yeah, let's just, let's sample around. Let's take a look at what free objects we got around here. Music is creepy as heck, and I like it. I missed it. Oh, I think I'm not missing it. I think that it just can't be targeted. Dang, I just wasted 2 great balls on that. That was stupid. I was just trying to hurry. But I was dumb. I did not know I was dumb. Okay, it's time to hide. You gotta be in the bushes whenever they spawn, otherwise they spot you immediately. And Whenever the new one spawn, then the old one goes poof. Best to just hide, in my opinion. Aww, they're so cute. I do love these leaves. What are these called again? These are Luxios. They're so cute. Porygon. Porygon's pretty cool, but I think we've already got a couple of them. Oh, hello. Excuse me. Could you run up? Let's hide in these bushes. There's no way that a Pokemon could ever see us in these bushes. Not with my red outfit. Ooh, cool boys. Ow, Porygon, shush, you're blowing my cover, dude. Could you stop? Leave me alone. Blowing my cover. Quiet, these boys don't know that I'm here right now. Stop. You're embarrassing me. No, now Eevee knows. They all know. No, 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 no. No. Oh, now we're gonna die. Oh, great. And Eevee left. Oh, Eevee's in it. Get him! Porygon never struck me as a Pokemon you'd find in a swamp. Listen, this is a portal that's opened up to another realm. This is a portal that is opened up, and now a bunch of creatures are going through it. It's not naturally found in the swamp. Porygon's looking around. Great. So we got 2 Pokemon versus 1. Good thing that I'm gonna pull out my trap card. Great ball. Gonna yacht. Get him. Team's looking a little battered. I know, I gotta get out of here. Ooh, nice. All right. Bonus Eevee. Let's get out of here. Come on, Ponyta. Come on, Pony-chan. Pony-chan. I just realized. Let's see. Got any more stones? Any more stones are laying around? Aliens. I don't see any free stones. Alright, let's get out of here. Boing. Alright, we need to definitely go back, heal ourselves, but if we get any Capricorns before we get back, that would be pretty sweet. Just looking for some bonus Capricorns, that's all. I just searched this area, so I don't think that they respawn that quickly. Those are not correct. No, that is not correct. And then this is the dead swamp. Oops. I just threw a peach. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt it. The distortion fades. The distortion fades, and your mind goes back to what you were doing earlier. Where was I? Where did I just go? All of these thoughts and more rush through your brain. Oh, is that that's a wood. That's one wood. That's all the wood that we need. It's time to go back. Boy, I can't believe we got all the wood. We just needed 3 chunks of wood, and it's taken forever to get it. Whoa, this big boy's still here? I'm just gonna run past him to taunt him. That has Stardust in there. Gimme, gimme. Alright. How did I miss this? Alright. Getting some bonuses. Let's go home. Oh, I see. You can select the bear now. Nice. Look at them go. They're slower. They're way slower. Treasure. Where's the treasure at? Look, it feels like I have Bjorn the bear on my side. Oh. Wait a second. We're getting a sense. Getting a sense of treasure. I can feel it. Hang on. I'm getting something this way. There? Alright, we're getting warmer. Getting warmer. Is this really right? Doesn't feel right. Feels bad, man. No way there's treasure in here. Oh, look at that. Is it not here? Where is it? Man, this is a slow bear. Alright, but it's definitely this way, right? Maybe it's on top. I should have thought of that first before I jumped down. Let's see. Which way? You can't tell. Look, it's just beeping. I don't know which way it is now. I just checked every angle. There ain't no information. Yeah, I feel like maybe it's up on this mountain, but not. His tail's so round. It's just a ball. Let's be fair. Let's be fair. He's just got a. Is that what Mochi looks like? I feel like it's in here though. I mean, it did go beeping like crazy. Wow! See, look, it's getting all excited. We're getting close, it says. It says we're getting close. Look at his going nuts. Okay, let's stand in the middle. Let's see which way it gets most excited about. It's like right here. Look how close it says that I am. It says it's right here. Tear this temple to shreds! I can't tell. Whatever, this bear is a mess. This bear's more of a mess than I am. This is a way better ride. Yeehaw! Giddy up! Yahoo! Yahoo answers! Help! Hang on. There we go. And now, let's see. We just need to save, pretty much. And I think we're gonna call it a night here. It's getting late, and I can see a few people that need to go to bed. But we definitely need to go back to town really quick. We gotta go to town real quick. Maybe we'll evolve one Eevee. Let's see. Cute. Wow. Already caught 3 of these little buggers. So I'm just here. What? Earl, ride the bear. Ride the sketchy Parker. Listen here. You're going to get put into timeout. Absolutely. Parker, you're gonna listen, I will sick my mods on you. I don't care if I know you in real life. You're gonna get put dunce hat on your head in the corner. You're gonna get slapped in the face a few times. Maybe a little waterboarding here or there, just a tiny bit, just a little drip, couple drippy drops. Nothing too extreme. Slapped with a haddock? Oh, that's too far, Tay. That's too far. Don't even talk like that. Don't put those words there, Tay. That's horrible. That's a friend of mine. Hey, he was a friend of mine. Can I zoom out? How do I get out of here? I want to go home. What if there's no home to go back with? Hey, bear with me. I'm positive I didn't mean anything by it. Oh my god. Will you do something about it now, Alchemic? How do I want to teleport. Let me teleport, Stamp. What? Okay. All right, fine. I'm talking to this man. Let me go home. Return to the village. Yeah, let's turn in a couple of our sweeties. You're really putting me in a bind here. Hey, go away. I listen. I've got a lot of missions to take care of. Okay, I'm busy. Who are you?
Ah, just the person I was waiting for. There's a Pokemon I was hoping you could bring me. I've been trying to make it a bit.
Oh my gosh! Everybody wants me to get them Pokemon, bring it back. But you want Bunnier? I got one of those. The Pokemon on the woodland photo. I've got it. Hey, lady. Hey, lady, do you want one of these buns? Here, come. Wait, where'd you go? Where'd you go? Oh, wait, is it you? Who are you? Where are you? Where did they go? Alright, they're gone. No worries. We'll deal with that later. They don't exist. There's, no, like, return indicator to return to any of these people, by the way, I don't think. So, you just have to remember where all of them are. So that's good. Ah, the old bounty board. Instead of turning in any of our bounties before we forget where to go, let's collect some more bounties in case we want to get our brain 100% loaded down. And our quest book full. Bulging. Up we go. Excuse me, sir. Are you proud of me for what I've done? I tamed a bear. And I do not know how to search for treasure with it.
Sinnoh, we have a situation here.
Who's that old mean man that wouldn't let me eat mochi at his place? Let me explain. Lilligant, our clan's Lady of the Ridge, is in a frenzy. Everyone's in a frenzy these days. Holy moly, dude. Everybody's freaking out. Why are there so many rabid gods right now? If Arceus of the Diamond Clan was somehow involved in that situation with the raging Ursaluna of the Pearl Clan, it could lead to the... If somebody was the enraged Ursaluna of the Pearl Clan, it could lead to the two... What is this? This is still more... What is it? What's the name of that game? Square Enix dialogue? What... This is more Kingdom Hearts dialogue with a bunch of random words all stitched together like they mean anything. What? None of these are all made up words. I can't take your sentences seriously whenever they have more than 6 fake words in them. Ursaluna, Sohi, and Warden Kabbalah are worthy. Perfect then. Wherever she's gone. Oh, what? Alchemic? What? Why are you getting mad? They do use a lot of, like, random words in those games. It's true. I've heard the dialogue. It sounds very funny. Must be hard to talk about Pokemon then. I mean, you do have to say the Pokemon's names one at a time, you know. You have to be like, my Pikachu is attacking. How have you heard the dialogue when you've never played them? Because I've watched some of the cutscenes. I've also seen memes done of them, and then I wanted to see what the original looked like. Because I was like, what? This game can't be this. It can't be some dark... What is this? Why is Mickey in an all-black suit? There's no way that this is real. Why is he wearing all black, and he's like, it's time for that. He talks about, like, the sacrament of darkness or something. And I was like, this is not real. So I watched some of it, and it is real. Play the game. Maybe you'll learn why. the deep meaning behind all of it. I mean, I heard that they're good games. I mean, I know that they're good games. I just haven't gotten around to them, and they seem very silly to me. Okay, so we definitely need to turn in a couple of missions with people in town, but I don't know if we're going to be able to search them out at the moment. I feel like a lot better having more Oron berries. Would you be able to give me 5? Did he just say I would feel a lot better if I had more of this and then ask me for that? Thanks. You're so nice for someone that fell out of the sky. What? You're so nice for somebody that squeezed out of a womb, I guess. Let's just tuck these away in my satchel. I won't let your kindness go to waste. Wish me luck with those tumblestones. Oh, so he might come back with some tumblestones or something that I can buy. That'd be pretty sweet. This is the lady that lets you pull. These are all the Pokemon that I caught, or some of them anyway. We need to pull some of the wood out of my storage. Thanks again for helping me. You've collected 11 wisps so far. There's still 96 more. Since you've now gathered 5, here's a little thank you present. An oval stone, a particular stone that can cause a certain species of Pokemon to evolve. It's round and smooth. Nice. We got a rare candy. Should raise the level one time. Any more questions? What did you want again? What's your deal again, kid? Why are you talking to me? Who are you? Last place I saw a Will-O-the-Wisp was Windswept Run. Yeah, she was saying that it's red, actually. Your accuracy in throwing Pokemon balls exactly where you want is remarkable. Thanks. Oval Stone is for Happy to Chansey. Oh. Fun fact, Walt Disney himself wrote several scripts that were later adapted into Kingdom Hearts games. That man was ahead of his time. What? Is that true? Also, is he frozen? How are you? Ready to show me how friendly you are with those Pokemon? Yeah, how much does Oshawott love me? Show me. It's super true. Now I'm suspicious. Whenever you say super true, that is super suspicious. Look how pleased it is to be traveling with you. You're a true friend here, I can tell. My grandmother was precisely like you, the type of person that could understand the minds and hearts of Pokemon. Look, my Pokemon love me. Has nothing to do with the fact that you just have to use the same Pokemon for a little while. We doing 12 hours? I mean, we're getting close. If I'd only started an hour earlier. Oh yeah, these boys, they wanted something. Excuse-moi, young lad. Just 5 Pokeballs, please. Oh wait, I don't even think I have 5 Pokeballs. I'd have to make some more for those little rapscallions. I swear on the ice-preserved body, kept in stasis deep in the Disney Vault. It's super maybe true. Great. The Disney Vault is opening up again for the fourth time ever. Lady and the Tramp, now available on Blu-ray and DVD. Also, Walt is rolling out back onto the streets of Disney. See Walt Disney displayed in all popular Disney parks. Check online at Disney.com to see where his body's rotating to next. And don't miss this limited time offer because Disney's going back in that vault to not be seen for a long time. How am I enjoying the game? It's pretty great. I like it a lot. I would keep playing it, but it's just getting kind of late. And I want to play Cookie Run. If I'm being honest. Excuse me. Hi, Clarissa of the Security Corps. That's me. Thanks so much for taking on my request. I need you to catch a Zubat. Yeah, I got a Zubat for you. Yeah, I got one. I have one. Yeah, take one. take one of my Zubats. I got plenty of them. Here, have this one. Ta-da! Yours. Hi there, World of Robbie. What's up? Oh, night time. Oh, you headed to bed? See you later, Calico. Get some rest. Get some rest. Shoo. Get yourself some sleepies. You only just noticed the bi-colors in the background. What? Nardavel. These are rotating colors, actually. But, you know, we stand. We stand 100%. All my LGBTQ plus friendos. Aw, yes. But yeah, it's rotating between like 5 colors, I think. Something like that. But sometimes it becomes pure magic. Just like you pointed out. That's amazing and all. After all, it really helps me. Nighttime shifts, guard duty. Get a partner, Zubat. Yeah, get a partner, Zubat. Just take the Zubat out whenever you patrol at night, and it can help you see in the dark. We get 2 auxiliary powers. Sweet, dude. Sweet, dude. Oh, yeah, this old man, he's hacking up soil. Yeah, you're a decent gal after all. Thanks. Apparently, even Pokemon have some flavors that they prefer over others, though I suppose that's probably true of all living things. Not me. Here in the village fields, you can have crops grown in exchange for a fee. Huh? No, I don't want any of that. That sounds too complicated. No thanks. You're gonna make ramen after the stream? Nice. Ramen, yummy, yummy. Pikachu prefers the taste of human flesh, for example. Pika.
Whoa, Pikachu, whoa! Stop biting on Brock's arm! Pika! Get off of him.
I'm so distracted about how Cherim transformed, I can't even do my job. Oh yeah, that guy. That guy, he wants some stuff. Onyx looks tasty, I'd eat. I'd take a bite out of Onyx's tail for sure. You know, it's probably good for your teeth. Makes them nice and hearty, just like chewing on ice. It's literally a kebab shape. I don't think that there's a stick to that kebab, though. I'm not sure if you can have a kebab with just floating elements. That's like throwing vegetables in the air and saying, kebab! I think. We already helped this guy. He does look like, yeah, rock candy. Excuse me, ma'am. Oh, you have completed Starly's entry in your Pokedex? No, I didn't. Did I? Wait one moment. Male and female Starlies have different appearances? Whoa, mind blown, dude. Let me see. So the markings on their foreheads are different sizes. Incredible, I had no idea. Thanks for letting me read the entry. Yeah, you're welcome. I'm here to help. I live to serve, ma'am. Slowpoke tail apparently tastes very yummy. I've heard of this. Welcome, young lady. What can I help you with today? Your hairstyles stink. I want you to learn from a younger person. The redhead girl that came into town. She knows what's up. Oh, wait. Oh, this is the, wait, what? What do you say? Please, I can't remember for the life of me what those ears look like. Oh, he wants to see a Shinx and what their ears look like. They look like upside down crosses. Alrighty, let's have a peek at those round ears. See? Upside down crosses. That's it. Its ears have a yellow cross pattern on them, kind of like a star. I'd be your mommy. What? I'd be your mommy? That's not a quote, is it? I wonder, do you crack open a Voltorb? Is it like full of candies, snacks, or just dynamite? I like to imagine it like the party ball in Super Smash Bros. Melee, where you never really know what you're gonna get. Every Voltorb is grown up in a different environment, different circumstances and such. Different genetics, different DNA, so they all grow different things inside of them. Some have bomb-bombs inside. Some of them have, like, loads of food. Some of them have, lightsabers, swords. It's just a piñata. It's a piñata of different things. You never know what you're going to get. You certainly hope whenever you bring a Voltorb home to your kid's party that it's going to be candy inside. You fell asleep and just woke up. I hope I didn't miss a lot in the last hour. Independent Oreo, if you need to go to bed, go to sleep. We're not going till 12 hours. There's no way that's going to happen. I can't tell you what a relief it is. It felt like I had a bone in the back of my throat. Thanks for the 3 potions, man. I really appreciate it. Thanks, man. That's really cool of you, man. Don't you phrasing me? Excuse me. Don't phrasing me, young man. Let me see. Where's the... Look at that. 77 Pokemon. Incroyable. Incroyable. What was I gonna do? Oh, yeah. I was gonna check how many missions I got left. I've got 1 with unreported data. Data. Oh, wait. Oh, it's on the map. Yeah. It is on the map. Just like this. Ta-da. Look at all these... Look at all these things that we can do. Hang on. Are there any more in town that, like, we're done with? Show Marley a Starly? Where? At the supply core? Where? Who? What? I don't remember who this is. Catch a big Buizel? Yeah, we have to catch a big one, though. We don't have a big one yet. Okay, well, we can at least, do a little bit of crafting, right? Last night you went until 1 a.m.? That's not something that you should expect, okay? Listen, I'm an old man. I can't stay up like I used to, all right? My gaming days are over, all right? Our best times are behind us. I mean, if you were on Oopsie time, this would be early. Oh, what? I was on Oopsie time for a little while, okay? I tried out Oopsie time. It wasn't too bad. I sampled the lifestyle. It was pretty rad. It was pretty glamorous. Never expected Oats to be so fancy. Where is my crafting? I forget where they put that stupid old thing. That silly old thing. Where? Where do I craft? Over here? By this gentleman? Oh, there it is. Yes, come back to the night side. No, most of the people on stream go to bed earlier than this. Okay. This is bad for my business. Staying up late is bad for business. 20 bad boys. Sheesh. Nice. When you went to sleep at 7 a.m., were you playing Cookie Run? What? What are you talking about? What do you mean went to bed at 7 a.m.? Who said that? Nobody said that. You're making stuff up. Here at the training grounds, your Pokemon can master moves. Hey, I heard you raised your rank. Now I can teach your Pokemon some moves, so what can I do for you? I want to exchange items? What? I want new moves. So which of your darling Pokemon do you want to tutor? You'll just pick up more Australians and Kiwis? Australians and Kiwis don't like me. They're too cool, man. They're like, what's wrong with him? Why won't he say any bad words? Why won't he say any curse words? I don't like him. Something's off with him. I don't trust him. Something's wrong. I don't know. I mean, I'll work on it. All right? Working on expanding the audience. Do you eat the kiwi with or without the skin? The fruit, of course. I like the fruit, of course. You wouldn't want to eat a New Zealander. Oh, without it? Who eats kiwi skin? That's inedible. Kiwi skin is actually not edible. Very icky. No good. Very icky. What can we teach an Oshawott? We could teach it Icy Wind. It's got 20 PP. 5 PP, 10 PP. These are decent attacks, I suppose, but I don't want to do any of this nonsense. You've seen kids eat the entire thing? They just take the kiwi and go. That's disgusting. It's disgusting. Yucky, no good. It's your little powder puff and be afraid to break him. Lime sure isn't, but yeah, I agree. You know people that eat them like an apple. What? I don't even understand how they structurally can do that. How do you structurally... But it squishes, doesn't it? Like, how sharp are their teeth? You bite... How do you bite through the skin and it, like, doesn't just start squeezing the juices inside of it and just... That's gross, man. And your teeth are barely biting through it, so you have to, like, slide your teeth back and forth over each other so that you can chew through the skin. Then you've just got, like, a pile of juice on the top of the other side. No. This is unacceptable. Eating kiwi skin is the most uncomfortable thing I've done. Really? I personally do not eat kiwi. You don't like the texture? I think kiwi's all right. Kiwi's okay. Kiwi's okay with me. But I haven't eaten kiwi in like maybe 30, 40 years or something. Like maybe longer. The strange thing is that I didn't get that it was a joke until I wasn't joking whenever I said 30 or 40 years. I just kind of miscounted how old I was. Okay. I miscalculated. I was thinking 3 or 4, but then I said 30, 40. But I didn't know. I didn't get the joke either. I was lying to myself accidentally. I'm trying to remember if there's anybody over here that we need to turn in stuff for. I bet you there's somebody at that gate, isn't there? I bet you we got a mission over here, maybe? Not these two. Yeah, I bet you somebody around here needs something. You never know what kind of Pokemon you'll run into. Mm-hmm. Learned an amazing recipe. He needs more mushrooms. He wants to make some mushroom cake. People around here? Oh yeah, isn't this the place where the Abra was? Ooh, I would love an Abra. I don't have a proper psychic type. And I don't think that Mr. Mime is available yet before you mention him, Alchemic. I don't know where he is. I haven't seen him. But I definitely want a Mime Jr. as soon as possible. I love that baby. I love that baby. Woo. Oh! Hello. Hello there. What are you doing over there, mister? Ow! Okay, you know what? What do I know? What's happening? What did I do wrong? What did I do? I just remembered your favorite Pokemon. Boing, boing. Whoa! Hey there, hang on now. Oh, look at those crooked tail boys. Look at them. Actually, let's get out of here. Capturing a Mr. Mime feels wrong, like owning a full-time human clown. Oh, what? But it's not a human. It's only a humanoid. There's plenty of humanoid Pokemon. There's plenty of Pokemon that have got long arms and human legs. Whee! Oh! I mean, weren't humans in the Pokemon universe canonically almost canonically once Pokemon? I take the day off so you can start early and nothing but sass. Shaking my head. Let's do it again. I mean, I'm sorry. At the 10-hour mark, Lenny is here. Oh, baby! Baby! Alchemic. Look at what we got here. Look at what we got here. A little baby. Get him! It's meant to be! Yeah! Mime Jr. Mime Jr. Mime Jr. We got him. Oh, yeah. There's another one. They're everywhere. I want to test this Pokemon and this Pokeball and how far you can throw it. Nice. Another one so that I can keep one as a baby. Nice. All right, now we can evolve one of them. We should go straight back and add it to the party. There's all sorts of new Pokemon over here. Why didn't I walk over here? Who's the P-Brain that's running this game? Which one of y'all is playing this? Hey, come back here. I turned around. It was like, what was that? I missed. No! Why is it so far away? Stop! Oh my god. How many Pokeballs am I wasting here? Alright, we gotta beat this son. We gotta beat this boy up. Let's see. He's a mean one, Mr. Grinch. I don't know what he is. Okay, we gotta throw this boy out real quick. Oh, we are dead. We are going to be switching up our party right now. That's incredible. They really killed me fast. Opes caught one last night, and I was very excited. Yeah, I mean, it was so close. It was right at the entrance. I just never took a right. Great. We lost a freaking Ice Stone. Are you kidding me, dude? We lost our Ice Stone and our Pokédoll. Are you kidding me? What? Y'all suck, dude. No. That is too bad. I want to see my Pokemon. I want to see my son. I haven't seen my son in 3 weeks. Let me see my son. I'm sorry, ma'am. He's still under interrogation. I want to see my son. He's not a criminal. He's a Mime Jr. We're going to put him in the stunky position because I don't care about no skunk. No skunks. No skunks allowed, not on my team. Wait a second. Hang on, before we let Mime Jr. on the team, we have to make sure that they get along, alright? Gotta make sure that they get along. You'll have to meet. Alright. Give them a little bit of time. Let them socialize. Seems to be pretty friendly. I don't see any inherent hostility. I think they're good there. They're getting kind of friendly.
Criminal, Mime Jr., same thing, really.
All right. I think that they're doing well. Or at least socialization is a good way to have a well-rounded Pokemon. Yeah, now, 2 little tiny Pokemon may get along, but the real question is, can they get along with big ones as well? I will eat you both! You could grab both of their little necks with giant hands. But, I don't know. Lord, that's frightening. What's wrong with them? You hate clowns? What? Why? I actually like clowns. I went to a carnival whenever I was younger, and I loved the clowns. I thought they were so funny, and I've always liked them ever since. Headed off to bed now. It was fun. Thanks for helping me get through a long day. Oh yeah, Taiyaki-san, it's so nice to spend time with you. Yeah. Enjoy your sleep or the rest of your evening, whatever you're doing. It was great to hang out with you all day. We got to do this again sometime. But yes, get yourself some rest. Bye. All right. Nice. Alchemic, you said that they evolve at what? Level 30? 32? 32. Well, we might have to put that one on the back burner. And we'll just keep Mime Jr. on the party wagon. Because tomorrow, whenever we... That is so cool. I actually like that little trick that I just did. Do like some of these parkour tricks. Yeah, let me do that again. That was pretty awesome. It's the only tricks that you can do in this game. Just rolling off an edge. Here we go. That's as good as it gets. Then you die. Nice. It'll learn Psybeam at 28. Nice. That's what we need. We'll just keep it we'll keep it in our party and train it up. And yeah, tomorrow we'll do more missions. I mean, we just earned this bear, which is nice. So now that we've got this, I'm guessing the next thing that we'll get is ooh, looks like we got an item over here. Oh, we're getting closer. Oh, there it is. Hey, we actually found treasure. What is it? A sky tumblestone? 20 of them? Whoa. 20 stones. Nice. I'll never mine again. Get another little hidden item out of here. Bonus. Oh wait, we're gonna need this piece of wood. Oh yeah, maybe tomorrow we'll get the speedboat thing so that we can zoom through the water. But yeah, it's probably a good time for us to call it evening. It's late. It's midnight. I'm getting tired. I did not make it to 12 hours, but you know, whatever. I don't mind. What's a good name for an opossum? Stanley. I'd say Stanley is a pretty good name for an opossum, especially a particularly like ugly one. I think Stanley would be a cute name. Okay, I'm gonna just save this game really quick, and this has been really fun. I'm actually shocked how much I enjoyed playing this game for 10.5 hours. Very enjoyable, very fun. This is a great game, and I'm still enjoying it. We're only level 3. We're just a little level 3 scrub with 79 Pokemon. We've played for 12 hours total. It's really fun. I'm still really enjoying it. Normally with these like really long streams, I'll get like tired, but this game is loads of fun. So I'm really glad that we did this. I'm really glad that we went for it. We did a big stream. Started a little bit early, not quite as early as I wanted, but you know, whatever. We're doing our best. But tomorrow we'll probably I mean, we'll see. I have a friend of mine that's trying to like figure out a day to hang out, so it might be that tomorrow we skip stream or the next day. I think tomorrow we're gonna stream. That is the plan. The plan is tomorrow, kind of big stream. So a little bit later than today, not quite this long, but probably streaming for most of the day playing this new game because it is so much fun and I'm still enjoying it. So I wasn't sure if I was gonna need a break from it, but I don't think that I do. I think that I'm gonna take maybe Sunday off, probably Sunday off, and maybe we'll play the scary game on Monday. Maybe we'll play Five Nights at Freddy's on Monday, but either way, we'll definitely. We need to finish Five Nights at Freddy's. We're getting close. We're getting awfully close, so we might as well win. We might as well be winners. Let's see. We could raid. Who's playing a game that we could raid? Less people playing games right now. Period. Twitch has been awfully quiet recently. I've noticed a lot of my friends have like really quiet streams. Our streams have been kind of quiet. I think people are getting busy in January. Lots of people getting jobs and stuff. I really hope that everybody's hope that y'all are taking care of yourselves and, you know, being careful out there. But I know that lots of people are getting their lives started again, and I'm happy. I hope that you guys are happy with how your lives are progressing and everything. The new year's here. I hope that y'all are satisfied and enjoying yourself. You know, we're just hanging out, doing our very best. Anyway, that tangent aside, let's raid my friend Hazy. She's playing Pokemon. She's playing Legends as well. And I haven't seen them in forever, and they're pretty fun. Let me see. I'm trying to remember some things about them. I haven't rated them in forever, but they're a nice bean. Comfy, cursing, and inclusive streamer. Okay, so they say bad words. Just to be fair, you guys. I've got a ton of people on right now, so I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, well, whatever, Jedi. You follow way more people than I do. I say that we, let's go say hi to Hazy. They're a friend of mine. Apparently they say bad words, so keep that in mind. I think that we could go say hi. They're having a nice quiet stream over there, and I think that we should go give them some, give them some hype. Give them a little surprise. So let's come up with, they're playing Pokemon as well, and I wanna watch a little bit of them for sure. So what kind of Pokemon related raid message could we put on there? Maybe Pokemon. So it's Arceus. Arceus raid. Well, we could just say what's your starter again. That's a fine message. That's what I did for Oopsie last night. That's a good intro. Or did I say show us your starter? Yeah, show us your starter. That's a good message. But yeah, you guys, please take care of yourselves. Enjoy your weekend if I don't see you again. Thanks so much for hanging out with me. I love y'all so very much, and I want y'all to take care of yourselves and be happy. So, anything that I can do to help. Yeah. I'll see you later. Lupus, much love. Thanks, Jedi, for being a mod and for moderating the stream. Thanks, Alchemic, for moderating the streams and dealing with my sarcasm. Lemonberry, much love. Get yourself some rest. I hope that you have a good day tomorrow, no matter what it entails. Thanks for being here, Independent Oreo. Oi. Don't worry about the hour-long nap. It's all right. Sketchy Parker, thanks for being here. I hope you enjoyed the madness. Tayaki is already gone. Let me see. Eerie Coffee's been here. Malice, thanks for vibing with us. What? Salty. Salty's been lurking. Thank you for the lurk, Salty. Oi. Enjoy your evening, my friend. Eerie Coffee, much love. World of Robbie, thanks for being here. Salty's such a sweetie. Goodness gracious, what did we do to deserve such a sweet bean? Obviously, we're gonna be raiding somebody else playing the same dang game. I almost said a bad word accidentally. It was gonna be for funny, okay? My character would say a word like that, but not me. Tee. Let's all right, here we go. Let's get out of here before something happens. Kuri, what's happening? Ah! Kuri, what are you doing here? Love you, Julie. I feel like we speak another language whenever Kuri's around. Julie. Excuse me, we've got a Kuri in the chat. Okay, just remember this is the message that we're gonna send. Okay. It's not showing it for me, but let's go say hi to Hazy, all right? They're playing Pokemon. Pokemon Arc Evolved? What? I don't know what that is. I will see you guys tomorrow if you want to hang out. And if you don't want to hang out tomorrow, then I won't see you tomorrow. And also, Alex, thank you for the follow. Alex OJPEG. Appreciate it. Thanks, Alex. But yeah, love you guys. Let's go say hi. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye. Thanks for watching my videos. If you're watching on YouTube, what are you doing? I appreciate it.